very good morning and welcome to India Market Open. You're going to be seeing Neeraj, Alex and I in two different locations today. Alex and I braving the fog and the temperatures in Delhi to bring you the show from here. And of course, Neeraj joining you in Mumbai on what is expected to be an exciting day. A lot of positive cues coming in overnight.
Yeah, absolutely. And also geopolitics to watch out for, monetary policy to watch out for. Neeraj, I wonder what you think about the implications of the Japan monetary policy decision. The Japanese central bank expected to raise rates to the highest in 30 years.
Yeah, I think that's probably the key for the morning, guys. Good morning to both of you. In some sense, I'm jealous of you for the Delhi food, but I'm happy with the Mumbai weather. And I look forward to updates from both of you on the Indian of the Year. It promises to be a fabulous event on the network.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be the big one. Indian of the Year starting 6 p.m. this evening on NDTV Profit and, of course, across the NDTV network. I don't know about the food, but everything they say about the pollution, Neeraj, is real. It's all real. And it's quite, hopefully it will lift over the next few hours. But let me begin the show today by talking about the global cues. And I think the reason why you probably will see green on the screen starting for Indian markets as well is what we've seen overnight in the United States, where stocks have rebounded in trade after cooler than expected inflation data. So the November CPI that came in, it came in at 2.7%, and the number that was penciled in was 3.1%. Core inflation came in at 2.6% versus an expectation of 3%, which is why when you see the indices, and just pull those up for you, you've seen an uptick across the board. The AI trade also has rebounded when it comes to the US markets, which is why the NASDAQ was up 1.5% overall. Nike saw a huge drop, though, nearly 10%, because their outlook for greater China sales is looking bad, it's looking poor, and tariffs are beginning to hit. Having said that, Treasury yields moved lower after that inflation data. The 10-year was at 4.11%. Oil prices, meanwhile, have inched higher after an announcement of the Venezuelan blockade by the United States with some concerns about supplies in oil. Brent was under the $60 mark. Asian markets have opened in the green in anticipation of that Bank of Japan hiking rates to 0.75%, which would be the highest level since 1995. But in anticipation, look at the Nikkei, already up 1% or so. You might hear about this in the next hour, so keep your eyes peeled. This is important and has an impact on global markets and on Indian markets as well. So it's an important data point to look at. Now, Japan's inflation came in at 2.9%, which is higher than what their central bank's target is. And inflation, in fact, has been above that target for the last 44 months. That's increasing the anticipation that there will be a rate hike announced today by the Bank of Japan. I want to quickly pull up the India implied for you before we get to our first conversation this morning with Matt Orton. And the India implied also looking like a spot of green. So like we said, a lot of reasons for that. Some anti-dumping duties on steel products is helping. Accenture read-through is good, and all of that may be increasing the buzz today as markets open. At least we'll end on a good Friday, hopefully, or start the markets on a good Friday. Matt Orton, Head of Advisory Solutions and Market Strategy, Chief Market Strategist at Raymond James Investment Management, joining in. Matt, a very good morning to you and great to have you on the show as always. I want to start with that CPI number because while it's come in better than expected, a lot of investors and analysts in the United States don't quite believe that November CPI number. A lot of bits and pieces of data are missing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Good morning, Tamana. It's always great to join as well. And I think there's a little bit of signal we can take from the CPI data this morning in the US, but mostly noise. And that's largely because we knew coming into this that there were going to be data collection challenges. A lot of data simply wasn't collected. We've had issues with respect to survey responses for a while now. So I think perhaps the only read-through we can take and say perhaps there's some disinflationary trends comes down to the good side of the equation. There was some disinflation with respect to goods prices. Could that be because the impact of tariffs continue to be less than expected? I suspect that's part of it. And I also think part of it is just the time period of which people were surveyed, which included Black Friday, where goods are also discounted very heavily on Amazon and other online shopping platforms. So again, I think perhaps that's the area of signal we can take. Everything else just hits on the fact that there's a lot of noise. But the one takeaway I would say is it wasn't a hawkish cue. So I think for the markets, it can allow markets to continue to move higher, trade on fundamentals, and worry a little bit less about economic data until we get into the new year.
Matt, question for you about the other central bank that everyone's paying attention to this morning, which is the Bank of Japan. Do you think that the rate hike that everyone's expecting has largely been factored in to what the market has done over the course of the last 2 to 3 weeks? And do you anticipate a major upset one way or the other? What are the implications of that rate hike for capital flows, in your opinion?
And Alex, I don't know if you can hear me. I lost the sound coming in, so I wasn't able to hear your question. So I apologize about that.
So let me ask you again. It has to do with the Bank of Japan, and ultimately the question is, you've been watching what the Fed has been doing. The question is whether or not markets have already factored in what everyone's expected to see today, which is a rate hike and the highest rates in 30 years, and what you think the implication is for capital flows from this point on.
And get that question for you. Alex's question was around the BOJ rate decision and whether the impact of that has been factored in.
I think the impact of the BOJ decision is largely factored into the market. I think what's going to be critical is how Ueda manages this fine line with respect to not being dovish, but also not being too hawkish. Because again, Takaichi in Japan, I think, has pushed back against rate increases too much just because of the potential impact on the economy. But if you're too dovish, I think you might lose control of the back end of the yield curve where rates are already very, very high. So the messaging, I think, is going to be the key thing for investors to look at, and then how the yen responds to it, because yen has been incredibly weak. It's a challenge for investors who like the fundamentals of the Japanese market. But if you're looking at your currency adjusted returns, that's a challenge. Similar to India with the weaker rupee, I think that becomes a little bit of a headwind in the near term. So that is what I'm going to be paying most close attention to from the BOJ.
Matt, but sorry, just wanted to know, you're talking about being dovish, but what if BOJ is unambiguously hawkish? Does that bring about some does that set the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to inflows? Will people be nervous about flows because of the hike in Japan?
Yeah, I think investors will be, and I think they'll be worried just because of the response you might get politically from the prime minister in Japan, because she has been adamant that hiking rates too quickly is not going to be good for the economy despite inflation running hot. So I think that tension could be problematic for investors as you just wait and see how the fiscal package unfolds. Does she add more onto that, which perhaps pressures the yen even more in response to just the massive amount of government debt that's there? So the BOJ meeting is going to be very, very important. But as I look through all of that, I think one sector that can continue to benefit if you do see 25 basis points or a neutral to slightly hawkish message from Ueda is going to be Japanese financials. Japanese financials have been doing incredibly well, and as rates go up, they have been benefiting from that. And I think that can be a decent trend for investors to look at and look through how the banks react to get a cue of what might be in store, how the rest of the market reaction could play out longer term.
Right. Matt, the new year usually brings possible strategy shifts and rotation of capital. And speaking specifically of the Indian markets and the fact that the rupee is beyond 90, it's decelerated or depreciated quite dramatically, but that also provides a great entry point from the perspective of the foreign institutional investor. So what do you think about that taking place at the start of the year, and what stocks are you focused on most at the start of the year?
Yeah, it absolutely does, Alex. And I think investors should be paying attention to perhaps a bottoming of that trend because, again, the Indian equities, while still printing reasonably positive results for the year, have underperformed the rest of the EM complex fairly considerably. And a decent portion of that is because FII has been fleeing because of the movement of the rupee. So I've actually been telling investors that I think India continues to be a very attractive investment opportunity. And from a timing perspective, I would be looking to add in the new year because, again, earnings are inflecting higher. We're seeing good results from Indian companies. A lot of the changes on the regulatory side, GST reforms, labor market reforms, that's all going to continue to benefit the overall economic output and I think help benefit corporate margins as well. So I'm optimistic. And on top of that, India is a decorrelated asset from the US. And I think that's most critical from an investor portfolio construction standpoint. If you look at the rolling correlation of the MSCI India index to the S&P 500 on a 6-month basis, it's almost zero. So you're getting better diversification benefits from owning India than even fixed income in the US at this point. So lots of good reasons to own it. Companies I'm looking at right now, I continue to like my favorite company, largest position is M&M. The earnings continue to be good. This company has just managed expectations very, very well. Margin on the farm side of the business continuing to improve. Premiumization on the vehicle side is very, very attractive. HDFC is another key position. And I've actually been adding, since I was last in India in June and met with the management team, to Adani Ports. Their plan in order to integrate a lot of their clientele across rails, across transportation, across shipping, through ports, that strategy is starting to play out. And I'm very optimistic that's going to accrete to the bottom line and we'll continue to see margin expansion. So I really like that story as well.
Right. Matt, thanks so much for taking the time. Pleasure speaking with you as always, and season's greetings from all of us here.
Happy
let's talk
holidays.
about what happens in the equity markets as well. And let's talk about what took place yesterday, because once again, you saw a lackluster session. You had the benchmark that ended largely unchanged, and the Nifty 50 actually traded in a 170-point range. It once again defended that 25,700 mark, and bouncing from that point, it actually closed above 25,800. The broader markets ended near the high point of the day, or not too far off. IT was a standout performer. It might well be in focus today as well on the back of Accenture results. We'll talk about that in just a bit. It gained 1.2%. No major action in other sectoral indices though, but you saw quite a bit of elevated action in a few new listed players, Misho among them, and the auctions playing out there. You're seeing quite a bit of volatility in those newly listed stocks. But Neeraj, what do you think the key focus is going to be at the start today?
Well, if it's not BOJ, it's the level of 25750, something that is seemingly now becoming a line in the sand and which the bears are finding it difficult to take down. Actually a good sign per se. If that gets broken, of course, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But most people are saying it's very advisable, at least on the indices, on the Nifty or the Bank Nifty, to really avoid taking any very large aggressive positions. So avoid doing that. Also, smart money is not taking longs in the renewable energy sector. And you're sensing that from the way the stocks have come off in the last 1.5 odd months. Yes, PPAs are getting cancelled, so on and so forth. But no large announcements are enthusing investors. I mean, KPI was a case in point yesterday. But just look at an Anox Wind, look at Suzlon, look at the ancillaries to the wind energy players. I think that space is out of question for the time being. And NBFCs will be in focus over the weekend because of the Shriram Finance board meet to consider a fundraise today. If there are some major announcements, which the street believes, by the way, there would be, then the whole NBFC space, or maybe the BFSI space in general, but NBFCs in particular, would come in focus. So keep NBFCs in the radar. There might be some heightened trading activity in the second half of trade today. So that's a bucket you want to keep an eye out for. I wonder what else is on your radar, Tamanna.
Oh, so many things. I think the Shriram Finance deal is definitely the big one. Nearly $4.5 billion being invested all the way from Tokyo into Shriram Finance is going to be huge, Neeraj. But a few other things which I think is adding to the sentiment, apart from what you mentioned. One is India imposing anti-dumping duty on steel imports from China for 5 years. So a JSW, a Tata Steel, watch out for those set of companies as well. Accenture's results will be key for IT stocks, although IT performed better than peers yesterday. But the fact that Accenture's reported a 6% year-on-year rise in revenue to USD 18.7 billion in the September-November quarter and landed at the top of the company's guided range will be good. I don't think there will be a huge push up for IT stocks, because if you read through what Accenture is saying in a bit of detail, they're also talking about how discretionary spending is not really returned. So maybe an initial bump up, but then keep an eye on what happens to IT. That's definitely going to be in focus. There are companies getting added to the F&O universe from December 31st, so some price action there possible, and volume action are possible. That's Bajaj Holdings, Wari Energies, Premier Energies, and Swiggy, amongst others. I would add an Interglobe as well. It gets included in the Sensex at the cost of Tata Motors. You might have passive flows coming in there. When you're looking at markets, Indian markets, positive start, supported by a strong overnight rally in the US and encouraging global cues. Domestic technical structure remains cautious after 4 days of weakness. Short-term trend remains weak, but signs of possible stabilization are emerging. The Nifty has defended key supports and the India VIX is at a record low. So it looks calm on the surface, but there is risk of a sudden directional move. Look at the levels that should be on your radar. Immediate hurdle at 25,900 to 26,000. A decisive move above 26,000 could trigger short covering. Key supports at 25,750 to 25,700. If this zone breaks, the door opens to 25,500. For the Bank Nifty, resistance at 59,135 and 59,500, supports at 58,755 and 58,645. So those are some of the key factors. But let me take you through stocks as well. I'll quickly breeze through my watch list because we want to have a deeper dive on Accenture. So Voltas is what I'm looking at first. There was a meet with, the management has met with analysts. The outlook is quite positive. They've maintained a buy with a target price of 1,775 rupees. This is Citi's call on Voltas. It's a thumbs up. Market share gain likely to continue is what Citi is saying. They expect the third quarter to remain weak, although relatively better than Q2. Sustained market share gain is bundled with margin improvement and can drive de-rating. Jefferies, on the other hand, maintains a buy with a target price of 1,635. I like this line from the Jefferies note. They're saying the management is bidding adieu to calendar year 25 with optimism and expecting better times ahead. And 2025 was tough for the space and for Voltas as well. They see market leadership in RAC, that's the room air conditioner segment, better margins in EPC and improved volume traction in Voltas Beko. At current valuations, risk-reward appears better. So that's the first one. IndusInd Bank, I mean, it's a clarification coming in from them, but I don't know if you're going to see anything improving for IndusInd Bank per se. So the bank has clarified that they reported financial matters to the SFIO on the 2nd of June. These are pertaining to internal derivative trades. Remember, this is a story that NDTV Profit has been tracking from the get-go very, very closely, and those internal derivative trades is the reason why IndusInd Bank got into hot water in the first place. Questions of unsubstantiated balances in other assets and other liabilities, microfinance interest income and fee income. Now, SFIO will be seeking written details from the bank. The RBI has master directions on fraud risk management for commercial banks, and frauds of more than 1 crore must be reported to SFIO. Now, what is SFIO? It's a Serious Fraud Investigation Office. There were reports yesterday that the Enforcement Directorate has filed an FIR, but now what IndusInd has come and clarified is that it is the Serious Frauds Investigation Office which is seeking details from them. I think it will continue to be a negative and weigh on the stock. GPT Infra is the third one I'm looking at. They've bagged orders worth 1,800 odd crores from the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. They will be constructing a flyover along LBS Marg in Mumbai, eastern suburbs. Order is a joint venture where the company share is 26%. And the order share is 469 crores out of an 1804 crore order. Execution period of 36 months. So their current order book as of September 2025 is now 3,861 crores. This could be interesting for the stock.
Hey, that's a road that I recognize. All right, so let's talk about the stocks on my list. IT stocks, of course, and I take what Tamanna has said, but there are things that you can focus on that are positive for IT stocks. And let me take you through a few of those takeaways. Tamanna has spoken about the 6% increase in revenue, came in at $18.7 billion. It was penciled in at $18.52 billion. And the Q1 margin is actually 17%. It's the highest ever Q1 margin. The adjusted EPS came in higher than expected as well, $3.94. And the financial services space grew the most with a 12% increase. On the other hand, health and public service shrank as much as 1%. The company has retained its full year guidance at 2% to 5% in local currency. What does this mean for Indian IT companies? There are a few read-throughs, of course, but I'm going to focus on a couple of them and we'll talk about some more in more detail. But the strong financial services performance bodes well for Indian IT because that's where Indian IT focuses. Indian IT also does not have an exposure to US federal government contracts, something that had a bearing on the Accenture results in the first quarter as well. So all told, it's good because the ADRs have also reacted positively. Of course, bear in mind that IT stocks have gained quite considerably in the recent past. The second stock on my list is Max Healthcare. This is a positive development because the company is set to invest 1,000 crore rupees to set up a super specialty hospital in Pune. That facility is going to be located at Yerwada, which is in the center of the city, if you're familiar with the geography. And this would be the entry of Max into Pune. So it's a significant move for them. And the last one on my list is actually a brokerage note. Macquarie has initiated a call on Lenskart with an outperform rating, a target price of 530, a pretty sizable upside from the current market price of 410. They say it's iconic growth, quite an interesting play of words. And they say that Lenskart enjoys a competitive edge on cost as well as design and efficiency compared with its peers. They say that the proven history of industry-leading growth enhances the outlook on market share gains from the current 5% closer to 40+% seen in other countries. And that's quite considerable. They're also saying that improved supply chain utilization should move the EBITDA margin near that 33% level. There's a significant positive that is seen on the ROIC as well. They expected to triple that over the course of the next 2 or 3 years. They also have a proven ability, they say, to exploit the Indian market, and there's room for sustained growth going forward. Neeraj, what's on your list?
Well, just before I get to my list, very quickly, guys, something that will blow your minds away, right? And we were speaking yesterday about this Chinese AI stock, which gained some 7,000% and how blowout it was. We have a story back home in India, and I would want to show you the charts of RRP Semiconductor. It is a story on NDTVProfit.com. In 5 years, and by the way, it listed only in April 2024, the stock has given returns northwards of 50,000%. If that doesn't blow your mind away, I don't know what does, right? At some point of time. I urge everybody to go on to NDTVProfit.com and try and read that story. Okay, the stocks on my list. Sensex and FTSE rebalancing on December 19, which is today. So the first set of stocks on my list. Sensex will see an addition of Indigo and deletion of Tata Motors passenger vehicle. FTSE All World will see additions of Siemens Energy and HDB Financial, and FTSE All Cap will see additions of AB Lifestyle and Ather Energy. From a flows perspective, I think Ather and AB Lifestyle tend to get impacted the most relative to the market caps and the daily traded volumes, so keep an eye out for those names. Added in the FN universe from December 31st, a lot of people have been waiting for Wari to come in, but Bajaj Holdings, Wari, Premier Energies and Swiggy, all four come into the FNO universe from December 31st. I just did a small lipstick of the trailing 12-month PE for some of these names. So Wari and Premier. Like I said, a lot of people are going off the hook when it comes to renewable energy. I wonder if this brings about brisk activity in stocks which are priced at about 30 to 34 times trailing 12 months earnings. Swiggy is loss-making and therefore doesn't have trailing 12-month earnings and therefore trailing TTMP is not there. But Wari and Premier Energies, keep an eye out for these as well. The outlook that they give for what will happen to their earnings might well determine the kind of shorts or longs that get built onto these stocks in the new year. And ICICI Pru is the third and the final stock on my list. The issue was subscribed about 39.17 times. During the course of the show, we'll tell you about this company, but also compare it with the existing companies to tell you the relative multiples that the AMC sector trades at for you to take an informed decision of whether you want to stay invested if you got lucky and got ICICI Pru shares or you want to swap into some of the others as well. So keep all of these factors in mind. Okay, I think we've got Rahul Jain ready. He's Director Research at Dollars Capital, joins in right now to talk about Accenture and the implications, if any, on Indian IT services. Rahul, great having you as always. Thanks for taking the time out. What did you make of the Accenture numbers and the commentary more importantly?
Yeah, I think results were okay, and despite a beat, the guidance for the full year has been maintained. So that's not much to take it from a better scenario or worse scenario. I think there's one important data that was good, which was the outsourcing TCV growth was at 17%, which is something which we could read across for our players as well. Apart from that, there was not much take, and they've stopped giving too much outlook from a geo perspective or vertical perspective that we could take it back home.
Got it. So the way that people are wondering how to look at this, Rahul, and good morning to you, is there too much of an implication? And so therefore, if you drill further into that, who has the biggest implications? Because people are focusing on that financial sector outperformance and the kind of growth that they saw there, and wondering whether they can extrapolate that for a few of the stocks here.
It won't be an easy extrapolation that way, because if you see, they are at the top level in terms of the funnel. And if you see even TCS data that come up in their analyst meet 2 days back, is that the BFSI is the segment which is adopting the AI faster, which is probably driving the momentum even in case of Accenture. So if you have to think of it, probably BFSI heavy companies might be spending faster ahead of others in terms of AI. So that could be one thing to note down. But are our players talking in the same zone at this point? There's not much unison. So probably we'll hear some of these trend in the current quarterly thing that would come up in the Q3, but this has not been assured by Indian peers in the Q2 commentary so far.
Rahul, hi, Tamanna here. Good morning. I'm just trying to understand in very simple terms, is this a positive for IT companies in India or not? The upside seems to be, okay, BFSI has done better, Accenture has come in at the upper end of its guidance, but their commentary on discretionary spending is a bit of a dampener from the perspective of our Indian IT companies, isn't it?
I would say they have, if you recollect for last few quarters, whatever they talk about is that they are doing better by winning market share, and they're not talking too much about the environment in general. I would not come to a conclusion. It's more like boring status quo kind of a situation which we are dealing with. Even if you see in our case, the kind of growth we are doing, it's not turning better or getting worse. It's more like a no action, boring kind of a period, which we are seeing there as well. So I would not jump to any conclusion, good or bad. At best, I would think about is that AI, which is now $3 billion business for Accenture, which is growing pretty fast, same as was highlighted by TCS in their analyst meet. So some of these things are indicating that people who would do well on AI is possibly see a better pickup, faster pickup, but nothing beyond that in terms of overall discretionary spend that you were alluding to.
Okay, so then who are the big top picks, or which are the top picks for Indian IT for you, Rahul? And then let's get a bit of 2026 outlook also on that question since we have you here.
I think what we are liking among the tier one name is LTI Mindtree. This company is basically seeing a meaningful improvement in terms of how their YOY trajectory is shaping up. They are most likely to exit closer to a double-digit growth, and then possibly may extend a very high single-digit or early double-digit growth in FY 27 as well. So that is something which is exciting, given that the large cap growth is pretty muted on an overall basis. Within the mid-tier pack, I think Coforge is one name where it has taken some bit of derating in the past despite a very strong growth performance. So as and when they improve a little bit more on the profitability side, and the growth could be more generic rather than asset backed, which was the concern people highlighted in the recent past, which management recently said won't be the case. So I think these are the two names where market is still not factoring the kind of a growth they can deliver in terms of outperformance. So these are the two names that we are liking right now among the IT services pack.
Rahul, thank you so much for speaking with us today. So LTI Mindtree definitely on that list. Whoever wins AI wins that story, I think, is the broad point over there as far as Indian IT is concerned. But nevertheless, look out for the Indian IT pack. I think the other one that should be on your mind, and it's going to be the talk of the town at least at 10 a.m. That's the listing of ICICI Prudential AMC. It's one of the big ones recently, a very pedigreed company coming into the market. About 10,000 crores is what they are raising, and this issue was subscribed 39 times on day 3. Look at what qualified institutional investors did. They subscribed 123 times, and retail investors, of course, 2.5 times. And here's the thing, that ICICI is stable. Their last 3 IPOs, 2 of the 3 on listing day were not great. In fact, I think they opened with a bit of a negative. One was moderately high, but over time they picked up. With this one, it seems like a very different situation, maybe because of the buzz on it, Alex?
Yeah, it's one of the largest, if not the largest, in the active management space, and they've got a few storied fund managers, and a lot of people that subscribe to them purely on the back of that reputation and the way that they've performed. Beyond that, of course, they have, as you pointed out, the pedigree. They're one of the oldest. They have some of the longest track records. So in a market or in an environment where there are a lot of new entrants and there is a little bit of uncertainty, the tendency is to go back to the tried and tested. And I think they have that going for them. Also, let's remember that the positive spin that we've seen over the course of this week with those SEBI regulations coming in favoring kind of AMCs, at least not having something as bad.
So that
there's a lift
comes in as
because
well.
the IPO came through before that.
Yeah. So good timing overall. All right, we'll have a more detailed analysis for you on if you've missed the IPO. Should you come in now? Should you sell? What you should do? All of that. But first, time for a very short break. We're coming back with all the stocks that should be on your radar. So much to unpack today. Stay tuned. I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
As the world awaits the BOJ decision, the BOJ may take their interest rates to the highest level since 1995. So keep that at the back of your mind. It will have a big impact on the yen versus the dollar movement and likely on the carry trade as well. We'll wait and watch all of that. Okay. What about trade today? Kush Bora, founder of kushbora.com, with us to talk about the technicals and how he sees the near term. Kush, great having you. Thanks so much for joining in. And what is the outlook like for the day, for the week, for maybe the month?
Sure. First up, a very good morning, Neeraj. And tell me one thing, how is this fair? Tamanna, Alex, if I can call it that way, starting the weekend early, सारा दारोमदार आपके मजबूत कंधों पे छोड़ के.
Well, I agree it's unfair for them. They have to be in Delhi and breathe that air. We are safe here in Mumbai.
I'm waiting for Tamanna's comeback on this.
Yeah, we'll give you some work to think about this weekend, Kush. since you think we're partying.
Yeah, I brought that on myself, I know.
No, it's very much work. I'm sorry.
But it's exciting. It's exciting because there's such a fascinating lineup in Indian of the Year.
Yes.
So in that sense, yes, we're quite excited to see some of those stars this evening. But what are you going to watch this weekend? Are you going to go back and rewatch Dhurandhar, Kush?
Oh yeah, I think the choice is between Avatar 3, which is very much like 1 and 2. So agar it is more of the same, then might as well watch Dhurandhar, once again. So that's the dilemma that I'm dealing with this weekend. But the market's also in a bit of a dilemma. Now, if I can just, if the producers can bring up the charts, that I've shared with them. The first one on the weekly setup, and I'll tell you why the move that happened in September, the up move that happened in September is so crucial. If you draw a falling trend line from, the previous year, October 2024, highs, you will find that the Nifty was facing resistance around that trend line. Now, what's happened is that in September, we broke out of that. And hence, that September-October move that we had this year was critical. Now, if you switch to the daily setup, towards the end, you will see that wide upward sloping channel. Now, for the last 15 sessions, I've been referring to this upward sloping channel, re-entry into that upward sloping channel.
Kush, may I recommend?
Anji?
It's difficult to decipher it exactly, so just simplify it for us. What do you mean by this chart?
Okay, so if you look at this one, I think this is the daily chart if I'm not mistaken. Look at the last bit where you've got the white band going up.
This is a weekly chart, by the way.
Oh, is this the weekly chart?
Yes.
I'm having difficulty deciphering it. I'm pretty sure the viewers must also.
Yeah, which is why.
Yeah, fair enough. So if this is the weekly chart, then you'll see the tops that are connecting from the first and the second high. That is what got taken out in September. Now, if you, perfect, this is better. Now, that's where the September move was important. That also coincides with the upward sloping white band that you're seeing, what we call as an upward sloping channel. Now, if we switch to the daily chart, you will see that what's happened is that this upward sloping channel had been respected for the most part up until the beginning of this week. And that's the channel that I've been referring to, that upward sloping channel where the Nifty has been trying to gain a re-entry into. What is important in yesterday's move, in yesterday's move also, is that despite the Nifty making an attempt to move higher, the Nifty saw a lower high, lower low formation for the last 4 sessions, including yesterday. Now, that makes it difficult. That suggests that there is supply pressure at the higher end. Now, until the Nifty is able to take out the previous day's high, which in this case happens to be 25,900, it will be difficult for us to go out and make that, reversal of this downtrend that we are seeing. Yesterday's move, very important, as in the 25,700 support base was once again reinforced. But I think the bigger resistance comes in at the 26,000 mark, which also happens to be the 20 DMA. Conclusion, right now Nifty is in a no trade zone. Over the next couple of days, whichever side Nifty breaks on will become your directional play, and that's the trade you should take. Right now, no trade on Nifty.
Okay. If that's the case, that no aggressive trades on the index, likely that you are recommending specific stocks or themes to bet on.
Absolutely, we've got enough and more traction in in the broader markets also, banking and financials also coming back. So one of the stocks makes a cut in the buy list. So I'm going with both buy calls today. Precall, that's the first call, that's the first stock on the buy list. Look at the move that it's had in the last 3 sessions. good price action accompanied by good volume action. The volumes were also above the 20-day last 20 days moving average. The 20-day moving average on price also taken out. Relative strength apparent when the markets are down and consolidating with a major negative bias. The stock is actually up. So pre-call as a positional trade for targets of 690 and 710 with a stop loss around the 650 mark. Also Federal Bank continues as a buy. Earlier this week we had discussed Federal Bank as a buy for targets of 265 and 272. The first target's been hit. Now you continue to hold on or in fact build fresh positions because there's been enough consolidation. The stock is ready for the next leg of up move. 272, 278 are your targets and you can now up your stop loss to 259.
Okay, Kush, the AMC stocks had a big bang move yesterday. HDFC, AMC and Nippon Life were the two of the top three gainers yesterday, right? Is this now ripe for profit booking or do you think there is more in store?
I'll go with the former, Neeraj. The reason being, let's look at the broader trend first. That is what decides the theme of the market or the stock in particular, and that's not been great for some of these names. Yes, there was an impetus and there was a news-driven up move in, like you mentioned, HDFC and Nippon India both. But right now, if you see, they've come up to those supply zones and resistance levels. So I would actually book profit and sit this one out. So for me, this is a profit booking rally in the AMC names.
The metal names haven't done too badly either yesterday. So Hindustan Copper was up another 5%. Really strong show there. Hind Zinc had a decent move. Vedanta, I believe, closed in the green as well. So some of these names are looking very solid. And there's a small announcement around steel. Not material from a Indian steel maker's perspective because the impact is very low. But keep an eye out for some of the metal names as well. And that's a bucket that you want to certainly watch from a trade perspective. Again, Kush, I'm just wondering very quickly, Hind Copper, Hind Zinc, I know you've been constructive there. Yeah. Are they hitting supply zones?
Hind Copper is not. In fact, it's had its fair share of correction. I think every time we speak, the stock goes up just a day prior. Other than that, it goes into consolidation for 2-3 days. But Hind Zinc and Vedanta, both that you've mentioned, are now overheated. There has to be a round of profit booking that comes in before you take a fresh entry. So no fresh entry recommended. In fact, you can go out and book profits on Hind Zinc and Vedanta both.
Wow. Okay, book profits there. Kush Bora is firmly of the opinion that while he's constructive on a lot of themes, metals doesn't seem to be fitting there. AMCs don't seem to be fitting there. Keep in mind, this is short-term trading calls as well. Maybe the long-term view might be different. And we'll talk about that a bit later on. Now, need to move on to the news at hand, right? Like I said, an anti-dumping duty of imports of certain steel products from China for a period of about 5 years, which followed a probe that found injury to the domestic industry. Anushi Johnson for more details on this. And Anushi, is this going to be material for the Indian steel companies?
Neeraj, so you rightly pointed out that it's not a significant development that we are looking at and not a material impact that we'll see for majority of these, but we'll just point it out in terms of if there would be a sentimental led move that we'll be seeing. So just on the update firstly, now India has imposed anti-dumping duty on CRNO steel imported from China. This duty will be effective for a period of 5 years is what we are looking at. Now this duty, if we see, will be 223.82 per ton dollars if exported by 3 of these Chinese producers which are out there. For any other Chinese producers, the duty would in fact be about $404 per ton. So that's on the update that we are seeing. Of course, this is a significant development considering the domestic industry has suffered material injury due to these dumped imports that we are looking at. And to curtail that threat of further injury to domestic industry, this was a stand which was needed. What's in for Indian steel companies now? Near-term sentiment support would be there and may help these domestic steel prices amid recent softness that we are looking at, and may aid a little bit of that margin expansion as well. But it's not a significant or a material impact in terms of key players seeing a significant of an up move on this. So this is what the update is.
Thanks for that, Anushi. Mayuresh Joshi with us as well. Mayuresh, quick thoughts on this steel move?
Morning, Neeraj. I think more or less, as Anushi mentioned, I think in terms of numbers impact, I think marginal, but somewhere I think sentimentally, I think it should be positive. However, I think HRC and CRC prices still remain stable. I think they are not probably under the pump as we speak, but they are not showing any signs of significant expansion as well. However, I think for domestic steel makers who have a large exposure to the domestic market, I think the volume growth should be reasonable enough. And because volumes will remain reasonable with input cost also remaining stable, the expectations of some price moves in the latter half or the second half of this year might be expected. So out of the entire ferrous lot, I think anybody holding JSW Steel should continue.
Okay. Mayuresh, very quick weigh in on IT, and we've talked about it in quite a bit of detail already, so I won't go into too much. But your view on Accenture results and how they have a bearing for Indian IT? Very quick view.
So to a certain extent, limited in my opinion, because what the large cap IT companies have probably meted out in their commentaries seem to suggest that business will remain stable in the second half as well. Pricing probably does not seem to be disrupted, and EBIT margins should also remain in a band. Having said that, I think the kind of expansionary move that one really expects, specifically in lieu of Q3, Q4, should be muted. And therefore, I think mid-cap IT companies have given far better commentaries than large cap.
Okay, all right, so keep IT on your radar, but what else should you watch out for? And individual stocks, of course, and Somit joining in for our regular feature at this time of the morning, which is heard on the street. And quite a few of those covers that he brings you on an ongoing basis have been getting confirmed in the recent past, and I'm sure there's some more interesting stuff in his pitara today. Somit, very good morning.
Good morning, Alex. Multiple stocks that dealers have highlighted that one should keep an eye out for in trade today. Firstly, it's Urban Company. Now, the stock has been under pressure of late. In fact, in the last 1 month, it has come down by nearly 17%. But what dealers are now indicating is that the selling is largely over in this counter, and they're expecting the stock to rebound from the current level. So keep an eye out for Urban Company. When it comes to Inox Wind, there are buy flows on FI desk. A large prominent FI has been accumulating this counter in trade, that is Inox Wind. For IIFL Finance, there are buy flows on institutional desk. Both foreign and domestic institutions have been accumulating this counter at the lower levels, and delivery volumes are as well on the higher side for IIFL Finance. And lastly, when it comes to HCC, a large prominent influential investor has started to accumulate HCC in trade, and that was one of the reasons why the stock was up nearly 4% in trade. Apart from that, dealers have also highlighted that there is strong demand for its rights issue, which is also leading to this kind of a movement in the share prices. So keep an eye out for HCC as well.
Okay, Somit, great to hear some of those details coming in. You know, I'm wondering how Mayuresh is feeling about the metals pack, Mayuresh. Of course, that anti-dumping duty boost to steel, but let's talk about metals in an overarching fashion as well, with silver prices doing what they are. Is this a story that you think is done for now?
No, so morning, Tamanna. So no, I think prices are still on the up move, and there are a lot of dynamics supporting that. You're seeing demand-supply dynamics and all other factors, including silver being put in the critical mineral list by the US. A lot of bankers probably buying that as well, and therefore silver will remain in focus. You've already seen prices elevate for zinc and copper. And therefore, I think sentimental moves as far as the anti-dumping is concerned for steel. But as I said, domestic players with a large presence like JSW Steel would largely incrementally benefit. Also, I think the kind of restructuring and the debt reduction that has probably happened will aid balance sheet as well. So anybody holding JSW within the ferrous pack should continue holding. Out of the rest of the pack, my own sense is that Inzinc, stroke Vedanta, with the approval that they've got from the NCLT, should have reasonable upside left if prices continue to remain at elevated levels. Outside this, as I've always mentioned, Neyveli lignite is something that we have kept on our watch list. Our thesis is that it's a large domestic play. The kind of targets they've set incrementally for FY27, 29, and 31 seem to be on track. And if they continue doing what they're probably doing at this juncture, achieving those volumes, achieving those renewable and thermal capacities, and expansion in margins, I think you've seriously got a good play on your hand, where valuations are also reasonable and where growth in terms of earnings can probably come through over the next few years.
All right, let's talk about Shriram Finance, and it's in focus. And bear in mind, the stock price has been inching up. It was one of the top gainers in trade over the course of this week as well. And some key aspects to pay attention to. The board is set to consider fundraising today, and those funds could be raised via rights issue or preferential allotment or even a QIP. The background is important to pay attention to as well. There's buzz about MUFG investing in the company through a minority stake, and MUFG may invest as much as $3.2 billion for 20% stake in the company. So bear that in mind. That is the buzz or the rumor. But Shriram Finance has actually issued a clarification saying that there is no binding pact or understanding with any investor and no arrangements that require or warrant a disclosure. But having said that, there is, of course, this buzz, and let's pull up the longer term charts if we can for Shriram Finance, just to identify what is in the price. What's your view on this, Mayuresh, specifically on Shriram Finance from the perspective of the NBFC pact that in any case is likely to see a better earnings performance purely because that cost of funds goes down?
Oh, you're absolutely right, Alex. And in that aspect, again, I think a leadership stock like Shriram Finance, where a lot of parameters, actually, those check boxes get ticked. You look at capital adequacy, I think, very, very strong in terms of tier 1 ratios. You look in terms of the overall advances mix that they've probably got, around 4.5% in terms of unsecured stroke personal loan advances, which is very, very minimal compared to a large part of the NBFC universe, and which shields them in terms of any asset quality issues. Provisioning is remaining extremely strong. Their borrowing mix remains very well diversified. And to your point, in terms of the interest rate cycle coming down, the incremental benefit does get passed through in terms of their advanced deposit mix, in terms of their ALM as well, across time buckets, very, very comfortably placed. And therefore, that's a reflection in terms of better return ratios that the company has posted. Now, going forward, looking at the scenario in terms of how advances might grow, it might actually grow in higher double digits. NIMs might probably remain very, very stable.
Right.
And therefore, I think remain constructive on this.
Okay, Mayuresh, sorry, I just had to come in there because the BOJ decision is out. Bank of Japan has hiked rates, the overnight rate, by 25 basis points. Remember, this was anticipated. This is the highest level since 1995. 86% probability of this happening, so not a surprise. BOJ has further gone on and said that they'll keep raising the rate if the economy price outlook is realized. So this is the effective decision that has come in. Remember, it's not a surprise. It will likely strengthen the yen against the dollar, likely help the Japanese economy, likely have the Japanese inflation numbers as well, might hurt the economy a little bit on the export-oriented themes in particular, but I think this was the need of the hour for Japan. Now, does it have any meaningful ramifications for fund flows? I would argue not. Some bit of it is priced in. It's one token hike. We do not know what happens ahead, and it's not a very large hike. This is something that was widely anticipated, and therefore pre-positioning of many sorts would have been done. So a very important decision, no surprises out here, which is a very good thing. And Mayuresh Joshi, quick 20 seconds. Do you have any fundamental thoughts on this one?
I completely concur with your thoughts. In fact, the only thing that might happen is a marginal appreciation in the Japanese yen. And therefore, I think I was looking at our own reports right now as we've come out with that. I think the next level that we're probably looking at the JPY and the dollar frame is 155.95, 156. So I think not much of a sentimental impact.
David Roche, I'm told, is with us as well to just talk about this. And David, great having you. Thanks so much for joining in. No surprise out here. Does anything out there surprise you? Because I think BOJ has said that they will look at hiking rates further if the need arises. But is this anyway material, the decision taken today?
Well, it's not going to provoke a huge capital inflow into Japan if anyone thinks that, because it's too little. it's also the first step on the normalization of rates. Remember, this is a country with whose interest rates are now 0.75%, but which has inflation of 2.5% or more. So in that sense, there's a lot more work to do. The Bank of Japan is in the American parlance, way behind the curve. So I think the normalization of policy in Japan, it is not a question of if there needs to be more to be done. That is, I think, very kind of disappointing as wording. What is needed is to say there's plenty more to be done, and it has to be done if you're going to normalize monetary policy. So I would say this is the beginning of a process, but the process has not been firmly reiterated for us as investors, and therefore I don't think Japanese bonds are going to actually take this very seriously. I also think, by the way, that the government is going to enter into conflict with the Takaichi government, that the Bank of Japan is going to enter into conflict with the Takaichi government, which of course wants to borrow more money, spend more money it doesn't have, and which will have to do so at higher rates rather than lower rates. So the battle for central bank independence will also have to be fought in the future.
Those are not words that you've heard about just the Bank of Japan. David Roshan, good morning to you from where we're at. The question, though, is where do you expect this to culminate for the rates? For the Fed, you have certain expectations that everybody has, but do you have those expectations for the Bank of Japan? And while you're saying that you don't expect major capital flows to take place on account of this one hike, do you anticipate that it could take place down the road?
Well, it could take place down the road, but I am not in the school of thought, and I may be in the wrong school of thought. I don't think that we're going to see the yen strengthen dramatically down the road because of huge capital inflows. I think most of Japan's huge foreign creditor position is long-term capital, which is not going to move about a differential between US and Japanese rates. You'll get some deleveraging by hedge funds, which have been using the yen in the carry trade. But in the scheme of things, that is actually not something that's going to reverse the course of the yen for a longer term. So that, in a sense, would answer your first question. Your second is, well, where do I come out? So fair question. Get off the fence, David Roach. I would say that the normalization of rates in Japan would probably be 1.5% to 2%. And that's where we have to go. And that's a measure of how far away we are from actually doing what needs to be done to normalize monetary policy. Now, I would also say that the long-term bond rates are going to equate with Germany's because Japan has a much worse fundamental credit situation than Germany, but the German rates are 2.8% for 10-year bonds, so I can't see why Japanese rates are going to stop at 1.9%.
Yeah, that's a fair point. David Roche, as always, thanks so much for taking the time. Happy holidays to you.
And to you.
Right.
And to you.
Let's slip into a very quick break. Markets on the other side. Do stay tuned.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
You know, Tamanna, a lot of people looking forward to Christmas. Of course, that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to. But a lot of people looking forward to taking off from the new airport on Christmas Day as well. You went there. You got a sneak peek. What was it like?
Yeah, so this is going to be exciting. The Navi Mumbai International Airport will open up on 25th December. And I had the opportunity to get in there, look at this state-of-the-art technologically driven airport, and it's truly wow. And I had a chance to catch up with Jeet Adani, who's the director of Adani Airports, and talk about why this is not just another place to catch a flight from. It's a labor of love. We'll play out a snippet of that interview, and you'll see the whole interview later on NDTV Profit as well. But what really came to mind during that conversation, Alex, and I must tell you, is the attention to detail. And I'll give you two examples. One is that unlike most airports, if you are catching a flight to Kolkata, you will see details of your flight, not just in English and Hindi, but you'll see it in Bengali as well.
Interesting.
And it will be in that way for any regional language, depending on where you're taking the flight. So that attention that this airport is not only for the well-heeled, the range of food, for example, there are going to be Michelin star restaurants there as well, and a vada pav, which is much cheaper than at current airports. And this is something they made a point to think about, that you should not pay 400 rupees for a vada pav. It should be available for at least $100 at the airport. So a lot more of those little details in that interview, but take a look at a chunk of that conversation.
Good afternoon, passengers. This is the pre-boarding announcement for flight 3728.
Ready for takeoff.
Santa's bringing a very special gift to Maharashtra and the people of MMR this Christmas, because the Navi Mumbai International Airport will open its doors for passengers. This has been the need of the hour in a place which is so congested. And now you're going to have this swanky airport. You're seeing the sneak peek here. And with me to speak about it is Jeet Adani, Director of Adani Airports. Jeet, thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
This place looks fabulous.
Yeah. It's turned out quite nice.
And it's been a labor of love, isn't it? Because you're thinking of bringing in an airport not just as another service for passengers, but also as an experience.
Of course. So that's the whole idea behind Navi Mumbai, that, you know, we've really thought through the design, the elements that have gone in, everything from the point of view of experience. There's things that you haven't seen today in the sneak peek, but a lot of the passengers you will see. You know, where you can just spend at least 2 to 3 hours just going and staring into things. And every single thing, from the food to the art to the hospitality, the staff training to the retail, everything has been so carefully curated, keeping in mind our passengers. And although one thing I'll tell you, it's not keeping in mind only our richest passengers, it's also keeping in mind our entire passenger set. People who are actually flying for the first time.
Yeah.
People who, you know, are working professional. People, of course, the 1%, but also the bottom 50%.
No, so talk to me a little more about that, because this ties in beautifully with the concept of Udan.
Exactly.
Right? Which is,
yes,
you know, Hawai Chappal bhi Hawai Jahaz mein, which is where that concept started from. How do you build that into design elements of something which is a huge infrastructural service?
So I would say a couple of things. One is, and I'll show you on the screen, that if you see a small thing, people who are flying for the first time, there's a good chance that some of them might not even know Hindi if they're coming from, you know, Mumbai is such a big city.
Yeah.
So anywhere they're coming from or they're going to, depending on the location, the languages change. Yeah, it's the first. I don't think it's done anywhere else in India. That if someone is going to Kolkata from Mumbai, Kolkata of course is written in English, but then it's written below in Bengali. If you're going to Gujarat, Ahmedabad, it will be written in Gujarati underneath it. So that gives that sort of, you know, very small thing I'm saying, but it tells us a lot about the mindset.
No, so come to that point again, which you made. I thought that was very interesting, where you said that the person will see the name of the place they're going in the language where they're going to.
Of course, yeah. So it's a small insight into the mindset that's gone in. But even if we look at the overall commercial offering, And this came to me actually when I was in Mumbai airport at the food court. Food court is a place where you normally go to get an affordable bite to eat, right? But you go there and there's a vada pav there for 430 rupees. Or it could have been 530, I don't remember. Come, let's go on a ride and
continue this conversation.
Absolutely. So we went to the food court and I was appalled to see that, boss, how can the vada pav be here for 430 rupees? I buy it outside for 40 rupees. And so that's when we actually started developing the retail strategy for here. We've cut all the middlemen and directly gone down to the chef and being able to price not at 40 rupees of a lariwala, but at least at a decent enough price of 80, 100 rupees, where people don't feel like they're being gouged.
All right, that's just a small bit of that interview, a sneak peek of the interview and the airport going forward, but it's going to be exciting times. And of course, you can see that entire conversation on all NDTV platforms through the day as well. All right, going to Amrish Balika very quickly, and the pre-open session has started. Amrish, thank you for joining in. First off, in terms of some of the factors today leading to the markets, a lot of positive news flow. Accenture, not bad for Indian IT, and if you look at what's happening with steel and anti-dumping duties coming in, US markets also giving good flows coming in. No shocks or surprises. Bank of Japan, everything as we expected. What really now is the sector or the space that we should look at with this backdrop?
No, the sector and the space we should look at is what I have been looking at in the last couple of months is basically consumption. That's where I see still some more decent headroom left, especially with the sort of a GST cut which we have seen in September. So it would be FMCG, it would be white goods, it would be auto, including passenger vehicles and two-wheelers. So I think this is the space to be looked at still.
Okay. Let's talk about a few stocks that are moving initially this morning. Not too many very big movers. For one, ITI is something that you should probably keep on your radar. But I wonder how the IT pack is initially doing. So pull up the constituents of the Nifty IT just to see what they're doing. Because there was not too much that some people have said in the read-through for the IT companies through Accenture. So it's not reacting in a very large manner. On the charts though, let me ask Kush what he thinks, whether he would trade any one of these, particularly because there's been resilience, Kush, for the IT index as a whole in the recent past, hasn't there?
In fact, it has been an outlier. If you see the last couple of days of movement, it's been very encouraging. And that is largely because of what the big boys are doing. Unlike the banking space where HDFC, ICICI haven't really participated. In fact, they've been consolidating with a negative bias. IT stocks, TCS, Infosys, even Wipro for that matter, which usually tends to fall a little lower on the pecking order, has been doing well. So Wipro also has a catch-up trade, plus also there is a golden crossover of the 20 and the 50, and then the 200-day moving average. I think this makes a good near-term trade, on the long side. So for Wipro, 270, 285 are fairly reasonable targets on the upside, and on the downside, you've got supports at the 255 zone. That's one stock that you can consider. Also Persistent, it's been facing that resistance at the 20-day moving average for the last 5 sessions, but given what the market is doing, a positive bias is something that you take heart from. So Persistent also looks good. I think on the upside, 6450 and 6600, those are your targets. And on the downside, stop loss at 6250.
6382, well above that 1 lakh crore market cap mark for a Persistent Systems, and which is why we say that the non-Nifty names are not small caps or mid caps by any stretch of imagination. These are very large companies. LTIMindtree, Emphasis, Persistence of the world. Keep them in mind. Okay, on to a big brokerage call for the day today. Jefferies has initiated a buy on Grow. Sharad joins in with more details on the rationale behind this. And Sharad, I'm very keen to know why you've chosen this, because there are a clutch of brokerage notes out there today. Why this note?
Well, this is a very interesting note because the discussion was going on that the size of the Grow is actually being compared to Robinhood, and that's a very major player when it comes to the global brokerage. So they are actually placing, Jefferies is placing Grow as a very big multi-asset global player. They have initiated buy with a target price of 180 rupees per share. The Groww has already become the largest broker, and they have left back Zerodha. And for the last 3 odd months, we are seeing a very high market share also coming in from Groww. They have stated that the product velocity is a key driver of growth, which is similar to Robinhood, and the Groww is expected to have a lot of levers going ahead, and especially a 35% EPS CAGR expected in the next 3 years. Almost a 19% growth also expected in the broking business, led by vintage clients and the market share gains which the company has been doing. Also, they're expecting a 5x growth in new initiatives. This comes in from the margin trading facility and wealth management segment, and the management has been bullish also in interviews with NDTV Profit regarding these new businesses, and a 700 bips margin expansion also expected to come in as operational efficiency and AI also kicks in. So a lot of bullish commentary coming in from the broking houses, be it domestic or even foreign.
Well, frankly, if it's a 700 basis points margin expansion, then the target price is a lot lower than what it would be otherwise. But Sharad, very interesting note chosen. Thank you so much for giving the rationale as well. And Amrish Baliga, I'm wondering if fundamentally, are you enthused about investing in a Groww? Jefferies may have its own rationale, you might have yours. Would you do that, or would you choose some of the traditional brokers which are trading at a fraction of these valuations? But of course, the growth rates will be different.
No, see, I think people will pay a premium for the sort of a growth which Groww is showing. But despite that, I would say it is expensive and will get possibly more expensive going ahead. So from a short to medium term perspective, yes, I think it can move up. But from a slightly longer term perspective, I think one should be looking at some of the wealth management companies, which I think will show a consistent growth. I mean, if you're talking on the next 4-5 years, so something like a Nuvama or a 360 ONE, I think these are the ones should be looked at from a longer term perspective. But Groww, yes, from a short term perspective, yes, you could have that momentum, which can take it to those levels of 160 to 180.
Okay, interesting. Amrish, why don't I extend that to ask you about the AMCs, right? Because already you have one entrant that will come through today, ICICI Pru AMC, and then sometime next year you're going to have SBI join the fray as well. So it's a pretty, soon you're going to have quite a few options to choose from. What do you think about this, especially in the context of what you saw yesterday with the SEBI notification coming through that was largely positive for the space?
Yeah, that's true. And at the same time, just look at the sort of inflows. I mean, they're just not stopping. I mean, if you see the last 1 year, if you see retail and HNI portfolios, the direct portfolios where they're investing directly in the markets, most of those portfolios are showing losses. Whereas if you look at the small cap and the mid cap funds, they're still doing much better than what the individual portfolios are doing. So what I see happening possibly in like the new year, calendar year 2026, is there could be people who are investing directly could also move to mutual funds because they've been performing better. So I think the flows are going to increase going ahead, and I think that's extremely positive for the AMCs. And one of the best AMCs to be invested in right now would be HDFC AMC.
Amrish, what are you making of the IT pack, the IT index closing very smartly in the pre-open session? Right. Any picks over here from what we're seeing with Accenture? It's only likely to build up.
Accenture, yes, I think from that point of view, it is positive for the IT space, but I would say it's a near-term positive, and you also have the rupee depreciating. But we have always seen in the past that whenever rupee depreciates, it's a short-term positive because things get adjusted over a longer period of time. Because I would still wait and watch for the next at least 2 quarters to see the sort of stability in the flows of the orders. So, I mean, I would wait. I wouldn't really jump in at this point of time. But yes, there's a short-term trade, but a short-term trade could be just about 5 to 6% upside.
Okay, Kush, I want to ask you about a couple of movers in the pre-open session, and interestingly, 2 of them on clarifications. BLS International is the first one. They've put out an exchange notification saying that they've got relief from the Delhi High Court on the debarment which came in from the Ministry of External Affairs. That stock about 4% up in the pre-open session. Ola Electric is the other one with a clarification that finally the promoter selling is done. Do you see Ola Electric maybe seeing a bit of a bump up? And I'll add two more, Swiggy and Wari entering F&O from 31st.
So, Tamanna, let me start with the easy one. Ola Electric is an avoid. Has been for a while, the kind of selling pressure that it's seen, even if the promoter selling has come off now, the kind of moves that you're seeing on the downside, not encouraging. So I'll say an avoid on Ola Electric. BLS International, good moves, but now with the kind of selling that it's seen, comes up at the resistance of 330, 332. So that's something that you very want to book profit. The one that you can consider from a near-term momentum perspective among the other two names that you've mentioned is Swiggy. Good support at the 200-day moving average. Last couple of sessions, 20 and the 50-day moving average taken out. I think has room on the upside. 431, and if that is taken out, 442. These are your targets on the upside. Keep a stop loss at near the 405 mark, which is a good support zone. So among the two Wari and Swiggy, I would pick Swiggy.
Amongst the two Wari and Swiggy, Kush is picking Swiggy. I wonder if Premier Energies and some of the others as well, which are in the list, could be interesting stocks to look at from a trade perspective. By the way, Premier Energies will talk to us today, so keep an eye out for that conversation. But Kush Bora, 40 seconds left. If you had to bet on one stock for your top trade today, which one would that be?
So Neeraj, I'll reiterate the call on pre-call that we had in the morning. 690, 710, those are your targets on the upside. 650, that's your stop loss.
Pre-call, 690 or 710 is the target. But Kush, sorry, the risk reward is not in favor if 650 is the stop loss.
Well, the opening is just making it a little uncomfortable. But other than that, if you see the second target and the first target, 1:2 risk reward ratio.
Okay. Kush, sticking to pre-call, keep that in mind with a stop of 650 versus the current price of 674. Keep that in mind. That's a deeper stop loss, but keep that stock at the back of your mind. Here's how the market is starting this Friday, about 1/3%. So pre-BOJ, post-BOJ, there's no change. The implied open was suggesting this. We kind of starting here. Banks are flat, but IT is doing well. Some excitement post-Accenture. Though when I looked at the commentary, there wasn't anything dramatic which Accenture said which could have led to this, but clearly the street likes it. Maybe the heavyweights are participating. 0.4 for the Sensex. Mid caps and small caps may not be as active. Yes, they are not. About 0.2% for the mid caps, 0.25% for the small cap. This is a large cap IT driven move on the indices. Let's get the heat map up on the screen. See the top corner. There is Max Health on the 1,000 crore investment into a hospital in Pune, I presume. That stock is doing 1.6% higher. Infi then, 1.3%. Tata Motors passenger vehicle, some flows because of Sensex rebalancing. Actually, it was getting out, but be that as it may, up 1%. Airtel, up about 1%. Eternal. Adani Enterprises, closer to the Navi Mumbai airport opening up, 0.7%. There is a Wipro, there is a Reliance, which is giving support as well. So today, we'll just look at the point contributors as well, but this seems to be the order of the day. Max Health is running away. Not everything else is. So Reliance is up. Bharti is participating. Heavyweights duly taking the markets higher, not too many losers. Shriram Finance 1.7% higher. Buy the rumor, sell the news, or as the news is approaching, maybe. Nestle, M&M, Titan are just around there. So only one stock worth mentioning on the losing side, Shriram Finance. Rest, it's all gaining, and it's a big green on the screen. Just before I hand it over to Tamanna, get the heat map once again on the Nifty, and you'll see the quantum of green here. It's a really good start for the benchmark indices. I just wanted the Nifty 50 heat map, if we can. Just a nice tinge of green today, and now about 0.42% higher. Over to you guys in Delhi. Tamanna.
Okay, so I'm going to get to stocks specifically right away because it's a good opening all around. Nifty, of course, 0.5% up, but if you look at banks are doing okay. IT is the star of the show, right? Let's pull up the Nifty IT as well, and then the small cap and the mid cap indices, and look at what's happening there. So Bank Nifty a little sluggish, as we said. The Nifty IT is about 0.5% up and gaining. Mid cap stocks about 0.25% up, and the small cap is doing okay as well. Fairly a fair bit of green on the screen, which is always great. No one's complaining about that. But I want to come to specific stocks this morning and tell you what's happening. Some of the movers in the broader markets. Look at BLS. International. We spoke about this right before we got into the opening session as well. Relief from the Delhi High Court. You're seeing that stock 4.5% up. Ola Electric, our technical analyst says it's an avoid. The clarification has been issued yesterday saying no more selling. We're not going to do this anymore. That stock 5% up this morning. Is there a short-term trade? There's what you have to look out for. IndusInd is another one that has issued a clarification in which it's a bit of an admittance rather than just a clarification that yes, the SFIO is asking them questions. The stock is flat right now. Wari, Swiggy have been in focus. They're entering F&O space from December 31st. And that is something that you should look at as well. Wari is about 3% up at this point. Swiggy has anyway been showing a lot of action. It's a flat at this point, although Grow and Lenskart are the other two that we are seeing. There have been some positive brokerage notes coming in and with a good wordplay on both. Billion Brains Garage could be the next Robin Hood, says one brokerage house. For Lenskart, they say it's iconic with EYE-conic. So that stock is about 2.5% up. IT stocks will be in focus because of the Accenture results. And I want to get to the specific ones as well. Let's look at the broader IT stocks. Let's look at what an LTI Mindtree is doing. Infosys, of course, about 1% up. TCS also doing okay. But let's look at an LTI Mindtree. Let's look at a Coforge. Let's look at what's happening in the broader market, I would say mid-cap IT space, L&T Tech, about 1.5% up. So these are some of the movers at this point and not looking half bad. LTI Mindtree actually seeing a bit of a knock was one of the picks that Rahul Jain gave us this morning from a wider perspective. AI is the game for IT, so that's how you should pick your IT companies.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about a few more stocks, Tamanna, from the broad market. I was actually just going to tell you about LTI Mindtree, but you spotted it before I did. And it is, in fact, the stock that Rahul liked this morning, highlighted it to us. ITI doing particularly well today, up about 9.6% as well. Wari Energies is up about 3% or so. Remember, Tamanna told you earlier today, it enters that F&O space in just a bit at the end of the month. Devi's Lab is doing well, NetWeb Technologies, AB Realty. But if you pull up the sectoral indices, what you will see is that the IT index as a whole is cooled off just a tad bit. And it is now trading with gains of about 0.5% or so. So pull up the sectoral heat map if you can, and you will see what I'm talking about. And you have the pharma index as a whole that's doing well at this moment. That is up about 0.7% or actually close to 1% or so. It's all green on the screen though, so that is a positive. The realty index is now up about 0.7%, and defense is doing well. It's up about 0.6% or so. Auto, oil and gas, energy, everything is up and about. It's buzzing. The question though to Amrish Baliga is on Max Health, and ultimately the hospital story is something that is, unless something changes materially in our physiology, perennial, right? And the setting up a facility or super specialty facility in Pune, very populated, a growing city, and in fact pretty much an urban metro right now. What are the prospects for earnings going forward, in your opinion? And would this be the pick for the hospital space?
No, hospital space, see, overall, we have seen earnings improving year on year for most of the larger hospital companies. But again, there my best pick would still be Apollo Hospitals. But Max, we have seen a decent correction from those higher levels of about 1,300 or so. So we could see a bounce back to about 1150, 1200 levels. But if you're talking of longer term, I would still pick Apollo Hospital.
Okay. Kush Bora, opening thoughts now that the IT stocks have shown their hand and are really zooming. Is it the end of the long trade on IT? Would you book profits, or is it good to initiate fresh?
No. I would not go out and book profits. It's a good idea to perhaps hold on to your long positions with a stop loss or a trailing stop loss. Yes, we are seeing some profit booking, but I think the kind of moves that you've seen, this outperformance might just continue for some more time, and club that with what banking is doing. Comparatively softer opening, now gaining ground. I think this bodes well for the overall market sentiment as well. Also, just a quick word on the Nifty. The main concern that I had on Nifty was the previous 4 sessions lower high, lower low formation. That got taken out right at the opening. We're sustaining there. If it does sustain for the next 30 minutes, there's a good possibility that there'll be a short covering rally that will come in. You're already seeing a bit of that on the 25,900 call. If we do move a little higher, then that short covering could get a little aggressive. 26,000. That's the that's the line in sand. Also, the 20-day moving average that needs to be watched. A closing above that will perhaps turn the tide for the better. So right now we have a good opening. The sustainability is a question. So just be a little constructive. I wouldn't suggest a trade just yet because we've seen selling coming in the second half. So be a little watchful. Perhaps Monday is the day when you go out and trade on Nifty.
Selling coming in the second half, but also at 25,750, we're seeing buying as well. That's like kind of the line in the sand these days in the last 1 month, seemingly that zone. So bear that in mind as well. 25,935 currently, but Kush's advice is well taken. By the way, he was spot on. Nippon Life is the top loser today. So profit booking has happened in some of those AMC names ahead of the ICICI approved listing. Keep that in mind. Ola Electric is zooming. Shriram Finance is in focus as well. By the way, just before we get to Shriram Finance, keep in mind some of the pharma names have zoomed in trade. Divi's, Newland, Blue Jet Health, all of these are up in trade because Donald Trump has gone ahead and signed the Biosecure Act. So big sharp move into some of these names as we see them. Amrish Baliga, very quickly, are you a buyer into the CDMO stroke pharma exporters because of this Biosecure Act?
Yeah, I think this is extremely positive for this space. And one of the picks which I would have in that space clearly is Gland Pharma. Again, I mean, they're the largest as far as sterile injectables are concerned, oncology injectables and ophthalmic injectables. And I mean, their acquisition, which they did in 2022, Zenzi, I mean, that's turned around extremely well. So here, in fact, I'm looking at a price level of about 2,400 or so over the next 6 to 8 months.
Out what is flashing at the bottom of the screen, and for viewers that tune in on an ongoing basis, they of course know that that's where the news breaks. But we're talking about the Indian rupee, and it's been in focus all of the course of the last 10 to 12 days, in particular because of the slide that you've seen. It went below that 90 mark. And rather, it went above the 91 mark, if you can think about the depreciation of the rupee, and it is now once again fallen below the 90 mark. So in the span of 2 sessions or thereabouts, it's actually fallen by over a rupee, which is very, very substantial for a currency. And of course, for the Indian rupee, it has implications for foreign institutional investors as well, particularly because it changes the dynamic somewhat with regard to the dollar gains that they will have had over the course of the year so far, which are not too much at this point in any case. But still it looks better.
No, so if you look at the markets this morning, there's a confluence, Alex, of good news in that sense. BOJ comes in where you expect. That's also maybe aiding to what's happening with the rupee. But the fact that you're back to below 90 after 6 trading sessions is great. Maybe some intervention from the central bank also helping that. Not that 89.99 is, comforting, but at least we're below the $90 mark. US markets have ended well. Those global cues are looking positive. So overall, it's turning out to be an important day in that sense. I want to quickly go to Kush on some of the stocks that he's spotting before we get into more details on what's happening with the rupee. And watch out for, we were talking about pharma this morning. Apart from the Biosecure Act, even an improved rupee is good for sectors which have to import large quantums of raw materials. So pharma will hold out well as well, textiles, etc., all of those. Kush, what are you spotting after the opening and especially in pharma?
Yeah, I think a couple of names have already been discussed. The one that stands out and yet again is outperforming, or moving higher is Laurus Labs. We've discussed this stock a few times. For the last month, good part of the last month, it has been consolidating and facing resistance at the 1,020 mark. Today, if you see, that's been taken out. Of course, there's the positive news impetus, that tailwind also coming in. But I remain constructive on Laurus Labs. That long trade continues. The consolidation was healthy because the excesses have now cooled off. Support at the 20-day moving average. So I think you should consider a long trade or rather a positional long trade on Laurus Labs for targets of 1,080 and 1,120 plus targets. Keep your stop losses at the 20-day moving average, which is close to the 1,010 mark. So Laurus Labs in the pharma pack still looking good.
Got it. All right, let's talk about the rupee as well. And we've spoken about why we're talking about it. It's hovering very close to that 90 per dollar mark. But this is the first time that actually broke below that 90 mark in trade in 6 sessions. And we're joined by Abhishek Goenka, India Forex and Asset Management. Abhishek, this is the nature of things, right? When the rupee goes to 91, there's a large hue and cry, and understandably so. It's moved back below or very close to that 90 mark very quickly, and seemingly this is because of the RBI intervention. Is that what you're seeing as well? Do we expect a further up move for the rupee?
So time and again, this gets repeated. I think this time also it was a little stretch, as I was mentioning last time. So I think now RBI is pretty active in terms of intervention. Yesterday's intervention was worth $4 to $5, what we hear. And in 5 minutes, rupee came by 1 rupee. So we have to respect the strength of the central bank. And now, since people know that central bank is pretty active, and we are seeing continuous selling on the dollar rupee, I think we're going to get to more reasonable levels. So I think more 1 rupee down from the current levels is very much possible. And also, I think the CPI numbers in America has been down, which further escalates more rate cuts in America. That also gives us an advantage in terms of interest rates, which was going against us. So all these things are good. I think hope for the best that rupee starts appreciating and gives comfort to the investors outside. And I think the equity markets are also up. Once the rupee stabilizes, I think the foreign investors also get a chance to start investing in India again. I think that's something they are also watching.
Abhishek, that was going to be my question. Just a quick view on when you anticipate this to play out over what time is what I'm trying to get, right? So you've seen a very sharp move from those above 91 levels to where we're standing right now. And we were discussing the fact that it presents an opportunity for foreign institutional investors to deploy as well. But the expectation was that they would probably start doing that in the new year. Do you anticipate that that might actually happen earlier, assuming that you expect this move by 1 rupee on the upside to take place faster?
Very difficult to decide because it's already New Year. So most of them would be unwinding their positions right now. But what I want to say is that once they get a comfort that the rupee depreciation which was out of whack, is being controlled, and they're all sitting in sidelines, and they would definitely be interested to start putting money in India. Anyways, the valuations have corrected a lot, especially on the large caps. So I think they would start getting interested. Rupee was a dampener, and now once it stabilizes, I think they would be interested. Time, very difficult to guess the time.
Okay, Abhishek, thank you so much. I think that's a big one coming in from Abhishek Goenka of India Forex and Assets, that you might see a strengthening of the rupee of a further whole 1 rupee from where it is right now. So that's important to say. Okay, so like we said, confluence of factors working, and look at the mood in the markets. I want to pull up the intraday of the Nifty, and 150 points up now on the key index, coming in, going from strength to strength at the day's high. And of course, we're only 16 minutes since markets open. What's the Nifty call, Kush, before we let you go? It's turning out to be a TGIF and a good Friday.
Indeed it is, but Tamanna, I think I would rather take a buy call on the Bank Nifty because it's clearly above the 20-day moving average. The previous day's highs, that's been taken out. The index is now catching steam. So if you were to take a trade on the long side, it would be on the Bank Nifty for near-term targets of 59,400 and then 59,800. Keep a stop loss at the 58,700 mark, so a tight stop loss and a potentially higher upside. Also, if you see Nifty might just face resistance, from a near-term perspective. So once it's in the clear of the 26,000 mark is when you go out and take a long trade on Nifty. But Bank Nifty, that's your long trade.
Is the long trade right now, not quite the Nifty. Pull up the Bank Nifty, and that's also okay off the day's high, but okay, that's the long trade coming in. Both indices rising sharply. Nifty IT about half a percent up right now. Bank Nifty is still about 0.25% up. but you're seeing Nifty Pharma as the key winner there. But then, of course, also a smaller segment of stocks in that index. Thank you so much, Kush. Thank you so much, Ambrish, for joining in on this leg of India Market Open. I hope you guys have a great weekend. It's at least starting off superbly, especially for the Nifty Pharma. But moving focus to some of our corporate conversations, Ratan India is in the spotlight after announcing a partnership with a company called Noon to launch e-commerce retailing in the Gulf. The company has set up Cocoa Blue Global Retail in the UAE. For more on this, before we get to that conversation with the management of the company, I'm going across to Puneet. Puneet, start by telling us in 2 lines about Ratan India, what it does, and of course, what the announcement is.
Well, it's a confluence of businesses essentially, because Cocoa Brew, while being in the retail marketplace, is one of the main businesses for Ratan India Enterprises. They also have Revolt Motorcycle, which is an EV motorcycle business in this company, as well as a drone manufacturing company in Neo Sky. So there is a confluence of businesses in this one holding company. 2,000 crores of revenues is what they do on a quarterly basis, but it is loss making at this point of time. So that would be my first question to the management in terms of profitability. Where is the targets on Cocoa Brew specifically venturing into a new geography? What kind of differentiator will this be to the company's overall operations in India as well? Because we know a confluence of e-commerce companies in India and how competitive it is. So the part to profitability on that as well. And finally, in terms of Revolt as well, because they are into an EV motorcycle business, while not the main peg of this particular conversation, it is an interesting business because we are seeing Bajaj as well as Eicher also committing to enter the EV motorcycle space. So how do they manage to counter the competition, because Ola Electric is already there as we speak? These will be some of the key talking points of this holding company, which has multiple businesses.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for lining that up for us, Puneet. We're joined this morning by Rajiv Ratan, who's the chairman of Ratan India Group. Mr. Ratan, thanks so much for taking the time. And let's first talk about this a new line that you've set up, or this new business or partnership that you've gotten into in the Gulf. Take us through what the thinking was, what the revenue potential is, and when it becomes accretive for you.
Good morning. Thanks for getting me over. So just a quick snapshot of our current business. We do 4.4 orders a second. That's 24 hours a day, whether it's holiday, Sunday, or all days. We have about 8.5 million SKUs. So that's the variety of goods that we sell. Our current sales is about $1 billion a year in India. And we've served 99.9% PIN codes in the country. So that's the current business. Now we have opened up UAE and Gulf area, and we have entered into a very deep partnership with Noon. And you asked the right question, revenue potential. Our revenue potential is going to be 1.5 times of the India business. That's the revenue potential we are looking at. It's a very, very deep partnership, and it will also go beyond sourcing not just from India, but from around the world. And we are going to be selling not just in UAE, but wherever Noon is. And Noon is a big marketplace. And Noon is let's say, equivalent of it's doing as good as Amazon in India, or even Amazon in the Middle East, or even better. And Noon has parentage of sovereign wealth funds of the region of Middle East. So it's a highly capitalized marketplace, and we are going to be selling on Noon various categories which will be sourced from around the world. And we are hugely excited about the business. And there were some earlier comments about profitability. I just want to clear the air on that. What you see in Ratan India Enterprises, sometimes there's a loss because it holds about 20% in Ratan India Power. So when the Ratan India Power stock from quarter to quarter is down, then that M2M loss shows up. If we remove that, our businesses are profitable net, out of which e-commerce has been profitable from day one. So that is something which is a clear distinction I want to make. We are a profitable business from day one, not just today. and Revolt is also on the path to profitability. It will be breaking even in next year, and it's all we are very, very excited about this new partnership that we have done and with Noon in Middle East.
Yeah, I'm glad that you've been listening to what my colleague was pointing out with regard to the company. And let me ask you a follow-up on that. If you're saying that the revenue potential of this pact that you've gotten into with Noon is 1.5 times the India revenue, over what period do you anticipate that this will take place in? Is there a ramp-up phase, or do you anticipate that in the initial phase itself you'll be able to do 1.5x?
Very, very good question. Yes, we hope to reach that number within the next 12 months. There is always some ramp up, but the ramp up will be very, very fast. And within next 12 months, we really believe that this will be bigger than India business.
Mr. Ratan, a very good morning. This is Tamanna here, and thank you for coming in and speaking to us. I'm just going to pull back a little before I talk more about Noon and some of those points you've mentioned. Give us the revenue contribution of each of your segments, and how important does the e-commerce marketplace bit become, and how much of a share does it have in the overall pie?
So e-commerce is our largest business today. So this year we are on the path to about 8,000 crores. And Revolt and drones are smaller businesses. So right now e-commerce is the largest part. And basically we are not a marketplace. I just want to distinguish here. We are a retail accelerator for brands. So we sell on other marketplaces like Amazon in India, and we'll be selling on Noon in Middle East. So running a marketplace requires a very, very different kind of capital and skill set. We are not a marketplace. We sell about 2,000 brands. So what we do is we are helping brands scale up their online presence. In the world offline system, which is whether own store or franchisee or distributor or dealership, that system has been existing for centuries, and it has been more or less perfected or fully learned by all the brands. E-commerce, selling on e-commerce is barely 20 years old, 25 let's say. And that is where we come in, and we are helping brands scale up their sales on e-commerce platforms. So we are a e-commerce accelerator, so to say, for brands, and that is why they come to us. And we are selling all kinds of brands in India, and we hope to beat that brand number as well as revenue number in Middle East very soon.
Okay. No, so I'm going to come back and sort of double click on that question, Mr. Ratan, because you say that you're an e-commerce accelerator, but not a marketplace. You've tied up with a marketplace. So what is the moat, or what is, and also if you can tell me a comparative company, what does this business model then look like specifically, which is different from an e-commerce or a marketplace player?
See, marketplace is like an Amazon or Flipkart. Or Meesho. So, we are not that. We sell on Amazon. So, for example, X brand, they have offline presence, but when they want to ramp up their online sales, that's when they come to us. We buy inventory in bulk from them, and for them it's like a single shot sale to us. And then we sell that on the marketplace. We have tons of data on that. We know how to sell, how to do risk management of the inventory. We know what to store where in which fulfillment center.
So this is why brands need you, because a lot of brands go directly to the marketplace. So what then is the value add that you bring, and then what is the
Because
commercials or
we
the
help them
revenue model
increase their
thereon?
sales. They are absolutely free to go to the marketplace, but in the end they come to us because we are selling way more than they can themselves on the marketplace, and that is why you see our sales. It's 8,000 crores. It's not a small number. If you look at any new age company in
which is
India, 8,000 crores is a significant number. So there is a reason why
Absolutely.
brands come to us.
Yeah, Mr. Ratan, and I'm glad that you're explaining this model, because a lot of more people will understand how it works. But then, just so that I'm absolutely clear on this, these brands will then give you a fee. Is this a fee that is an ongoing fee, or is it on a per product basis? How does it work?
No, we buy the inventory from them, and then we are selling on the marketplace, and then we make a margin. So it is buying from them and then selling on the marketplace, and managing all the marketplace pricing, as well as where to store what. Every geography is huge. India is huge. So what gets stored in a fulfillment center near Gurgaon will be very different from what gets stored in a fulfillment center for the same brand near Chennai. So and everybody wants like
And
next
to be
day,
clear, when you're selling on the marketplace in the UAE, will you also manage logistics and transport, etc., or is that somebody else's responsibility?
No, we tend to use marketplaces logistics for a fee. So in India, we use Amazon Logistics, which is available to all the 10 lakh sellers which are there on Amazon. So we pay a fee for that. Likewise in UAE with Noon, our goods will be stored in Noon warehouses, and Noon Logistics will be used for a fee.
Good talk.
So we are not a lot.
I wish I could spend a little more time.
We only
I got
focus
it.
on inventory and selling, and not on the logistics.
Yes. No, absolutely, and you've been patient. You explained your model with us and the prospects as well, Mr. Ratan. Thanks so much for taking the time, and we will speak about the prospects going forward, and I'm sure that we'll speak post earnings as well, because that will give our viewers, your investors, a clearer idea of how the business works and what the numbers to focus on are. All right, let's talk about Syrma SGS, and this is a company that is in focus after it has announced a strategic foray into defense with maritime, and or rather defense and maritime, with the acquisition of a majority stake in Elcome Integrated Systems for 235 crore rupees. Puneet joining in to tell you about the significance of that. Puneet, very important, of course, and this is a company that you've been tracking closely. Tell us about this.
Well, it's a big acquisition, and while it was announced earlier, they have completed that 60% stake in Elcome. Now, this gives them entry into defense as well as the maritime business. But largely, talking to Mr. Gujral about this, the first question largely was on the application of what it could be. Firstly, in India, is it largely going to be India-centric in terms of defense, or is this also going to be export-oriented? And let me go across to Mr. Gujral to get that perspective, firstly, to start this conversation off with.
You see, this acquisition of Elcome is a very strategic foray in a very sort of a sensitive, technology-sensitive area, which is the defense sector. Syrma was not present in the defense sector, and we were scouting for a credible partner for the last couple of years. And we found one such partner in Elcome. Now, it's a company with a rich legacy of 40 plus years, 45 years, and very strong into system integration and solutions for the maritime, defense, paramilitary, and other forces. We believe with this foot in the door in the defense sector, it gives us an opportunity to grow this business in the years to come. For the coming year or 2 years, it will be expanding on the portfolio of Elcome. And we expect that in about 2 years' time, this business, which is around 225 crores now, should be upwards of 350 crores. And with a sort of a healthy profit EBITDA margins of 24-25%. Going forward, that is beyond 2 years, I think we would be able to bring in other technology partners to expand the portfolio of our offering to the defense sector. And that's a time when the real sort of growth in the defense sector will come. We are very excited about it. And with the Made in India of the Government of India initiatives, I think this will fulfill one critical thing. Currently, I believe it will be predominantly defense-oriented, so domestic-oriented business. I personally don't see immediately in the next 2 years or so scope for exports. But once we expand the product offerings and we have other technology tie-ups, I think exports would be a crucial factor in the long run, not in the short run. Short run, it will be predominantly domestic.
And you know, fair point, Mr. Gujral, because you are expecting, you are already in a 9.5-10% EBITDA margin range, which is much higher than the 3 to 4% you did in Q1 of FY25, for example. So going to 24 with this vertical, you know, the growth seems very impressive, and 350 crores that you mentioned in terms of revenue in the next 2 to 3 years. So in that case, exports currently are 24% of your revenue for first half of FY26. Do you expect that this could go to a third of the total revenue in a couple of years? And where do you expect that growth to come from?
See, on exports, we have our own internal targets to have 1/3 of our revenues coming in from exports. And the first half was good. The third quarter has also been good. Despite all the uncertainties of the tariffs, we have been able to grow our exports. And I'm very confident in about 2 years' time, 2 to 3 years' time, we should be able to cross the 30% threshold. 1/3, because the domestic business is growing very fast, I really can't say that it will be 33%, but I'm confident we should be able to cross the 30% threshold in about 2 years' time.
Also, Mr. Gujral, you know, you did about 3,700 crores in terms of revenues in FY25. The last time we spoke, you gave a very ambitious target of $1 billion revenue by FY28. That's 30% growth every year for the next 3 years. When you look at, you know, that kind of growth, is there estimates already baked in for PCBs as well as HDI, or is this largely that the current businesses that you operate, the acquisitions that you've done, those will largely be reflecting in that $1 billion revenue mark?
See, when we had spoken after the H1, we had set in a target of about $1 billion by FY28 or thereabout. And I think that sort of target or the objective still stands very much firmly rooted in the psyche of the management. And we are endeavoring that we should be able to reach that figure. In my personal opinion, all the future inorganic expansions should add on to that target. It is not inclusive in that target.
That's Sarma SGS with their thoughts. Let's cut across to Nimesh Shah of ICICI Pro AMC addressing the media ahead of listing.
Wealth and growth of employees. All four are important. All four growths are important. So people have been asking me, what will change? Right? You're getting listed. A lot of congratulatory message from across India. And lot of people ask me, what will change? I always say, and what is the strategy? A lot of, so many analysts ask me so many questions. What will be the change in strategy? How will your strategy change? Etc. And I kept on telling them that nothing is going to change. Just because this is a very simple business, you manage money carefully. It is the common man who has given you money. There is no long strategy. I tell my board also, I tell my shareholder also, you have to manage money carefully. Once you manage money carefully, the customer makes money, right? He will give you more money to manage. And that's how profitable growth of the business also happens. So it's a profitable growth for all. And it gives me immense happiness that I have been able to be as a company, will do only one thing. We'll continue to manage money properly. Once we do that, if we manage money properly, the brand that we have got, the support that we have got of the entire ecosystem, we will do well as a company. And extremely important, last 3 months have been very, very interesting for me. All the investment bankers, we have got 18 investment bankers with us. We have got lawyers with us. We have got chartered accountants with us. All of you have worked very hard to ensure the success of this company. And along with the number of phone calls going on till 10, 11, 12 in the night with the lawyers, thanks a lot for the entire system. Last not but the least, the RTAs who have worked like mad.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फूड सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
Like your music is the background score to their life. What do these people watching you mean to you?
For me, it's the reward of all the hard work. And it's flattering to see somebody buying a ticket, hard-earned money. They buy it, they dress up, they bring the family, they go into the car, come and park. I kind of become the reason for them to get united. It's like a
Are things changing in the renewable energy ecosystem in India? The year has been fabulous. Will it continue to remain that way for some of the premier players? Well, the pun was intended. Vinay Rustagi, Chief Business Officer at Premier Energies, joins me on the show to talk about that and more. Vinay, great having you. Thanks for taking the time out. Good morning. And at the onset, somehow I always believe, Vinay, that the markets is a great indicator of what the sentiment around a sector is. And these days, good news in your sector are not getting rewarded, which means the market is worried about something. And there are some reports of PPAs not being honored, getting cancelled, rates having fallen, so on and so forth. Are things different business-wise than what they were, let's say, at the start of the year or back in 2024?
Sure. First of all, good morning. Thank you for having me. You're right. I mean, there has been a little bit of a negative news over the last few weeks. Having said that, the fundamentals of the business remain very, very attractive. The sector on the whole is going to grow by something like 50% over last year. And we expect a positive growth year on year over the next 5 to 10 years as well. So overall, things could not be better in my view. The government has been very clear that everything in the solar sector has to be made in India. We want to be self-sufficient. So it's a great time to be in the solar sector and in the manufacturing business. I would say, notwithstanding the movements of the market, the fundamentals of the business remain extremely attractive. and we are very positive about our future.
Okay. So, but what is this near-term pressure that I've heard you refer to it as well? Is it a pressing issue? Is it something that can be resolved? What's happening?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, there are 3-4 things which are kind of concerning the market. The first is there is a talk of a lot of new entrants coming into the market, of a little bit of, let's say, overheating the market, too much competition. That is one. Second is, the government has completed so many auctions over the last 2 years, and unsurprisingly, they haven't been able to find buyers for some of these auctions. So the result is that some of the tenders are being cancelled, projects are kind of not going ahead. Third, I would say is, there has been, delay in addition of new transmission capacity, because of which some projects are getting delayed. So I think these are the 3-4 reasons why the market has suddenly got a little bit of a concern. But like I said, yes, projects are getting delayed, some projects are getting cancelled, but we have a pipeline of more than 100 gigawatts, which is available and visible to the market, which is sufficient for 4 years of demand certainty. So, if you look at that, if you combine that with the growth in the residential rooftop solar scheme, and the PM Surya Ghar Yojana and the Kusum scheme for solar pumps, there is enough and more demand visibility in the market. I do strongly believe that there is a lot of noise in the system, and 2 or 3 of these news items have kind of come together, which has affected the market sentiment. But overall, the fundamentals are still very, very attractive.
Vinay, you will have to give me a bit of a leeway here. There is a very large listing en route. So I'll have to request you to just stay on if you can for a bit while we just address, because the listing happens at 10 a.m. So there is no way around that time. So I urge you to just stay on for a moment. In fact, 2 or 3 minutes maybe, as we just address the ICICI Pro AMC listing and then come back and continue this conversation. But this is the big one today, right? ICICI Pro getting listed, and one wonders what is in store for the AMC industry, as now 4 or 5 of the largest asset management firms in India are listed, and people can get a slice of that in the bourses as well. But as the management gets ready, in fact, there is Sandeep Bakshi out there as well, and rare appearance from him these days, if you will. He's the head honcho of ICICI Bank, of course, and Nimesh Shah and S. Narain next to him as well. And
thank you.
Let's
Thank
wait
you
for the
so
listing.
much. 23 seconds to go.
Okay, 20 seconds. Remember, viewers, the discovered price is about 20% higher than the issue price. So in some sense, it's a good listing. Okay, I think the listing is done. They're just waiting for... they are behind the clock maybe slightly. But the listing, yep, about 22% higher. Let's get the visuals up on the screen, please. Let's get the visuals up on the screen. 22% higher for ICICI Pru. That's not a bad listing at all. It was heavily subscribed on many counts. In fact, one of the most subscribed IPOs. But it's a good listing. And, well, let's see what's in store for this one. 22% in line with largely what was anticipated. Now, what we'll try and do, viewers, is a couple of things. We'll get in my colleagues to tell us what the mood is like out there at the stable of ICICI Pru and the listing day. And of course, get in my colleagues to try and talk about the valuations as they exist right now. If we have Ridhima with us, maybe we should first go to her, because I think she's joining us from the listing venue. Ridhima, you've been tracking this and you are at location. Tell us about the mood there. What is it that has been spoken?
I think you can see the crowd out there. There are a lot of people all gathered to see the second largest AMC to be listed out here. And as you said, it's could be listed at a premium. And I think the mutual fund industry is growing by leaps and bounds. And this offer for sale by the ICICI Prudential, and we have the management here. Nimesh Shah is here, S. Narain, the CIO, and Sandeep Bakshi as well, part of the ICICI Bank. And now some award ceremony is going on, and look at the crowd of people who have actually come for the listing. Mr. Krishna now hands over
and Ridhima, very quickly, Ridhima, did the Ridhima, if you can hear me, very quickly, did they say anything about what is going to be the likely growth rate in the future? We were not there throughout. Is there anything that they said with regards to that?
I think the most important point Nimesh said was for them that, manage people's money with making sure that the risk management is taken in place, and that's how they plan to increase the customer base by delivering the returns and focusing on safety of the assets of the people. That is the most important thing which Nimesh mentioned for the investors, and they said that nothing's going to change post listing. So that's the message for the investors out there, for the shareholders, that nothing is going to change as per Nimesh of ICICI Prudential AMC after the listing.
Okay, well, Ridhima, thanks for getting us that whole piece out there. Really appreciate your time. I don't know if she was saying something, but there's a bit of a lag here. But you at least got the feel of the listing day of one of the premier asset management firms in the country. Okay, get back to a conversation with Premier Energies, and Vinay Rustagi is in conversation with us. Remember, he mentioned that there are some near-term hiccups to the long-term trend, but the visibility for the next 3 or 4 years seems to be certain. I'm still wanting to get that piece around the issues out of the way, Vinay, before I talk about what Premier Energies will do over the course of the next 18 to maybe 30 months. But is there anything out there which hampers the near-term execution / earnings capture for you or for any of your peer sets because of the 3 or 4 issues that you spoke about? Or is all of this going to impact only post 4 years?
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the overall market environment, I don't see anything negative on the horizon which would affect our business. One other thing I must mention is in terms of the sentiment is that the US market export market has been affected because of the recent imposition of tariffs. And then there is also a cloud about the US potentially levying an anti-dumping duty on exports from India. So I think companies with large export exposure to the US would be affected somewhat because of these measures. But again, looking at Premier, our exposure to the US market is almost zero. In our current order book, which is about 13,000 crore rupees, there is almost zero exposure to exports, including the US market. So as far as our business is concerned, I don't see any near-term or even a mid-term, sentiment or factor which would affect our business.
Got it. Okay. And Vinay, so I take it from you that these conversations, this PPA not being honored, etc., and a couple of other things have no bearing on the near-term revenue capture or the profitability for Premier for FY26 and FY27, I presume, or maybe even longer. Now tell us, I heard you say that FY26, you will probably grow 50% over FY25. Do you foresee the same kind of optimism for FY27 or FY26, considering that the base will be a lot higher?
So first of all, I must clarify, when I said 50% growth, that was for the entire industry.
You might be higher.
In India, the entire solar sector, right? But, coming to our own company, we are actually growing our capacity something like 3 times over the next 8 months. So we should see a very healthy growth over FY26, 27, as well as 28. In addition to the investments that we have made in our own capacity expansion, we've also announced 2 acquisitions in the inverter space and the transformer space, all of which should be adding to the top line as well as the bottom line starting from the next quarter onwards.
Okay. Well, that's the management saying that, hey, if you think 50% is strong, we are doing way better than that. But just when I will round off the numbers, what you're effectively saying is you will grow far more than 50. You are growing capacity 3x. I'm guessing you're not saying that the numbers will go 3x year on year, right? I mean, what's the growth rate anticipated? FY26,
yeah,
FY27?
I mean, I can't give you any kind of
ballpark,
guidance in
just
terms
give me
of
some
the
color.
expectation. So, very broadly speaking, we are expecting we have a very strong order book, like I said, for more than 1 year of production capacity. Our capacity is growing up by about 3 times. So we should be expecting a near pro rata increase in revenues and profits.
Wow. Okay. And viewers, you can do the timelines. I mean, capacities will come on stream, they will execute, etc. But very strong guidance given by Premier Energies. We'll, of course, talk to them about the numbers after their quarterly numbers are over. So that's when we will be able to talk to the last decimal, I presume. But Vinay Rustagi, firstly, thank you for being with us while this listing happened and we had to break the conversation. But really appreciate you joining in and best wishes for a fabulous 2026.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
The pleasure was ours. And time for a quick break. On the other side, more news and updates lined up, including a very focused conversation on the healthcare space.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फूड सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you Delhi.
'25 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones. And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit.
Back with India Market Open. As a turbulent 2025 bids goodbye, I frankly call it turbulent. Several brokerages are banking on the new year to shed the correction mode and eye new targets with the top sectoral and stock picks of these brokerages. What are those? Sumit is here to share the same. Sumit.
We have compiled these notes from 6 foreign broking firms. So what are the Sensex or the Nifty target that they have given for 2026? And firstly on Sensex, HSBC and Morgan Stanley both have given a target of 94,000 and 95,000. So from the current levels, they're expecting an upside of anywhere between 10 to 12% And when it comes to Nifty, the target variation is quite large. For Jefferies has given a target of 28,300, followed by BofA 29,000. Nomura has a target of 29,300 and JP Morgan has the highest target of 30,000. So returns could vary anywhere between 12 to 16% for the Nifty 50 index over the next one calendar year. Now, what is HSBC saying? They're expecting the Indian equities to be quite strong, and they're saying that they're strongly positioned for 2026. And when it comes to earnings, the worst of the earnings downgrade is behind as per HSBC. For Jefferies, they are saying that the Indian equities performance has been relatively weaker when compared to emerging markets, and that is expected to improve. And they also believe that the worst for the rupee depreciation is behind us. For Bank of America, they are saying that there is no scope for valuation expansion from the current levels, but there is scope for upside, which will be earnings-led and not valuation re-rating, but earnings re-rating is something that they're expecting. And they're saying that growth could accelerate from here on for the benchmark stocks. When it comes to Nomura, they're also expecting a recovery in the corporate earnings, while JP Morgan has given out a number that they're expecting the 2026 earnings to grow nearly 13% and 2027 earnings to grow 14%. And they continue to say that Indian valuation continue to remain at a premium compared to emerging market, but the gap has come down in this calendar year. And when it comes to Morgan Stanley, they are expecting a strong bounce back in Indian stocks in the next 12 months. And they also say that the long-term story continues to remain intact, and this is gaining strength with government's new policy action that has come into place. And when it comes to stock or sector-specific idea, a host of stocks and sectors that multiple brokerages have given. Firstly, starting off with HSBC, they are saying that Kalyan Jewellers, M&M, SBI and ICICI Lombard fit the best and have the good tailwinds going forward. Risk-reward ideas, Infosys, Phoenix Mill and Marico. And when it comes to top choices from the less favored sector, it's Hindalco, Apollo Hospital and Adani Ports. This is from HSBC. From other brokerages like Jefferies, if you look at, they are overweight on lenders, auto, cement, hospitality, telecom and real estate counters, while they're underweight on staples, IT, industrial and pharma. Now, they have also given top 10 stocks in India, and that's Axis Bank, Bharti Airtel, Chola Finance, TVS Motor, M&M, GMR Airports, JSW Energy, Max Health, Lodha or Godrej Properties and Ambuja Cement. When it comes to Bank of America, they are saying that they prefer defensive stocks, and a couple of defensive stocks in their list is telecom and hospital, and they're underweight on industrials and cement stocks.
Well, a comprehensive list, if you will, for outlook of 2026. Sumit, thanks so much for that. Now, think of this. If you're thinking of the healthcare sector, wouldn't it pay to hear somebody who manages multiple $1 billion focused on that one space, and that is healthcare? And that's what Dr. Amit Verma does. He's managing partner at Quadria Capital and Johnson right now for his thoughts on how he anticipates 2026 to shape up after maybe what's not been as turbulent a year for healthcare versus maybe Indian markets. Dr. Verma, thank you so much for taking the time out and really appreciate you talking to us today. How would you think of what 2025 has thrown up for the healthcare space, and what does that mean for the next 12 months, 18 months or 24 months?
Neeraj, always a pleasure to be on your show. Thank you so much for having me. I continue with my much completed statement always that I'm bullish on healthcare. I continue to believe for the short to medium term, there will be no major trials and tribulations that will happen when it comes to healthcare. Quite frankly, our portfolio companies continue to grow 15 to 20% revenue CAGR year on year, and the EBITDA margins continue to be constant. So barring the slight tribulations that we had when the tariffs were announced, there has been no real change in the way we look at healthcare. And the reason for that continues to be the same, right? Again, scarcity, not enough GDP dollars, not enough infrastructure, and the need for healthcare continues to grow with populations ourselves.
Okay. Now, would this, I mean, there are some sectors which would probably be tariff proof, assuming that tariffs stay here, even if they are, I mean, from an India perspective, maybe changed a little bit. But for the world at large, even if the tariffs are here to stay, would healthcare as a space be, how do I say, for lack of a better word, tariff proof?
There's nothing which is formally tariff proof, but there are some which are less tariff affected. So let me explain it. Healthcare, a lot of what we do is local. So it is creating a business for the local market. So that is tariff averse. And then there's a lot of what we do is make in India for rest of the world. And fortunately, at this point of time, Pharma is out of that ambit, and that's because of the certain dynamic that regardless of all the rhetoric that goes around, it is impossible and impractical to move supply chains overnight. It's a 3 to 5 year process at best. And that is why we continue to believe that it should not affect the core businesses of what we do, especially in pharma and medtech.
Okay. Okay. Just trying to draw a bit of an attention to what's happening globally and then drawing it back to an inference on India. Dr. Verma, the space seems to have become fairly large and well established, and the markets seem to be giving a lot of rewards, both on the private side as well as on the public side, to things which are branded in India. And you were amongst the first ones 3 years ago to tell me that Neeraj, Bombay may be an exception where people are following doctors, but otherwise people follow branded hospitals, right? It happens in drugs all through in India. It's happening in hospitals. It's happening in diagnostic centers as well. Do you think this theme will become even stronger over the course of the next few years?
I have absolutely no doubt that this is going to get personified. And the reason for that is going to become standardization in every aspect, whether it is healthcare delivery, it is pharma, it is diagnostics, you name it. Number two, at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for the services. And as insurance, both public and private, continue to grow, there is going to be impetus to start to deliver patients on where they should be going, decided by somebody else rather than the patient's choice. And lastly, remember, I put everything together. Hospitals in the branded space, diagnostics in the branded space, they still do not come to 10% of the market. So the headroom for growth is enormous. So I do not see any changes taking place in this mantra going forward, at least for the next decade.
Okay. Well, another catalyst for the space could well be the US Biosecure Act, right? Which will open doors for companies from India, Europe and other nations to maybe gain a stronger foothold in the US, even with the US policy being what it is. Now, before I ask Dr. Verma about this, Varsha joins in because this news has been formally signed today, I believe. Varsha, fill us in.
Yes, thank you so much for that. So yes, the Biosecure Act, rather Trump has finally signed the National Defense Authorization Act, and Biosecure is a part of that act. Now, why this is important? Because now US will shift all the projects from China to India, and Indian CDMO companies will be benefited from this. And this is the reason, if you see, all the CDMO companies are buzzing to this, the likes of Divi's Lab, Piramal Pharma, Laurus Lab, Sai Life Sciences, and all the CDMO companies are actually buzzing because now the projects will move from, because Biosecure Act, what essentially does is US will not do business with certain Chinese companies, and all these projects will flow from China to India, and hence all the CDMO companies are buzzing because of the Trump signing this act.
Okay, thanks for that, Varsha. There's also the export data, which was strong today. But Dr. Verma, much spoken about the Biosecure Act, then went into a bit of a freezer, and there's revived again, signed now. How important?
Very important, but cautious optimism. At the end of the day, again, we are dealing with life and death. Again, we are dealing with a very regulated industry. And again, moving supply chains takes time and vision. In all the enthusiasm I have on China Plus One, India is going to be the biggest beneficiary, but we need to play it right. So it's not a momentum play. We need to now turn around, be able to prove that we are willing to take that responsibility. This is an inflection point for our industry, and I genuinely believe that the stalwarts and the new companies that we have here have this great opportunity now to go ahead with it. I do want to caution, however, that we seem to be losing out on the biotech space and R&D and innovation, where China has leapfrogged us over the past couple of years. And I would strongly urge the industry, and I'm part of the same industry, is that we need to go back to our grassroots and focus again and start to spend a bit more money on R&D innovation, especially in biotech.
Is that not happening, sir?
Not enough, Neeraj, is the right answer. There's a lot to be done. And if I look at how China biotech has scaled up, and more importantly, the quality of their innovation and R&D, it is years ahead.
would it require state support of any fashion, or do you believe the corporate balance sheets are strong enough to do it on their own?
I think everything in India requires public and private working together. It's never going to be done by one arm over the other. I do believe, however, that the private balance sheets can do a bit more to accelerate this trend.
I hope they are listening. Just one quick follow-up, Dr. Verma, on this very subject, but just reverting back to the one thing that you mentioned, that you are constructive on India plus China, but there needs to be a show of evidence, if you will, for this thing as well. That, I presume, is entirely the private sector job, right? That they are probably not doing enough and they will need to do more in order to take advantage of the US Biosecure Act opportunity of China Plus One.
As I said, it's an inflection point. Grab the bull by its horns. This is our moment. The next 3 years can define what we do with Indian healthcare, especially for supplying the world.
Okay. And Dr. Verma, just one more insight, if you will. For long, it's always spoken about how much export happens in the US with reason. Largest market, so on and so forth. But we know that Europe is aging at a rapid pace. In a lot of Asian countries as well, they are not able to produce enough babies and the average age is really expanding, right? Is there a larger market opening up outside the US, if not immediately, then over the next 5 years? And can Indian companies take advantage of that?
I'm on record saying this, that one day we will look back and we will thank the Trump tariffs for having changed the way we've been supplying markets. There is a massive rest of the world beyond EU. Look at Japan, look at Korea, look at Australia. There is so much to be done. We got a bit lazy because it's easier to just supply the US with the profit margins and the ease of selling. But clearly the tariffs have shown us that there is a massive under-penetrated market that we need to keep looking forward to.
Got it. And Dr. Verma, for the benefit of the viewers who are tuned in right now, have gotten this amazing intellectual masterpiece from you, also want to know what is it that you like per se within this Indian healthcare ecosystem. Naturally, you do private and public both, but people can take a leaf out of what looks good, right? So is it hospitals? Is it diagnostics? Is it US supplying companies? Is it domestic CDMOs?
Yeah.
Is it global CDMOs? What do you like?
4 themes. We like single specialty hospital place. We like the CDMO, CRDMO space. We like medtech, which is replacing a lot of imports, a lot of local indigenization. And we like healthcare plays where you can create value or optimization, such as the revenue cycle management type of companies, which are providing value accretive services to the world. 4 themes.
4 themes. And medtech, very interesting. So much of imports into India. I mean, just that import substitution could do wonders as well. Great.
Correct.
Dr. Verma, so good talking to you as always. Thank you so much for being with us, for a sneak peek into what 2026 and 27 could look like, and for giving some amazing nuggets, including the one that I like the most, that we will thank Trump tariffs for what will happen in healthcare in India and maybe Asia. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Neeraj.
All right, and wishing you a great end of the year and 2026. And on that note, and on the note that the markets are kind of not doing all that bad, despite the fact that IT's cooled off a little bit, but the Nifty 50 holding its ground, which is actually a really good sign. So others are chipping in, and which is actually very, very desirable. We wrap it up on this leg of India Market Open. Up next is Ask Profit.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you Delhi.
...2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones. And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है और
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit right here. I'm Anushi Vakharia and with me is Puneet Zaveri. Now in the course of this next 1 hour, we'll be taking as many stock queries as possible. So we'll be joining with the fundamental experts right at the start as well. But before we do that, let's take a quick check with the markets as well. Now it's an interesting day of trade that we are looking at. Nifty 50, of course, seeing that bump up 0.6% of an uptick is what we are seeing. This is on account of a lot of factors that we're seeing. First on the US side, so the inflation data coming out, then on to the rupee also. Now finally it has started seeing that appreciation with rupee now around the 89 mark that we are looking at. Okay, around 90 is what we are seeing, but still some strength over there. Along with that, what we've seen is Bank of Japan's decision also coming, wherein there was a hike expected. So that's also along the lines that we are seeing. So that's with regards to Nifty 50 that we are seeing. With Bank Nifty also, we are seeing 0.3% of an uptick there at the current levels. While on the sectoral side, if we just pull up the sectoral heat map as well, Nifty Pharma is something which is standing out, and this is after the Biosecure Act has been approved by Congress is what we are looking at. So 1% of an uptick is what we are seeing for Nifty Pharma, healthcare, both in focus. Along with that, realty is also seeing 0.7% of an uptick, and this is one of the beaten down sectors that we've seen throughout the year. Along with that, metals, PSU banks, FMCG, all the sectors are trading in green today. But coming to the broader markets as well, mid cap 150 if we look at, 0.4% is the kind of uptick that we are seeing right now, while small cap 250 is doing relatively better at 0.7% quickly. pulling up the BSE 500 to get a sense of what's happening with regards to stocks. Your Rain Industries is something that we are seeing right at the top. 11% is a kind of an upside that we are seeing. Along with that, ITI Atul also buzzing in trade today. And we have something like a Deepak Nitride and Tata Elxsi in focus as well. But what's not working out is something like a Sri Renuka and Nippon Life, which are down by 4% or 3% trade today. In fact, all of these AMC companies that we are looking at are seeing some bit of that correction in the markets today. So that's with regards to the overall breadth of the markets that we are seeing. But Puneet, let's talk about queries now, right?
Well, most certainly, and as you rightly mentioned, it's a good green screen that we're seeing across the board today. So let me welcome in Osho Krishnan at this point of time. He's the Chief Manager, Technical and Derivative Research at Angel One. Osho, very good morning and thanks so much for joining in today. Before I take these stock-related queries, if you have a call on the index, because we have seen the green screen after almost, consistent decline over the last few days, as well as the last couple of weeks also. Do you think that this level is sustainable at the Nifty 50 as we speak?
Very good morning, Puneet. Firstly, thank you for inviting me at the show. Well, yes, no doubt the 4 days of losing streak has been snapped today, but overall, what I am witnessing on the daily or intraday time frame is that the counter or the index is hovering within a very narrow range of nearly 50 to 60 odd points. So trading opportunity is still very challenging at current market space, but overall I'm expecting that 26,000 still holds a very strong resistance level. So for those who are already holding long position, it's better to book their profit for once. If we witness a kind of a breakout in the coming week above the zone of 26,050 on the spot levels, then only fresh longs can be seen to get accumulated in Nifty. While any kind of dips, still the view is buy on the dips. Any kind of dips towards the zone of 850 could be seen as buying opportunity in the benchmark.
Well, got the view, Osho, but let's take the first query now as we speak. It's from Ekambara. He's writing into us from Hyderabad, and his query is on Varun Beverages. Now, he's holding 300 shares at 550 rupees per share. So he's currently sitting on a loss of almost 23,000, asking if he should hold on for another year or so. He's bought it back a year ago. Osho, on the charts, does it warrant to hold Varun Beverages? And any view that it can come back to 550, which is Ekambara's buying price?
See, overall, Varun Beverages is at a very strong and historical support levels. The zone of 440 has historically been seen as cushioning the counters on the lower end. So from here onwards, the downside seems bit limited in this counter. But I'm not very much optimistic on the higher range also. So if it breaches the zone of 500 on a decisive manner, then only some kind of buying traction should be coming back in the counter. Still, it is hovering below the 200-day simple moving average. So it will be advisable to hold the position as of now because the counter has already been into a strong correction mode. But in the coming future, one might expect some kind of rebounds, and any bounce towards the zone of 530 or 540 can be seen as an exit opportunity in this counter.
Okay, so that's with regards to Varun Beverages is the view. Now, that's a technical view that we're getting, but let me also welcome in a fundamental expert for the day, Samir Dalal of Natwar Lal and Son Stockbrokers joining in as well. Samir, hi, thank you so much for taking out the time as well. So now if you take the fundamental queries, Sarma, who's writing to us from Hyderabad, she's bought 150 shares of Power Grid, and this is at a price of 270 that we're seeing, wants to understand the future outlook in terms of fundamentals for this. So what would you suggest?
So, look, the entire power distribution network in India is only going to keep expanding, and Power Grid is the leader in the space, or more or less you can say, I mean, there are other players, but it's more or less like a monopoly kind of a business. So as more of these grids get set up, what you will see is the revenue and the profitability increasing. Today, when we are talking of making the power capacity 3x the amount that we have generation in India over the next 20 years, that means you're going to need huge capex that goes through, and that allows Power Grid to keep increasing its revenue, because there's a formula that the government has set in which allows them to charge an X amount of rate. So profitability will keep increasing. It'll be a slow mover. If you are happy with 12-13% CAGR returns over a year, because that's the ROE that they're allowed to make, about 14%, I think this is a good investment at this point of time to make from a long-term perspective. But remember that this is not going to be like a multi-bagger for you or anything like that. It's just going to give you a 14% CAGR maybe over the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, got that view, Sameer, and welcome to the show. We have another caller now dialing from Hyderabad, and it's quite active. Third query from Hyderabad today, as pointed out by my director, Chandra Shekhar is dialing for a stock query. Chandra, very good morning. Welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
Yeah, hi, good morning. First of all, thanks for taking my call. My query is regarding ICICI Prudential AMC. Just now it got listed, right?
Yeah.
For me, it got allotted 6 shares just now. So my query is like whether to hold or sell that because the price is little bit going on the downside.
Right.
After that meeting. So yeah, that is my query. My time horizon is 6 months.
6 months.
I can hold more than that also,
Yeah.
but just for asking even 6 months.
Got it. Firstly, Chandra, many congratulations on getting the allotment because it was one of the most subscribed IPOs of 2025. Sameer, if not a direct view on ICICI Pru AMC, I'm not sure if you have a direct view on this one, but it's one of the most, most sought after names in the AMC space. Do you think that Chandra should hold on for the next few years? Because almost all the brokerage note that's came in have also given a long-term view on this. Holding for the next 3 to 5 years. Do you also have a similar view on ICICI Pru AMC?
Absolutely. We do have the same view. We think the long term for the entire mutual fund industry is very strong. The operating leverages are playing out. But you got to remember, this is not going to be a one-way move up, right? This is going to be very correlated to the capital markets. So when you get a period in the markets when things go down and maybe the SIP slow down, I think these stocks will see a correction because 40 times earnings, 45 times earnings is something that, yes, you can attribute to this company, but it's rich. So there's very little room for something going wrong, right? We believe that the mutual fund industry over the next 3 years will obviously see at least a 60-70% uptake, but it's not going to be linear. So if you have a long-term view, hold on. But your question from the person who asked, I heard him saying he has a 6-month view. Now, in 6 months, it becomes very difficult to say that the valuations are going to be able to sustain at these levels. It's also difficult to say that growth is going to continue endlessly in the next 6 months. So because you have a 6-month view, you can book some profit. But if you have a 3-year view, and I believe you should in this space, I think continue to hold on.
Okay, so that's with regards to ICICI Pru AMC that we are looking at. There was another viewer, in fact, as well. He was looking for a 3 to 5 year of a timeline. So with Sameer's explanation, I hope that helps Ishwar as well. But moving on to the next query, it's regarding IEX that we are seeing now. Siju from Qatar is writing to us. He's bought 250 shares of IEX and this is at a price of 143. Wants to understand whether he should continue to hold this particular counter. So Osho, let me come to you with your view with IEX.
IEX is into a kind of a strong consolidation and that too at a lower end. So overall, the technical view remains bleak in the counter. The technical parameters are still on the sideways terrain. So I expect that if the counter breaches the zone of 148 to 150 on a decisive manner, then only we can see some kind of positive traction coming back towards the zone of 162 as the next potential target. While on the lower end, it is at a very strong support level. So at current levels, it won't be advisable to exit from the counter, but it will take some time to gain traction from here onwards. 150, 148 is the immediate hurdle. A breakout can provide a momentum towards 160 to 62 in the coming future.
Got the view, Osho, but we have another caller right now coming in, another query coming in, and it's again from Hyderabad. Maybe it's something in the water, maybe something in the biryani, something in the nihari, but let's go across to Ram. Very good morning, Ram. Welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
Hi team, good morning. I'm the regular viewer of this Ask Profit.
Thanks so much, Ram. Thanks so much for viewing the show as well as calling in today.
Yeah, I wanted to invest 2 to 3 lakhs on the fertilizer sector. So I have like a Chambal fertilizer, Paradip Phosphate and Coromandel. So which stock is the right bet with the current valuation? I wanted to have you have it 2 to 3 years. So
the stocks you mentioned, Ram, you are looking to invest in them. Is that correct?
Yeah, invest in fertilizer
sector and you want to invest 2 lakh rupees.
Yes, yes.
Got it. Sameer, let me come to you on this one. Ram has an interesting query because that space hasn't seen much action and has starting to come in focus in the last couple of weeks. Would you suggest investing 2 lakhs in fertilizer sector and what would be the stocks on your radar?
Okay, so given the fact that it's a pure investment that he wants to make in the fertilizer sector, I'm only going to talk. Would it be my primary sector which I would like to invest in? No. Why? Because there are too many government controls. The subsidies released by the government to the end farmers who then eventually purchase. All of these things can keep changing by and when. So for me, whenever too much government involvement happens, is not something I like. But since he specifically asked for the fertilizer sector, he wants to make investments. The one stock that we really like from the fertilizer space is United Phosphorus, UPL. And I'll tell you why I like it. The reason is that they are not purely India specific, they are a global player. About 25% of their revenues comes from India, the rest of it comes from the US, South America, Europe, and the rest of the world. So what happens is it takes away a bit of the risk that is coming from country specific, especially from government. Second, valuations, if you look at it on what the profitability used to be 2 years ago, I think it's relatively okay. What happened is last 2 years, there was a lot of inventory restocking because of which losses came in, because of which production growth slowed down. But we think that is all now behind and things are going to start looking up. So for me, the one stock that I would like to say to invest in globally for the fertilizer space is UPL. But if you want something that is more India specific, yes, Chambal is something you can also look at because it's trading at about 9 times trailing earnings. We expect a 10 to 15% growth. So, it's not expensive in any which way. But like I said, the biggest risk comes from the government and how the government puts its subsidies and things like that. But Chambal is also one you can look at from the India specific. So maybe split it up into two between UPL and Chambal.
Okay, so that's with regards to all these fertilizer companies that we are looking at. But moving on to the next caller, it's Manav who's calling to us from Gurugram. Hi Manav, how can we help you today? Okay, I think we have lost him, but I'll just take his query. We have it right here on the screen. So Manav has bought 120 shares of Nalco, and this is at a price of 190 that we're seeing. He's made a profit of around 11,000 on the counter. So Osha, let me come to you. What should he do? Should he continue to hold, sell, or book profits? What is your view?
Yeah, at current levels, the counter is looking quite positive to me, although there has been a strong vertical momentum in the counter, but overall still it is having a very strong movement and it is keeping up the higher highs, higher lows kind of a pattern on the daily and weekly time frame chart. So overall, the structure is very positive. It will be advisable to trail the profits with a stop loss of nearly 265 for now. And even in the short term period, I am expecting a target of nearly 295 to 300. So that should be a level where one should try to partially book their profits and keep trailing the stop losses to higher levels. Currently at 265, and once the prices reach near the zone of 300, then current levels 275 to 80 will be the next potential trailing stop loss advisable for the counter.
Okay, Manav, I hope that helps you. So that's with regards to Nalco, but it's time that we slip into a short break. But don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. Lots more stock queries on the other side.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रेजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
Like your music is the background score to their life. What do these
Hi, welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. Now, it's interesting that we are taking all these stock queries, but before we do that, we'll also be talking about what's happening with the market. It's a good day of trade that we're looking at with Nifty in green. All sectoral actions also pointing towards green bias is what we are seeing. Let me go across to Sharad for his snapshot for the trade today.
Well, thanks Anushi for that. Yesterday we saw some hints of short covering, and today also we are seeing a good up move coming in. Of course, the Asian macro factors were also responsible for this, and the risk on sentiment might be increasing in certain pockets, and that's what we are seeing today in Sensex. Also, Reliance is holding the fort. That's up 2%, and largely we are seeing a sea of green. No major corrections happening. A little bit minor in HCL Tech. And now we can say that there might be some bullish positions coming in. In the contracts also, the options data is suggesting that slowly the sentiment bullish is coming in across these contracts. BankX also, let's have a look. They are also supporting nicely throughout the day's trade. HDFC Bank up almost 0.7%. And looking at other banks also, they are really doing well in trade as well. Story remains strong. And the technical setup, interestingly, Sensex is on the stronger side as compared to BankX. But net, the overall, we could say the setup is showing strength. Let's see the stocks which would be in focus. Long build up in Divi's Labs. November export data also came in. Polycab also reversals happening. That's up 3% in the trade. Short covering for Tata Elxsi and Vodafone Idea. Street is estimating that there might be some important announcements coming in this weekend. Also, long unwinding for these two categories, Tata Elxsi and LTI Mindtree, and short build up lastly would be there in HDFC AMC and Nuvama as well. These are all the stocks reacting post a bumper listing of ICICI Pro AMC. So stock specific move is happening, but now the market, the F&O market is moving with a very positive bias.
Thanks so much for that, Sharad. But let's go across to our next query. It's coming in from Murthy, and he is also from Hyderabad, a regular viewer of NDTV Profit. Thanks so much for that, Murthy. Holding Siemens Energy's shares, roughly 60 of them. He's not mentioned the price at which he's bought it, but just going to assume, because it's been in a very narrow band of 27 to 2800 crores, 27 to 2800 rupees per share over the last few months, and the issue price also bang in line there. So while there has been lateral moves in the stock, back very close to the issue price, he's asking if he should continue holding the stock because of the correction, the sideways momentum. Samir, it's an expensive stock to say the least. Would you continue holding Siemens Energy or switch out, buy something else in that pack?
Yeah, so Siemens has always been an expensive stock to own in India, right? Even when it was the merged entity, and then of course now when they've demerged into the two, the valuations have never ever been cheap. And the reason is it's a very closely held company with the promoters holding a very large chunk, and then a lot of investors holding and not wanting to sell. Now, I believe unfortunately, this high valuation premium is going to sustain. And if I look at the growth of the business, it's going to be very strong. I've been telling you all on this TV channel that, look, for the next few years, power sector is something that is going to do extremely well. It will have its ups and downs in the sense that you might see certain times where the business doesn't see the same kind of growth because there are certain restrictions when it comes to the transmission and distribution side. But eventually, they are going to have to put that in. And that's where Siemens as a player comes in, Siemens Energy, that does all of these activities, right, in the power space. So for me, I think one can continue to hold on. Yes, valuations are a little bit high. The stock had even gone up to 3,400, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it's been in the range of 2,700, 2,800. But we believe the stock over a period of time can probably go back to 3,400, which was the recent high. And if you have a 2-year horizon, can probably be closer to 4,000. So hold on to it.
Interestingly, while Samir was just speaking about valuation parts for Siemens Energy, right here on the screen also we are looking for a view coming from Goldman Sachs when they've downgraded Hitachi Energy also to a hold from buy. This is the target price of 2,400, and this is also main concern here also remains on the valuation part. So that's also another counter with higher valuations comparatively. But let me go to the next query. It's Mansi Bhaiya writing to us from Ahmedabad. Now she wants to understand with regards to NTPC Green has 138 shares. This is since the IPO that we are seeing at a price of 108. And if you look at an average price, that's at 89.69. So currently facing a loss of around 3,076. Do note that the it's down about 17% from its issue price since then it got listed in 2024. Osho, let me come to you on something like a NTPC Green. What would your view be?
Overall, the counter is into a very strong corrective phase. The technical parameters are extremely into oversold terrain. But at current levels, as the parameters have already reached the oversold terrain, so there is a kind of a divergence in the parameter and price action. So one should stay invested in the counter at current levels. The advisable stop loss will be seen around the zone of 86, while on the higher end, any move beyond the zone of 95 can only bring some traction back in the counter. So it might take some time, but I'm expecting that 95 can be seen as a kind of a pullback in the counter. And that can be seen as an opportunity to either exit or can patiently wait for a breakout above 95 to be seen in the coming period. But for now, 85 on the lower end and 95 on the higher end is the immediate trading range for the counter.
Got the view. Osho, coming back to you on this next question, which is on transformers and rectifiers. Now, we have been discussing the stock quite a bit with all of our experts over the last few weeks since there was news flow of World Bank debarring the company from projects. They got that approval again, but it did lead to a stock correction. Osho, on the charts, is this a good time to enter the stock for some considerable, long term? Because while we have spoken enough on the fundamentals, your view on the technical part?
Technically, the counter is still into a very strong downside correction zone. There has been no respite in the counter. And even in the last few trading sessions, there was a kind of a pullback from the lower end of nearly 240. I'm expecting that might be seen as the kind of low that has been set up for the counter. But on the higher end, again, there is a very strong bearish gap around the zone of 330. So there can be some kind of traction that can be seen in the coming period. So 240-45 is the support levels. And on the higher end, 320 followed by 330 is the immediate resistance. So it might be hovering within the range, and a breakout above the zone can only see some kind of traction back in the counter.
Okay, so that's with regards to talent that we are looking at. But it's time now for the first round of rapid fire. So Samir and Osha, I would request you to keep your answers as short as possible to take more queries. I'll start off with Rajiv's query first on Transrail Lighting. Needs a 6-month view on this, whether it's a good buy from the current levels. Osho, your view?
From a 6-month point of view, yes, one can stay invested in the counter at current levels.
LG India, is it a good long-term buy, Samir?
Yes, it is a good long-term buy, but I would wait till maybe 1,350 or 1,300 to buy it. I'm very bullish from the 3-year perspective.
Samir, IDFC First Bank for a 3 to 5 year perspective, is it a good buy?
Please buy it with both hands.
Holding Indian Bank, holding roughly 150 shares at 821. Should he continue to hold, Osho?
Yes, definitely. One should stay invested in the counter. It might again see some kind of pullback towards 880-900.
Sale is the stock in focus. Himanshu has bought 150 shares at the price of 146. Osho, what would your view be? Should he continue to hold?
Presently, the counter might see some kind of correction. 120 will be the zone that I am expecting to be tested in the short-term period. But from a longer-term point of view, one should stay invested.
Kadir holds SpiceJet or 9,600 shares at 38. Samir, should he continue to hold given what's happening with Indigo?
No, sell out. I mean, I hate this space. Sell out.
Okay. Mohammed holds 10,000 shares of IdeaForce Technology. Should he continue to hold? Osho, your view?
Again, the counter is into a steep correction zone. Better to exit from the counter.
LIC, should he continue to hold? Samir, he's holding since the IPO.
Yeah, you can continue to hold. I think the stock can over the next few years move up to $1,500. So hold on. We are very bullish on it.
REC for the next 5 years, is it a good buy? Sameer, your view?
Absolutely. Go ahead and buy this as well. Valuations have come off nicely.
SCPC, I'm not sure, Osho, if you track this counter, our viewer Abhishek has bought at 22 rupees, but he's holding 19,000 shares, and hence I'm taking this query. It's down 52%. Any view?
Again, it's a penny counter, so we generally do not have any kind of a strong advisable momentum in the counter. But overall, looking at the technical front, I'm expecting that it might surge towards the zone of 12.5 or 13 kind of odd levels. One should try to it.
Okay, Tata Capital, next stock in focus, 46 shares is what Srikanth has bought at 326. Sameer, is it a good hold?
No, I would find another NBFC to invest in. Valuations are rich.
Coal India bought at 379. Should he continue to hold? Sameer, 200 shares is what he holds.
Yeah, you can continue to hold. Good dividend play.
Okay, ITC for a period of 2 years, is it a good buy? Sameer?
2 years, yes. But if you have 5 years, I say please go ahead and double down and buy more.
Atul Limited bought at almost 7,407. Osho, should he continue to hold his 50 shares? This is from Murli from Bangalore.
Yes, stay invested. I'm expecting a breakout above the zone of 65.50 to 6,600.
Good. Well, that's a wrap on the first round of the Rapid Fire in this edition of Ask Profit. Sameer as well as Osho, thanks so much. Stay on. We'll take a short break. Lots more queries on the other side.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you Delhi.
Welcome back to Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. It's been a good session for the markets as we speak. All sectoral indices when we started the show were in the green, and we are hoping it's a good Friday, a good Friday to say the least on the last street today. But let me go across and take up the next query. This one is on a view that Jagdish is asking on the next 10 years. So he's looking to enter some spaces. And Samir, this question is for you. He's asking what stocks would you recommend in financials, power and the hospital space over the next 10 years? And he needs a good one is what he's mentioning. Your view?
So you said hospitals and financial services.
Hospitals, financials and power is what he's mentioned.
Okay, so let's start with hospitals. The one stock that we think it looks from a long-term perspective with the growth, yes, valuations are rich, is Apollo Hospital. I agree, valuations are rich, but then there's a demerger coming. So you'll get the pharmacy business, you'll get the testing business, and you'll get the hospital business separated. We think all of these businesses will see great traction and growth. So that is one of the counters. I agree, valuations are expensive and it's difficult to justify, but we think it'll remain high. Now, when it comes to the financial services side, I think some of the banks are great investments to make. They've gone through a bit of a tough period over the last 6 months on profitability, because when interest rates were cut, their NIMs came under pressure because all the cuts that the RBI gave, they had to pass on, but their cost of funding did not come down immediately. The repricing of all of their funds will happen over a 6-month, 1-year, 2-year period. And as those repricings happens, the NIMs will increase and the profitability go up and there will be a re-rating. So for me, IDFC First Bank and IndusInd Bank are two banks I suggest. And if you want an NBFC at this point of time, M&M Finance and Samman Capital are the two NBFCs. One is a microfinance plus multiplayer, and one is a housing finance company. Then the third question was to do with power sector. So we remain very, very positive. We've discussed this with you today as well. In the next 5 years, 10 years for power sector, we think renewable energy space is the space to be in. We have two counters in solar, which we are very bullish on. One is Sterling and Wilson Solar, which is down a lot. We believe a Reliance order is soon to come. That will re-rate the stock. And the second is KPI Green, which does IPPs plus CPPs, which is doing extremely well. And then in the wind space, we have Suzlon. We think that is one of the other counters that one can make an investment in. So these are the various stocks that I would suggest from a 3 to 5 year period. 10 years, of course, you could keep monitoring them if things continue as they are. But at the moment, from a 5-year perspective, these are the stocks that we like.
Whole host of counters that you should be focusing on in these three sectors that we are watching out for. But moving on to the next query, it's Satyan writing to us. He's holding shares of PFC and he's holding at the levels of 440 since the 9 months, currently facing a loss of around 26% on the counter. Wants to understand. He's also holding Power Grid at a 10% loss as well. He now wants to understand whether he should switch to something like a Paytm to make up for this loss, or is this a right choice, or if not, then which is the correct choice? Rajesh, let me welcome you on the show. Rajesh Bhosle, Equity Technical and Derivative Analyst of Angel One, joining us as well. What would you recommend? Now, it's a period of 9 months that he's seeing and he wants to switch to a counter like Paytm. Do you think that's the correct way to go, or would you suggest him to hold on this?
Good morning. And if you see charts of PFC, I mean, the stock is now currently trading at its key support. And on the indicators front, we are seeing it's in a deep oversold with a positive divergence. So as of now, I would suggest him to wait. The stock is placed at a very strong long-term support. On a bounce back, when it moves back towards 360, 370, there we see a stiff resistance zone. So one needs to recheck charts around those levels. But as of now, it's on a strong support, so can hold on to it. The second counter which he asked is Power Grid. Similarly, Power Grid is also on a strong support zone. During the start of the year, in Feb, we saw a sharp rally from the levels of 250 towards 300. Prices are currently hovering around the same zone. So as of now, hold on to it. 250 seems to be a very strong support. On a bounce back, when it comes back towards 285 to 290, we need to recheck the charts.
Thanks so much for that, Rajesh, and welcome to the show. We have another query now coming in from Satya. Now, he's holding PFC at 440 since the last. Okay, PFC is done. We'll go across to our next query then. This one's from Ravindra. Now, Ravindra has a query on Ashoka Buildcon. He's holding it at 265. So currently he's sitting at a loss and he's holding a very big quantity of 14,300. So his loss is almost, 13 lakh rupees as visible on your screen. He's asking, he's open to holding for the next 2-3 years. Should he do that, accumulate or exit at this juncture? Sameer, the road space as a whole hasn't done too well for investors, but does Ashoka Buildcon have that kind of quality to be held for the next 3 years? By Ravindra, he's from Bangalore, and he specifically mentioned that since we've taken a lot of queries from Hyderabad. But your view on the stock?
So I don't want to comment on what the quality of the company is. I mean, I'm sure that people will decide. But what I can say is this is a company that has actually disappointed in the equity markets over the last maybe 5-7 years, right? If you see the returns, it's been quite poor. Now, my basic problem with this company comes is all the orders that they keep winning are usually executed over a period of time, but they're all L1 orders, so profitability has not been that great. They used to have this road assets, which they also divested and got their money out. So there's nothing really left in this counter for me. I think there are so many better counters that one can invest in where you could see return on equity, return on capital moving up closer to the 20% mark. And those kind of stocks in this fall will probably bounce back faster and better. So I would advise a switch. Unfortunately, book is lost, but we've discussed many counters on your show. I recommend it. He can pick any of those if he'd like. But for me, I would not buy Ashoka Buildcon. I would actually recommend a sell.
So that's with regards to Ashok Buildcon. A clear sell is what Sameer is indicating for this counter. But moving on to the next one, it's Ravi who's writing to us from Mumbai. He's bought around 300 shares of DCX Systems, and this is at a price of 60 that we are looking at. Let's just pull up the current stock price. It's 176. So he's made strong returns on this one and wants to understand the midterm outlook. So let's say next 6 to 9 months, he wants to consider a time frame for that. Is it worth on adding more at the current levels? So Rajesh, let me come to you. What would you suggest for DCX?
So if you see a chart structure of last 6 months, the stock is continuously moving in a lower top, lower bottom. Fortunately, today we are seeing strong traction, and after a long time, prices are crossing about 20 EMA. So short-term positive momentum is definitely there, but the higher time frame remains negative. So as of now, I wouldn't suggest him to add more, but can hold on to his current position. Once the stock bounces towards its 89 EMA around 220 levels, that also coincides with its previous swing high, look to lighten up the positions.
Got the view, Rajesh. But let's go across to another query now, and this is coming from Ravi Kumar. Unfortunately, it's also from Hyderabad. We are getting a lot of queries from there today. He's holding 210 shares of IDFC First Bank, bought at 78 a year back. And his query is largely, if he should wait out or, exit. He's a short-term investor. So, Rajesh, your view on IDFC First? He is at a profit of almost 1,000 rupees. Should he get out and buy something else?
I would suggest definitely hold it. We are very bullish on the counter. After a long time, the stock is coming out of a range, possibly expecting levels of around 100 levels. So as of now, long targets are there. So hold on to it. Keep trailing stop loss. 75 to 78 seems to be a strong support. With that stop loss, hold on for a levels of around 100 to 110.
Got the view, Rajesh. Time for a very quick break. The last leg of the show. Come back and do keep sending in your queries. Lots more action on the other side.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कल का भारत उन्हीं से बनता है जो आज सीखने, समझने और नई सोच रखने का जज्बा दिखाते हैं। और इसी जज्बे को सेलिब्रेट करने आ रहा है अदानी सीमेंट फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इन एसोसिएशन विद NDTV इंडिया। फ्यूचर एक्स सिर्फ एक क्विज नहीं है, ये एक नेशनल लेवल चैलेंज है जो स्टूडेंट्स की नॉलेज को टेस्ट करता है। अगर आप क्लास 9 to 12 में हैं और तैयार है अपनी नॉलेज को टेस्ट करने के लिए, तो फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इज योर चांस टू पार्टिसिपेट एंड एक्सेल। सो पार्टिसिपेट, कम्पीट, स्टैंड आउट और बनो फ्यूचर बिल्डर्स ऑफ भारत। एनरोल नाउ।
होम EMI 50,000।
आउटगोइंग तो जा रही है, आपकी क्या तैयारी है?
पूरे सीलिंग का 20,000।
आउटगोइंग है जा रही, आपकी क्या तैयारी?
मौसा जी
मेरी शादी का गिफ्ट।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। एसआईपी के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर एसडब्ल्यूपी के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
वाह भाई बिट्टू, वीकडे पे कोडर, वीकेंड पे ट्रैवल इन्फ्लुएंसर, पैसे बनाने का मास्टर स्ट्रोक सीख लिया तुमने।
वैसे एक सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन करना है जो फुली लोडेड हो, पता नहीं कहाँ ओपन करूं।
सचिन?
सचिन? ये कौन सा बैंक है?
अरे मैं बैंक नहीं हूँ, बढ़िया सेविंग्स अकाउंट के लिए बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का मास्टर स्ट्रोक लाइट सेविंग्स अकाउंट है ना, तुम्हारे लाइफस्टाइल के लिए परफेक्ट है, विद ग्रेट फीचर्स एंड बेनिफिट्स। बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन करना भी एक मास्टर स्ट्रोक है।
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in equity, fixed income, gold, silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Hi, welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. Now, it's an interesting query that we are looking coming from Harsha, who's writing to us from Andhra Pradesh. Now, her query is regarding Trent, Mazgao Dock, as well as Dixon. All of these three counters in which she has faced a loss of around 30 to 40% or so. Wants to understand, is it prudent to continue to hold it or take an exit on these particular counters? Samir, let me come to you. Now, Trent, Dixon, all of these counters is where, you know, the valuations is something which was spoken about earlier as well. What is your view? What should Harsha do in this case scenario?
Okay, so two things. First, I'd like to say you'll need to reach out to some company in Andhra for ads for biryani or something kind of queries you'll get from them. Second, when you talk about these high valuations, so I would like to take 2 minutes if you can give me. I know it's an ask, but I'd like to, because this is something important. When you buy stocks at extremely high valuations, it becomes very difficult to make returns even over a 5-year period. So now this person is down 40% on Dixon and on Trent, two stocks that we actively cover. Trent was trading at 150 times earnings at 8,000 rupees. Dixon was trading at about 120 times at its high of 17,000. So even after these corrections, these stocks are still trading at high valuations. You have to look at something of valuation and not get carried away in momentum. Now, since your question is, should I hold on to these stocks? These are both good counters. You can definitely hold on. But please expect your returns to be subpar to pathetic over a 5-year period, because even if these stocks go up like 3x from here, what is your return going to be over a 5-year period? Almost at a CAGR of 7-8%. So it's very important when you invest to look at valuation. I'll just give you a last example. If someone bought Hindustan Unilever, which is the darling of the market, in 2015, the high it made in 2015 was 984. From 984 today, 10 years later, the stock is at 2,200. So you are talking of a 120% return total over 10 years. So it compounded, if you look at it, is close to 9 to 10%. Is that good returns to make in an equity market? But had you bought it after the fall from the high, your returns are closer to 13 to 14%. So buy everything at fair value. That's the one thing I'd like to say, but continue to hold on to your Trent and Dixon. From a longer term perspective, you will recover and make money, but it'll be very poor returns.
Well, thanks so much for that, Samir, and appreciate the viewpoint that you're giving to our investors and viewers as well, who are tuning in to Ask Profit for the stock related queries. But another one coming in from Ram Prakash. He's asking, on Adani Power, he's invested 150 rupees at 150 rupees per share, bought 350 shares. Rajesh, on the charts, any short-term view on the stock?
So as of now, the stock is in a no trading zone. If it dips back towards 130, there we see a strong support, 200 DMA, as well as the origin point of the September rally. So as of now, 130 seems to be a strong support. For the positive momentum to trigger, 150 would be the level. Once 150 is crossed, 170, 175 can be expected. So as of now, hold on. If it dips back towards 130, there it can be added.
That's with regards to Adani Power. A quick disclaimer that the channel that you're watching is a part of the Adani Group company as well. So that's on the disclaimer that we're talking about. But moving on to the next query, it's Gautam who's writing to us from Bengaluru. His query is regarding Techno Electric Engineering, bought 150 shares, and this is at the levels of 1400. Since then, it's seen about a 25-26% of correction or so. He's facing a loss of 49,000. What should he do? Should he continue to sell or hold? Is his query. Rajesh, let me come to you on this one as well. What would you say?
So overall, the trend continues to look negative, and I mean there is no signs of strength. So I would suggest him to exit on a bounce. The stock had broken down below 1200 support, so any kind of bounce towards 1200 is likely to act as a resistance. So sell on bounce is what I would suggest.
Got the view, Rajesh. But we have another caller now. We're moving to North India in terms of callers from New Delhi. Vishesh has a stock query for us. Vishesh, very good morning. Welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
Morning. I'm holding KNS Technology at 750, 30 shares.
Okay.
So what I have to do actually?
Okay. And how long have you been holding on to them, Vishesh?
I think 3 months back I have purchased.
Okay, 3 months back. I hope, Vishesh, you heard Samir on the last query on Mazgaon Dock and Dixon Tech, because he did provide some view, but let me go across to him yet again, Samir, specifically on Keynes Tech. Now, there was concerns on cash flow generation essentially at this point of time, as well as an acquisition that they'd done in the smart metering space. These were the two major issues. But across the street, there is consensus that the revenue growth that they are projecting for this year as well as next year should be able to happen, and that seems to be the consensus on the street. Would you suggest that Keynes Tech can solve all of its queries? And if you have a view, I hope you do, because this will be a very interesting question and to hear from you as well.
Yeah, so we do study the company. And, you know, the problem, what you mentioned, is not the acquisition. It's more to do with the financial reporting that they did. So they have, in their consolidated numbers, they have counted certain revenue, which is not there in the subsidiary. And, you know, the numbers are not tallying, which sends a very negative picture to an investor. If your financial numbers are not correct, what makes us believe that any of your numbers are correct and it's not just fudged, right? So that has been the issue, and which is why the stock has fallen off the cliff. Now, can they probably achieve their sales numbers? They probably could. Look, the space is something, EMS is something that is doing extremely well. The smart metering business is also going to do extremely well over long term. But I have my reservations. The minute it had this problem, we have decided to withdraw our ratings on the company, because that opens up a whole can of worms of risk, and this is something we would not like to invest in. There are so many other EMS companies you can invest in which have corrected. Dixon is down quite a bit. EPAC Durable is down quite a bit. These are companies that you can make investments in. For the time being, let Keynes get its act together. Let the new auditors come in and certify certain things. Once they certify all of that, then we can relook at it. But I mean, I may pay a little bit higher if I had to buy.
Right.
So it's something I would avoid at this point. And I ask your speaker to shift.
Okay. So that's with regards to Keynes Tech is what we are looking at. But the next one is coming from Suman, who's writing to us from Kolkata. Wants to understand from Infosys, HCL Tech and TCS, which one should be the preferred buy. So Rajesh, let me come to you. Of these three counters that we're looking at, large cap IT space, which one would you prefer?
So, I mean, Infosys has been an outperformer, and if we compare it with other counters, it's well above all its key moving averages. Along with that, we are seeing a pattern where prices have crossed its July swing high. So, strong targets, expecting levels of around 1550 to 1600 in the near term. So, quite positive on Infosys.
Infosys is the top pick in the IT space that we are seeing. But moving on to the next caller, it's Parab who's calling to us from Pune. Hi Parab, how can we help you?
Well, hi. I'm a great fan of Mr. Samir Dalal's reasoning. My question to Mr. Samir Dalal regarding Indegene. I find this business little lucrative, but I'm little worried about, first of all, this is a new public issue, IPO. So generally the strong hands are always in mode of distribution, and secondly there is no promoter in this company, but the business model looks good. So I want his advice.
Sameer, you clearly have a fan right there. He wants to know your perspective on this particular counter. Have you tracked this? What is your view?
Thank you for the compliments and the kind words. So Indegene is a stock we don't actively cover. I do know what they do. So I'll address the major issues that we have. One, there's no promoter. Not having a promoter doesn't make a company a good or a bad company. If it's professionally run and it's run well and they have good audit team and things, external auditors who make sure the checks and balances are in place, there's no harm in owning that. In fact, it's better because they look after the interest of the shareholders rather than the promoter, which can sometimes differ. Secondly, yes, this space is something that has a lot of opportunity for growth. I haven't studied in great detail to tell you whether they'll be able to capture it or not, so I don't want to comment on it. But of what my reading is, it's an interesting company, and I will read up on it and maybe be able to answer that question in the next 3 months.
Got that view, Sameer. But viewers, it's time for a second round of the rapid fire in this edition of Ask Profit. Sameer as well as Rajesh, you know the rules. Buy, sell or hold, because we are chasing an elusive target of 50 queries yet again in this show. The first one that we're taking in is in IT. Suman is asking, Infosys, HCL Tech or TCS, one stock for he can buy for the long term, Sameer?
I'd go in with TCS.
Okay, next question is coming from Mr. Sharif. He wants to know whether he should hold AB Capital for a long-term perspective. Sameer, your view?
No, fully priced sell.
Concord bought at 650 shares. He's bought at 545. Rajesh, what should he do?
Hold on, exit on a bounce.
Delivery 348 shares bought at 416. Buy, sell or hold at current levels. Rajesh, your view?
Bullish on the counter, hold on to it.
IndusInd Bank bought at 1,150 and possibly before. What's happened with the company this year? Sameer, your view?
Please buy more. Very bullish.
Okay, next one is IRCTC. Dheeraj has bought 400 shares and an average of 856. Should he continue to hold? Sameer, your view?
Yes, buy some more, average it out. Good long term.
KPR Mill bought at 1,080 rupees per share, holding 300 shares. What should he do, Rajesh?
Hold on, it's on a strong support, exit on a bounce towards 1080.
Sun Pharma bought 200 shares at the levels of 1772. Should he continue to hold for next 1 to 2 years? Sameer, your view?
Yes, hold on.
Indofarm Equipment is a small stock, Rajesh, but do you have any view?
No, I'm not tracking this counter.
Okay, the next one if he sees Oracle Financial bought at 8,287. Should he continue to hold or accumulate more? Rajesh, your view?
Yes, accumulate more, positive on this counter.
Outlook on Z, Sameer, our viewers bought it at 90 and we also had a flash with that HDFC mutual fund. I got out of it somewhat. What's your view?
I think you can hold on, the worst is in the price.
Okay, 3,500 shares of Castrol India bought. Current realization of 1.1 lakh loss. Should he continue to hold? Rajesh, your view?
Yes, hold on to it. It's approaching a key support zone.
Solara Active Pharma bought at 625. 1,500 shares what Amit holds. Rajesh, what should he do?
Yeah, hold on to it. Strong positive momentum is there.
8 shares of Infosys bought at 15,555. Should he continue to hold or sell? Sameer, your view?
I guess hold on.
Restaurant Brands Asia at 152, bought 170 shares. Sameer, what should Priyank do with this one?
I think he should buy some more. I think it's a great growing business.
Okay, REC bought at the levels of 105. Should he continue to accumulate? Rajesh, your view?
Definitely accumulate.
Raj bought at 517. Rajesh, what should he do?
Yeah, I mean, since last week momentum is there, hold on to it. 365, 370 targets.
Okay, the next one is regarding IRCTC is what we are seeing. Should he continue to hold at current levels, at the current price? What is your view, Rajesh?
Yes, just we answered it. Hold on to it.
Okay, well, 52 queries, we've hit the mark and this is a good Friday that we are looking at. So as Puneet was saying, Friday or Friday, we've definitely made that mark. So thank you so much, Sameer and Rajesh, for joining and sharing perspective on all of these talks that we've discussed. But with that, it's an end that we're seeing for this edition of Ask Profit. Have a happy weekend and keep tuning to NDTV Profit.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
High MTF rates hurting your profits?
Why, what's your MTF interest rate?
Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum.
Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
कल का भारत उन्हीं से बनता है जो आज सीखने, समझने और नई सोच रखने का जज्बा दिखाते हैं। और इसी जज्बे को सेलिब्रेट करने आ रहा है अदानी सीमेंट फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इन एसोसिएशन विद एनडीटीवी इंडिया। फ्यूचर एक्स सिर्फ एक क्विज नहीं है, ये एक नेशनल लेवल चैलेंज है जो स्टूडेंट्स की नॉलेज को टेस्ट करता है। अगर आप क्लास 9 to 12 में हैं और तैयार है अपनी नॉलेज को टेस्ट करने के लिए, तो फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इज योर चांस टू पार्टिसिपेट एंड एक्सेल। सो पार्टिसिपेट, compete, stand out और बनो फ्यूचर बिल्डर्स ऑफ भारत। एनरोल नाउ।
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in equity, fixed income, gold, silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
It's fresh, bro. Straight from the jungle.
I'll take the whole pumpkin. Make seamless UPI payments with Zen Life. Making life simpler with Zen Life by Bank of Maharashtra.
बिजली का बिल 5,000।
आउटगोइंग तो जा रही है, आपकी क्या तैयारी है?
रूट कैनाल 25,000।
आउटगोइंग है जा रही, आपकी क्या तैयारी?
सीनियर क्लास की फीस 1 लाख रुपीस।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। SIB के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर SWB के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
You've probably seen these sleek charts, instant customer service और daily profit updates. सब कुछ बिल्कुल प्रोफेशनल, but the entire setup is a well-crafted illusion. ऐसे स्कैम से बचने का एक सिंपल तरीका है, always verify any trading apps on SEBI and BSE, क्योंकि if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is a scam.
An investor awareness initiative by SEBI.
Celebrating 77 years of trust. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, has been a pillar of financial discipline, driving India's economic growth and shaping a Viksit Bharat. Join us as the world's largest accounting body celebrates its 77th CA Day.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. Also, let's look at the company today which will be in focus, but I'll give you some hints and you should guess this company, what this company is all about. The company manufactures clean air products. So there is a hint to that also because the name is there in that. Also, the company is of course a recently listed stock. The history is less, but it'll be very interesting to know the outlook going ahead. It's trading more than 19% above its IPO price. Another hint, it had a very good listing pop. And the company in focus is today Tenneco Clean Air Products. This company is having of course an MNC parentage, but nevertheless we will be asking important questions is why the street is not giving any valuation premium for an MNC auto company. That's the biggest question we need to ask the management, and also through my analysis I'll get you the answers. The margins are still worrying the street. Is it the higher royalty payments going ahead, or the change in product mix not in favor of company? Will the after service become the next frontier? After sales services is very much important when you are dealing in this kind of a business. Is export potential being capped by the product design or the core areas which they are shifting in?
These are the questions we'll be asking, and what are the company's real risk triggers and how will company mitigate them? That is something we'll be watching out for, and any bold product expansion moves ahead, because more and more product categories go, there's more inflection point and more chances of re-rating, and of course the company is at a discount to its peers as well. So these are the important questions which has led me to question the management and research as well. But before we start our research on the company, I would like to give you some more details about the company, what it does actually and what are the key products. It of course is an auto ancillary company. In that space itself, it has having an MNC parentage. It's a part of Tenneco Group. So there is, of course, we can see a strong DNA coming, especially in a tech and an R&D setup. Also, it's a US headquartered and a key global tier 1 automotive component supplier. As the company's name suggests, it's clean air. So they manufacture highly engineered, tech intensive clean air products and solutions going ahead. And also they manufacture powertrain and suspension solutions. This is largely which the analyst community thinks that this is a commoditized business, and we will understand more as we delve deep into the company. These are tailored products for Indian OEMs and the export market as well. Looking at the aftermarket primarily, that they are doing through Motocare. That means they don't have anything in-house. They have a different partner who is doing the aftermarket services. So if a company gets their in-house aftermarket services, especially an auto ancillary, then their margins and operational efficiencies also improve. Also, this is the entire details for the company we have given you for Tenneco Clean Air. But our format of KYC is that we give 8 rating parameters depending on the sector and the stock. First one is of course the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios. The key numbers, they need to be checked in first, how the trends looking like, and the shareholding, street cred, the valuations, especially with its peers, which I'll be comparing in the MNC space, and the outlook. So totally we are having 8 of these parameters where we will judge the company. So let's go one by one for all the rating parameters which would be in our focus. The first one is the income statement. That's something which you'll be watching out for, and we will be giving you the details about this income statement. And the revenue over here, the large numbers here in FY24, it was 5,467 crore, and now my concern starts coming in. Out here is just 4,890 crore rupees. So there has been a kind of an impact, and this might be from the global business as well as exports of most of the auto ancillary players were on the lower side. Interestingly, the EBITDA has remained flat, but the margins has seen a jump. Now, will this margin sustain going ahead? That's a very big question to ask. And the net profit here, that has seemingly done well. So top line growth, not so much, but the bottom line growth has been significant. And that is why we are actually kind of giving a neutral rating when it comes to the income statement. Let's go to the second important rating, that is your balance sheet. And largely we see the equity base has gone up, but borrowings, that's become nil. So that's what I liked about it. But this company, the way it is functioning, it has a support from its parent company, which is an international company, and the cash bank balance, that has actually significantly gone up as well. It's around 286 odd crore rupees. Not much to read right now when you see these balance sheets. So right now I'll give you this company a neutral rating. So we have spoken about 2 parameters right now. First is of course the income statement, the second being the balance sheet. Let's look at the cash flow ratings, how it actually pans out, and let's see the third rating comes in the operating cash flows. That has significantly jumped up, and this is what I liked, 1122 odd crore rupees coming in. So that actually helps the working capital ratios for a company when you ever do this analysis. The net cash flows, that is still erratic, I would say, but still in the positive, but lower than the FY25 numbers. These are the H1 FY26 numbers, by the way. Just is 6 months worth of data. So if this continues trend, this might be 160 crore operating cash flow at the end of FY26. So that's what most of the analysts or the investors will be hoping for the company. It's a very short period. The company was recently listed, so we need to give it time for the company. And for that reason, I'll be giving just a neutral rating when it comes to the cash flow segment. So 3 important categories I have spoken about. The 4th category, that one is going to be the return ratios, and the return ratios have been going up each year. The ROC, the return on capital employed ratio, generally for this industry it should be more than 20 odd %, but the company has delivered, and it is a sustained delivery happening. So that's what I really liked about it. Around 34% was there in FY23. So a lot of product changes do happen, and a fund raise, fund infusions also happen. A strong parental lineage is there, and that is why I feel this might be one of the top numbers for the return ratios in the ROC segment for Tenneco. So it will be a thumbs up, the first thumbs up actually coming in our show for this segment. That is your return ratios. So we have spoken about totally 4 of these ratings. We are in the middle of our analysis. Let's go on to our 5th rating procedure, which would be in focus, and that's the shareholding part. You must be wondering that only one line is there for the analysis, but because the company was recently listed, that's why there is no history of it. And I just like to point out the promoters are having 75% stake, and that's a recent numbers coming in post the IPO. 4% coming for FIs, and DI is also 10 odd %. That means they are respecting the parentage, the MNC impact, and it's a kind of a safe bet. There might not be much volatility in the counter, and the time period is very less. DI is 10% stake, FIs are holding roughly 4% stake. So it's evenly balanced, I would say. Only 10% odd is there in the retail. On that basis, I'll still give a neutral rating. I want to wait it out and see how this actually shareholding pattern changes over the next few quarters as well. Up next from that is Street Cred. I had mentioned you and given you in the tease itself that it's up 19% from the IPO price, but there was already a big listing pop, and that listing pop was more than 20%. So from the listing price also, if you look at it, the stock hasn't performed yet. It's just a very short period. It came in November itself. It's still down 7%. There are some market conditions also. So that's why it's not fair to judge the company and give a thumbs down. So I would be giving a neutral rating when it comes to the Street Cred. I would like to wait and watch. But the question remains is the biggest thing why I'm getting this company in KYC for you, for all the analysts who have written to us, and also the Gen Zs and all have spoken about this company, is the valuations front. Why is it not trading at premium valuations compared to the larger auto MNC players? Your answer might be there in some of the work in the outlook and what the management is going to say. Tenneco Clean Air, they're trading at 30 times its FY27 PE numbers. Compare that with Bosch, compare that with Schaeffler. They are having bigger names, but they're on the higher side when it comes to the valuations. ZF Commercial, that's 52 times the valuations. The only one which is cheaper is CIA Automotive. That is 16x the valuations which are coming in. Now, there are 2 reasons I'd like to explain you. The first one is there are a lot of issues on the product competition. The parentage is definitely there, but Street is not giving even the average premium for an MNC auto component supplier. CIA Automotive is an exception because of their product mix as well, and that's why we are seeing a big correction and a difference coming in. So that's why I will be giving a strong thumbs down when it comes to the valuations. It's likely to remain in discount the way the perception or the strategy of the company is looking like. That's what the broking houses have stated. So 7 ratings are done. Let's move on to the last but not the least. It's very much important. That's the outlook segment. They're expected to benefit from BS4 to BS6 structural change. That's largely known and factored in, and during the IPO itself also we heard it from the company. But my concerns are starting to come. There is a lack of aftermarkets. That's a concern coming in. They are doing it through a third party. And also exports, they may remain a challenge because of there's a Trump tariff issues which are there, and till now we haven't got our US-India trade deal completion. That might impact their export business. The margins are likely to have peaked as per brokerages. 2 important reasons for it. Change in product mix which is there, and that's where the question comes, and also the royalty payment which the Indian company gives to the foreign arm. That itself might be an area of concern, at least from an investor point of view. That's something which we'll be also asking the management, that what will happen for the overall margins going ahead. But of course, let's take a entire review of all the ratings which we have given. If you look at the financial numbers, nothing much there happening. Some divergence are there. So net, it's a neutral thing coming in for the first 3 parameters. Return ratios was very much a very strong improvement coming in. Shareholding, Street Cred, let's give it more time before we judge this company. But I'm still concerned when it comes to the valuations and the outlook for the industry and the company as well. So net, I'll be giving this company around 3.5 out of 8 in the KYC rating setup. And largely, this is on the lower side at an average when we get a company in our show. So of course, we will be looking at this company, but now management, Arvind Chandrasekharan, he's the CEO of Tenneco Clean Air. He will be joining us just after this break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
जब से दुकान खोली है मैंने तब से बैंक का ही तो काम कर रहा हूँ। लो बन गया ना चपरासी।
नॉट बैंकिंग विद एयू।
एयू करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
हाँ जी शुक्ला जी, सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
IMTF rates hurting your profits?
Why, what's your MTF interest rate? Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum.
Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
कल का भारत उन्हीं से बनता है जो आज सीखने, समझने और नई सोच रखने का जज्बा दिखाते हैं। और इसी जज्बे को सेलिब्रेट करने आ रहा है अदानी सीमेंट फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इन एसोसिएशन विद एनडीटीवी इंडिया। फ्यूचर एक्स सिर्फ एक क्विज नहीं है, ये एक नेशनल लेवल चैलेंज है जो स्टूडेंट्स की नॉलेज को टेस्ट करता है। अगर आप क्लास 9 to 12 में हैं और तैयार है अपनी नॉलेज को टेस्ट करने के लिए, तो फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इज योर चांस टू पार्टिसिपेट एंड एक्सेल। सो पार्टिसिपेट, compete, stand out और बनो फ्यूचर बिल्डर्स ऑफ भारत। एनरोल नाउ।
Any time is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in a mix of equity, debt, gold and silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme related documents carefully.
ये स्टॉक कल अपर सर्किट हिट करेगा, ट्रस्ट मी। जॉइन आवर प्रीमियम चैट ग्रुप फॉर गारंटीड प्रॉफिट। 40% in just 4 days. ये self-made experts are not regulated, not accountable, and are definitely not working in your interest. Once you're in and you've paid, the advice either fails or they disappear. So don't get scammed by such false promises. हमेशा deal कीजिए only with SEBI registered intermediaries.
An investor awareness initiative by SEBI.
होम EMI 50,000।
तो जा रही है। आपकी क्या तैयारी है?
पूरे सीलिंग का 20,000।
आउटगोइंग है जा रही। आपकी क्या तैयारी?
मौसा जी, मेरी शादी का गिफ्ट।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। SIB के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर SWP के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
माई भाई, डू यू नो एनी कूल बैंक जो डिजिटल फर्स्ट हो?
SBI कूलेस्ट है।
व्हाट?
डिजिटल लोन्स 30 मिनट में, AI मॉडल्स 140+, योनो यूजर्स 9 करोड़, डेली UPI ट्रांजैक्शंस 33 करोड़।
कूल तो है।
चलो, SBI, द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन, ट्रूली।
We are now joined by Arvind Chandrasekhar. He is the whole-time director and the CEO of Tenneco Clean Air. A very good afternoon to you, Arvind. Just looking at this newly listed company, and it was very interesting for me, and because I was doing a lot of valuation check with your MNC peers as well, and some kind of discount is still there. But that question will be something else. Just wanted to get it out, what are your actual products, because we have spoken about the clean air products. That itself is a big ecosystem. But just for the benefit of our viewers, if you could just start with the product portfolio and the revenue breakup as well, what is Tenneco Clean Air all about?
Right. First of all, Sharad, thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. So we're Tenneco. At the group level, we're a $17 billion company. We're a massive automotive tier 1 supplier. We have 180 plants, over 30 countries, 40 tech centers. So we are basically a R&D technology company. We have access to 5,000 patents, which you can imagine from an India standpoint is such a gift, because we can directly take tried and proven solutions from Europe, US, or even Tenneco China to India to support our Indian customers. So I think that's a huge benefit. So as you asked, to answer your question, we have clean air products, powertrain products, and advanced suspension, or we call ride technologies products. And
go ahead.
Sorry, I thought I lost the connection. Yeah, so we have what we call CAPT, so Clean Air Powertrain. That's 50%, and the Advanced Ride Technologies, that's another 50%. So it's a very good combination of engine and chassis products, and so it forms a natural edge for us from the standpoint of electrification, etc. So those are the two, let's say, product portfolios that we have.
Arvind, can you just give me a detailed margin breakup for both of these key products which are there, and also the blended consolidated margins which currently the company is sitting at?
So we've not reported specific margins for the business units, but overall, we're running. Last year we ran at about 18.6% EBITDA. This time, you can see for H1 what we reported is a healthy 19+% EBITDA. So you could say that Clean Air is a few hundred basis points better, and Advanced Ride Technologies is 200 basis points lower. But it shouldn't matter, because over time, what is happening is the Advanced Ride Technologies business is slowly becoming more and more premiumized, okay? Because we've got excellent tailwinds of premiumization as the shock absorbers are going from conventional to frequency dependent to more active suspension. And that automatically means the number of competitors we have is very few, and therefore the margins are higher. So over time, it's going to be nicely balanced. So that's one of the reasons why we think the margins can be sustained, that regardless of how things move, we have a natural hedge. And as we acquire more and more businesses, the absorption will be better. And you saw the order book that we've reported in the Q2 press release, which is also very, very healthy. So based on all of that, we think that we will have very sustainable and good margins and growing margins over the next 3 years.
And Arvind, there are some street concerns also, especially when it comes to the royalty payment hike, because this is how an MNCs work, and you're an R&D firm. You just mentioned that you have around 5,000 plus IPs as well. Also, the change in product mix, that's something which the brokerages have actually raised some concerns. Will that actually dent your margins outlook going ahead, or is that covered?
Okay, so there are two questions in here. So first of all, a royalty, right? So what we pay is 2.5%, which is middle of the fairway when it comes to royalties. If you look at other multinationals, there are some that have royalties of 4 or 5%. So we're at 2.5%. I think that's a very small price to pay considering how far we've gotten. If you go back the last 5, 6, whatever, 7 years pre-COVID to now, we've completely displaced the competition in some areas. Like during the BS4 days, we had 17 competitors. Look at now, we just have one or two competitors, right? The same thing on the shock absorber side. So we've slowly crept up market share, and this is only because of the technology and the R&D capability and the strength of our local R&D and the applications engineering team. And that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for all these patents. So 2.5% royalty is a small price to pay. As far as your other question on the product mix, we don't have to worry about margin dilution or deterioration. Why? One is we have enough content per vehicle additions on both the Clean Air side and the suspension side. Because remember, we got all this legislation happening, right? You got CAFE 3 for CO2 happening. We got TREM 5 for tractors. We have also BS 6 to BS 7. And the last 6, 7 years pre-COVID to now, we've gained so much market share. So in the commercial truck, for example, we're at 57 to 60%. Shock absorbers, we were 48 even during the filing of the DRHP, and now look at us, we're from 48, we've gone to 52% on shock absorbers. And also on off-highway, on Clean Air, we are at 68%. So we're starting to be a very strong force in the market, and I wouldn't say domination, but we are very, very strong. And because of the unique relationships we share with our customers, we feel that they're willing to work with us as a trusted partner. Again, that is our purpose, is to have customers believe that we are the trusted partners for them. So I think from a margin standpoint, we will sustain these margins as long as there's growth. There's a lot of growth in domestic business. There's a lot of growth with exports, right? Export possibilities are not just Tenneco India to third-party OEMs, Tenneco India also to Tenneco Europe, Tenneco US, mostly Tenneco Europe, you would say. And there, by the way, exports, the margins are much, much better. So one thing is happening, right? Our exports are growing much faster than the regular business, right? Regular domestic business. And the export margins are also coming in much nicer than domestic margins. So we think that combination, and by the way, it covers Clean Air, powertrain, and also suspension, right? So we're exporting all of these products equally to
Spoke
our
about the exports front. I'll get back to you on that. But there's another question which our audience has asked, and that is regarding the after-service segment. Largely, when we look at an MNC, especially in the auto segment, they generally have their own after-service segment. But right now, I think it's a third-party Moto Care, if I am not mistaken. If I am mistaken, please correct me. So this after-service segment, are you looking at developing an in-house product? Because if that happens, a lot of benefits and operational efficiencies kick in, and that the trust factor also comes in, and that's very much important in a market like India. So I wanted to get your view on this after-services segment. This might not be a very big one, but it's very much required for an auto player.
Yeah, see, look, we decided strategically to not be a player, at least for our kind of business, right? If you look at our products, right, this sheer size of our products are pretty big. The exhaust systems are large, even shock absorbers and suspensions. As we get into future technology, these products are built for life. So they are not like, brake pads or products that require frequent replacement. And second thing is, we don't really need aftermarket revenues and margins to shore up our lack of margins elsewhere. We are making excellent margins. As you just see our number, 18-19% EBITDAs are, some of the best numbers in the auto sector. And like we said, a strategic decision to be an OEM player, but there's enough volume and business growth to be had, business to business, right, from us to third-party OEM, and of course, also back to Tenneco entities. So we decided to focus our efforts in this area, and aftermarket is going to be a much smaller area for growth for us. And the margins for us are being a technology player and R&D player, and that's where we're going to make all our future margins, and it's sustainable.
Yes, technology and R&D player, that's what you're positioning your company for the markets, for Dalal Street. But I want to know something much more about your exports. You spoke about there's a huge market for it, but the entire auto sector, or at least the auto ancillary space, has been under a big pressure, especially with non-completion of US-India trade deal. Demand is very volatile even in Europe markets. What will be your view on this? You can give a both company as well as industry perspective on that.
Yeah, so I think things that are happening in the US, I think you have to discount because we don't know where it's going to land. The 50% tariffs, they're talking about it landing somewhere at 18 or whatever. So that's an ongoing negotiation. As far as we are concerned, the bulk of our exports are to Europe, whether it's third party or to even Tenneco entities. One of the reasons our exports are going to be strong and sustainable is because a lot of our order booking on export is coming from just booking business with our own sister entities in Tenneco Europe. So whether it be selling them raw material or part of the bill of material for what they need to be competitive, or sub-assemblies, or even finished product, right? Tenneco India has this
Arvind, I just need to ask one question. Just give me a breakup with how much your business you're doing with the export with your sister entities with the group level. So then the audience will understand, how much risk you are actually exposed to or actually are not exposed to. So give me that breakup.
So I'd say if you look at our future order book, right, I think that's the right way to say it, because because right now our exports overall are only 5% of sales, right? We started off with a very low base because export was never a focus for Tenneco for the longest time. It's only now that we've created exports to be a big area for growth. And already in the last press release, we said that, and what we've uploaded to the SEBI website, we've said that we've already up to about 8%. So in the future, if you look at our order book, in the 1,760 crores of order book, 70% of that is just exporting back to Tenneco entities. These could be semi-finished goods, or like examples like rods and sintered parts, or even finished products, right? So there the margins are coming out nicer. And again, it's a good thing, right, when you're just exporting back to other Tenneco entities. So I think our risk on export is much, much lower than any other company because of this growth potential. Remember, the rest of Tenneco, beyond us in India, Tenneco Clean Air being $500 million business, the rest of Tenneco is a $17 billion entity. So a lot of labor cost arbitrage is possible. We can also, for example, consolidate product, bring that to India, especially where there's low capacity utilization in Europe or the US. So all of that business is a target market for us. And again, not only do we benefit because our growth improves, but at the Tenneco Group level, it also benefits the Tenneco Group and our ultimate promoter.
All right, thanks a lot, Arvind, for answering all our important queries. I know I played a devil's advocate today, but it was necessary for the company to be discovered amongst investors and people as well. Thank you very much for your candor and time for NDTV Profit. Thank you. Well, that was the management of Tenneco Clean Air, cleaning a lot of concerns which were there regarding the stock. So that's something which we'll be looking out for. But that's all for today at NDTV Profits KYC. Stay tuned.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Not 300, 300, 300.
छुट्टी पे तो चिलकर
मेरा बैंक मुझे चिल करने देता है। इंटरेस्ट पता कितना देता है? इतना सा, और वो भी यार 3 महीने बाद।
नॉट बैंकिंग विद AU?
AU? AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने, एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
IMTF rates hurting your profits?
Why, what's your MTF interest rate? Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum. Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
बिजली का बिल 5,000।
आउटगोइंग तो जा रही है, आपकी क्या तैयारी है?
रूट कैनाल 25,000।
आउटगोइंग है जा रही, आपकी क्या तैयारी?
सीनियर क्लास की फीस
1 लाख रुपीस।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। SIB के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर SWB के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
कल का भारत उन्हीं से बना है जो आज सीखने, समझने और नई सोच रखने का जज्बा दिखाते हैं। और इसी जज्बे को सेलिब्रेट करने आ रहा है अदानी सीमेंट फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इन एसोसिएशन विद NDTV इंडिया। फ्यूचर एक्स सिर्फ एक क्विज नहीं है, ये एक नेशनल लेवल चैलेंज है जो स्टूडेंट्स की नॉलेज को टेस्ट करता है। अगर आप क्लास 9 to 12 में हैं और तैयार है अपनी नॉलेज को टेस्ट करने के लिए, तो फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इज योर चांस टू पार्टिसिपेट एंड एक्सेल। सो पार्टिसिपेट, कम्पीट, स्टैंड आउट और बनो फ्यूचर बिल्डर्स ऑफ भारत। एनरोल नाउ।
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in equity, fixed income, gold, silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Dalal Street sees a green turnaround. Nifty trades above 25,900. Auto and defense are the top gainers. Nifty Metals loses its sheen. Top losers on the deal street. Indian CDMO stocks rally as US Biosecure Act gets Trump's approval. Indian drug makers are set to gain from a gradual global supply chain shift as US restrictions on China-linked biotech contracts come into force. All eyes on Shriram Finance ahead of its board meet today. The board is set to consider a fundraising proposal. The NBFC has also been in news on the back of Japan's MUFG investment plans. And Ola Electric rebounds after a 3-day slump as CEO Bhavish Agarwal clears promoter pledges with partial stake sale. Big debut for ICICI Prudential AMC. The stock lists at a strong premium, over 20% above its IPO price on the back of a stellar response to its issue, which saw a bumper 39 times subscription. Hello and welcome. You have tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Poddar, and today we are focusing on one particular space and a company. We are talking about Rossari Biotech, which has announced that they are incorporating a Singapore subsidiary which will be wholly owned by the listed entity Rossari Biotech here in India. We are joined right now by Sunil Chari, who is the co-founder as well as managing director of Rossari Biotech. Sunil, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. My first question, the rationale for this incorporation of the subsidiary in Singapore?
So Singapore is known, for governance and for the ease of doing business. And as we embark on our global, expansions, we wanted to be ready for the future. And Singapore would be the global holdco for all future growth, avenues which we see in the world.
That's right, but you've also said that Southeast Asian market is where you want to increase your footprint. I want to understand, while between domestic and export, you have a mix of 72% domestic and the rest below 30% in exports. What is the final aim and the goal with the incorporation of a global footprint and your reach and higher expansion that you're looking at in Southeast Asia?
So in India, as you know, we are the largest ethylene oxide consumer and amongst the largest ethoxylate producers. Now we feel that your future should be geographically expanded where ethylene oxide is available. So we are exploring avenues and possibilities in different countries. And we formed also a Saudi Arabian subsidiary last year. And so we see the possibilities of all the global subsidiaries being clubbed under one global holdco. And the board felt that Singapore was the ideal place for us to have a holding company.
All right, and what is the kind of competition that you're seeing, Sunil Chari, in the market? Because at the time of COVID a few years back, we had definitely given a lot of positive outlook on the specialty chemical side and your area of operations as well, because of China Plus One trend really picking up globally. Now that China as well as US are getting into trade talk and there is a reversal on this whole momentum of China Plus One theme, how is it really impacting your business?
So I'm proud to say that Rossari has grown 30% CAGR in the last 10 years. And even if you see the last 5 years, it is 28% CAGR. We were just 600 crores when we went for IPO in 2020. Today, last year, we were 2,080 crores. And this year, we will end up at, at least a 10% growth over last year. In terms of growth, you see, we have tripled our sales in 5 years. We have tripled also, our EBITDA in the last 5 years. Last quarter was our highest EBITDA, highest sales ever. We've been growing, continuously for the last 5 years. And we also feel that for the next 5 years, it's easy for us to double or probably in 4 years, we want to double our sales. If you see our exports, when we did our IPO, it was just 10% of our sales. Today, we are at 28% of our sales. The HPPC segment, which is a growth driver because the addressable market is very big, was just 45% when we did our IPO. Today it is at 78%, and we are expecting the HPPC segment to be 90% plus in the next 5 years. Of course, our animal health and nutrition and textile businesses will continue to grow, but not at the same speed as what the HPPC grows because the market is bigger. Our R&D lab in IIT Bombay is ready with a lot of products in the pipeline for the future. So we have the markets ready, we have the customers ready, we have the products ready, and if you have access to more feedstock, definitely we'll go at a very fast.
All right, so it's breaking news that we are really reporting at the current moment, the much awaited Shriram Finance deal where Japan's MUFG really buys a minority stake in Shriram Finance and infuses funds. That particular news has been announced. Remember, Shriram Finance had its board meeting today, and this is the fundraising plan that has been approved by the board of Shriram Finance. At the current moment, the stock is down closer to 1% in trade, and some bit of pressure seen in Shriram Finance stock. But also remember that there had been an anticipation of this large transaction coming in this company for a while, and now finally the announcement has come. We are awaiting a lot more details, but remember that the momentum is building in the Indian financial services company, especially banks and NBFCs, where the foreign players and strategic players have been buying stake and also infusing capital for further growth of the company. Remember that for the financial services company, especially NBFC like Shriram Finance, it is critical to have a constant supply of its biggest raw material, which is the capital infusion. And with this 20% minority stake that Japan's MUFG has really confirmed by way of announcement coming in from Shriram Finance, definitely this deal is on the anvil, and definitely will also give the much required fund infusion for Shriram Finance. Here again, a few aspects to note is that there are investors in the company. The exit to these investors is also critical for Shriram Finance. And what happens to also the holdco, Shriram Capital, and what kind of an infusion goes into that. So these are the two critical aspects which we will await the management's commentary really to come in and give more clarity on that. So what we have at the particular moment is that Shriram Finance, much awaited deal of MUFG Bank investing 40,000 crore rupees into Shriram Finance has been announced by the company. MUFG of Japan will be holding 20% minority stake in Shriram Finance by way of this particular transaction. As we said, a lot of capital is required for the growth of these NBFCs and financial services lenders, and that's where a lot of foreign players and strategic players like MUFG have been really coming and contributing for the growth of these companies. So it's a big deal coming in the financial services space, a large transaction to end this year with, and the biggest theme for this year has also been the banks and NBFCs in India really getting the fund infusion coming in from the foreign strategic. Sunny Agarwal, who's the head of fundamental equity research at SBI Cap Securities, joins in now. Sunny, pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. It's a big development coming in for Shriram Finance. How do you see this transaction, especially from the stock perspective and the shareholders' perspective of Shriram Finance?
Yeah, good afternoon. If you can run me through the contour of the deal. I'm sorry, I couldn't go through that.
Right. So the details are 40,000 crore rupees investment by MUFG Bank. They will be holding 20% stake in Shriram Finance, and we are awaiting a lot more details coming in. Of course, the exit to some of the investors in the company as well as Shriram Capital, the fund there is also something that we don't know about, but largely the figure that we have is 20% stake that has been bought and has been approved by Shriram Finance. Sunny? 39,618 crore rupees to be precise.
Yeah, so again, I think in case it seems the deal is in line with an street expectation wherein there will be no fresh fund infusion in the business. It will be more of a shareholder hand change that is likely to happen. But nonetheless, it will definitely help a company in terms of improved credit rating with a large institution backing it, and that should help them to lower the cost of borrowing for Shriram Finance, and which in turn should lead to a better margin for them going forward. So that's the clear-cut benefit which seems to be for the shareholders of Shriram Finance in medium to long term, wherein the better NIM can lead to an better earning growth, which in turn can lead to an re-rating in terms of multiples also. So as we speak, Shriram Finance is trading at closer to 2.3 times 1 year forward price to book, and looking at historical track record, I think 15 to 18% growth is something which is not a very far-fetched ask for an institution like Shriram Finance. So things like in medium to long term, there is a chance of re-rating in terms of valuation multiple, which is assigned to Shriram Finance.
Right. So you said that the re-rating is likely. How much upside are you really looking at with this large Japanese company, MUFG, really backing Shriram Finance? And there are also going to be a couple of board seats, Sunny, which would be given to Japan's company by way of its ownership, now a minority stake in Shriram Finance.
Although in terms of price target, we believe over the 12 to 15 months, the fair value is closer to 950 rupees. But what I feel is that once this transaction is in place, maybe going forward, the new normal price to book multiple for such a large institution should move from 2.2 to 2.4 kind of band to maybe 2.8 to 3 over the period of next 12 to 15 months. So gradually, I believe ultimately the valuation re-rating is multiple re-rating is something which should lead to a further upgrade in terms of price target by the analyst community. But as we speak, we believe since the stock has already run up on the expectation of this deal over the period of last 30 to 60 days, we feel that maybe buy on dip is the right strategy if somebody wants to deploy a fresh capital in Shriram Finance with a price target of 950 and then hold on to the stock from a medium to long term perspective.
All right. So at the current moment, a large part of the upside that was coming in because of this transaction, because of heavy anticipation, that particular bit has been baked into this particular stock. For the future now, Sunny, how do you see the development and growth and the potential for this company, for the stakeholders who are already there in the company? What are they looking at now after this transaction?
I think again, as discussed earlier, obviously, as a shareholder, I tend to benefit from a lower cost of borrowing. So obviously, that which should help in terms of a better earning growth. So that's the one kind of earning upgrade is something which is expected soon, maybe post the conclusion of a deal, maybe over the next 1 or 2 quarters, when the cost of borrowing reduces. And then post that, I think normalized growth in line with slightly better than an industry growth. And that is also a function of various category to which Shriram Finance is catering to, whether it is a vehicle finance or any other subsector of NBFCs or a consumer segment. So I think overall, in medium to long term, 15 to 18% growth is not a far-fetched ask for an institution like Shriram Finance.
Right. And if we really look at the overall scenario, can't help but ask that capital infusion and equity buyout both have been the themes for this particular year, Sunny, when we talk about the NBFCs and the banking space. How is the dynamic for this particular sector changing with this trend continuing, especially from the foreign investors and strategics?
Yeah, definitely that gives a lot of confidence even to an institutional shareholder in terms of the scalability of the business, which is likely over the next decade. If somebody from a large institutions like UFG is committing capital in an Indian organization, obviously their aspiration is to witness a consistent profitable growth over the period of next 8 to 10 or 15 years. So that gives a lot of confidence that with such large kind of capital infusion, whether it is we have seen in Samman Capital, the same deal is getting executed in Shriram. Recently, even we have seen 16,000 crore fund infusion into Geo Finance by promoters through preferential equity. Capri Global has recently managed to raise 2,000 crore through QIP. So all such fund infusion definitely ensure that the growth potential of this sector is still intact, and with an interest rate in their favor, where we have seen 125 basis point repo rate cut during the last 10 to 11 months, that will definitely aid in terms of margin expansion also. So I think net-net, it seems that industry is well placed to grow on a healthy note in a medium to long term.
All right, Sunny, hold on to your thoughts. My colleague Somit is right here with the contours of this transaction, which we had been reporting now bits and pieces of. Somit, put all the entire transaction and the contours into perspective.
So MUFG will be putting in close to 40,000 crore. They'll get 20% equity on a fully diluted basis. But the important point to note here is that this transaction has been done at a price of 840.9, which is at a discount compared to current market price.
Yes.
And we also need to understand that since October till now, there have been multiple news reports which have indicated that such kind of a deal will be happening, and the share prices have already jumped from 700 to 860, considering this deal that is expected to come in. So most likely, at this moment for public shareholders, there won't be much, or for retail shareholders, there won't be much into it at this moment, given the fact that this deal is happening at a discount. So no trade for them at this value, and obviously there will be an open offer, and that should also be at around this price of 840.9, given the fact that MUFG will be getting around 20% stake in Shriram Finance. So at this moment, there won't be any trade for retail investors, but obviously this deal is quite positive for Shriram Finance, given the fact that they're getting this kind of equity of 40,000 crore, which will be coming into the company. And this will also lower the borrowing cost, could also lead to higher credit rating for the company, enhanced distribution reach, capital infusion is the biggest boost that is coming in, and yes, lower borrowing cost could lead into a bigger benefit going into for Shriram Finance in future. But at this moment, 20% is what that the MUFG is getting in for putting in close to 40,000 crore at a price of 840.9, which is at a discount compared to the current market price.
All right. Thank you so much, Somit, for putting all that into perspective. Sunny, after the final details, what is your final view on Shriram Finance and the growth prospects going forward?
Yeah, I think as discussed earlier, I think if somebody wants to invest or deploy a fresh capital in Shriram Finance, maybe buy on the right side, buying the price target of 950 rupees and investment horizon of 12 to 15 months. That's the valuation at which I feel is a fair value at which Shriram Finance should command. And as we get to know more about the benefit of this fund infusion over the period of quarter or two, I think there is a scope of re-rating going forward.
All right, Sunny, thanks so much for all your views coming in. This is indeed a very large transaction, but highly anticipated as well. And definitely the deal has been struck lower than the current market price. And that's why we had seen some pressure build up on this particular counter, even as the much anticipated announcement really came in today. So the board of Shriram Finance finally approves this fundraising program of 20% stake sale to MUFG of Japan and getting in close to 40,000 crore rupees. And analysts give a thumbs up to this large transaction. All right, let's take it straight across to another important corporate that we are tracking right here on NDTV Profit, and we are talking about Metropolis. In fact, Ameera Shah is right here with us, joining in. She's the promoter and executive chairperson of Metropolis Healthcare. Ameera, always a pleasure to speak to you. And as we are winding down on 2025 and looking forward to 2026, and lots of aspects to discuss on that. How do you see the growth propensity for the coming year? And is there a yearly price hike that the diagnostic space, your space, is really gearing up for?
Hi, Nisha. How are you? I think it's been a pretty stable period for the diagnostic industry. I think those of us who are leaders continue to get stronger. I think growth-wise, I think it's obviously very different for each company. Industry is about 8 to 10%. Metropolis, has grown this year, the first half of the year, about 23% for our organic and inorganic growth. And margins have expanded well also by about 17% EBITDA over the year. Next year also, I think, will be a good year. I think our organic growth should continue to be strong. And we'll continue to see some margin expansion as well. In terms of pricing, every year we take some marginal price increase. Having said that, this year we're going to reevaluate whether we want to do that or not, so still deciding.
Right. So still deciding on the price increase, but there will be a marginal price increase is what you're saying. You also said that there will be margin expansion. What are the growth drivers and margin expansionary factors that we are looking for next year, Amira?
No, so while we are still deciding on the price increase, Nisha, I don't think we have a decision on that. I think the levers for margin expansion and growth really are, currently we are in 750 cities and towns across the country in India. And over the next few years, we believe that this can keep expanding and we can go deeper and deeper into markets of the country. So that certainly will be one lever. The second one is that, we believe we are finding that obviously volume growth is fairly strong. And third is the revenue per patient growth, which actually happens as you move up the value chain. We are already the highest revenue per patient in the industry because we sell the maximum amount of specialized tests as a contribution to revenue. And we really deal with very critical illnesses. So we expect that to continue as well. So organic growth between these levers, I think, should continue to be fairly strong.
Right. So when we look at the newer aspects and as the industry grows and newer services really come into the picture, Amira, of course, genomics and high science diagnostics are the critical areas where the sector is moving towards. Can you give us an update on what's happening on that particular front and what kind of performance can be expected from there?
See, genomics is obviously a very important and interesting area in the world of science, and we're going to see many therapeutic areas like oncology, neurology require genomics for all kinds of diagnostics, right? We have to also differentiate. You have different kinds of genomics, right? So far, we've really not had preventive or predictive genomics. Right now, what's happening is very critical genomics to diagnose as a final diagnosis the issue. That will continue to get stronger and stronger as the years go by. And we expect this to go across women and child, oncology, neurology, all categories. And everything will become personalized healthcare in the future. So very important base for genomics. I think it's doing very well for us. It will continue to do very well for us over the next many years.
Right. So this is one area of growth going forward. When we talk about, Amira, the kind of sector's performance and the valuation that it has seen, and also a lot of interest coming in from the investor community. How do you see the sector consolidating going forward? What are the few things for the sector that you're watching out for 2026? And also, do you think at these valuations, there is a requirement also of attracting investors?
The valuations for the diagnostics industry are currently similar to where they were pre-COVID. During COVID, obviously, it went very high and low because it was a period of a lot of volatility. But otherwise, the valuations for diagnostics have been reasonably stable pre-COVID and post. If you look at investor interest, frankly, we are not seeing private equity investor interest so much in this industry anymore. Public markets, of course, because people see the strong runway for growth and the structural growth that is possible in diagnostics, considering most Indians have never been diagnosed. So I think everybody sees that long runway for growth. But we're not really seeing too many new competitors enter the market beyond what was announced in 2022. After that, in the last 3 years, we've really not seen too many new competitors come in. So it's a fairly, I would say, stable time. I think incumbents are getting bigger and stronger. We are seeing consolidation, but it's not going to happen as a hockey stick where overnight the largest players are owning 40% of the entire market. Currently, it's sub 10% or 15% the entire organized sector as a contribution to the whole sector. And this will continue to grow every year and expand 1 to 3%, but it's not going to go from 15% to 40% overnight. So as long as public market investors have patient capital, understand that the consolidation is only one part of the story. The bigger part of the story is the organic growth that will continue to come through good quality organizations who continue to build.
Right. So the sector has been stable and consolidation's path also we need to see. But at the current moment, the sector looks much more stable on valuation as well as the number of players also. But my final question to you, we are entering into also the budget season. Are there any expectations from the industry that you can spell out from the finance minister for the upcoming union budget?
Well, I think, as we know, government primarily takes care of public sector healthcare as a provision and continues to really provide strong provision for people who are not able to afford, right? So that journey, I think the government has to obviously continue to invest a lot more money and spend a lot more energy and time into providing that through primary healthcare across the country. But for the private sector, I think there is definitely a need to spur R&D, investment in R&D. Most of the materials we use for testing are all imported. There's a very small indigenous industry for what we do in MedTech. Certainly an interest opportunity there. I think definitely healthcare requires ease of financing in many ways. So some potential benefits there from the government. And we land up paying taxes, obviously. GST has been an old story, but we continue to pay taxes on everything, on all inputs versus not getting any outputs. And we've been talking to the government for a while on really offsetting that and not having that additional burden of expenses. There was some exception made in September where certain chemicals and reagents were put in the 5% GST bucket, which does give some relief for the industry. But of course, a lot more needs to be done on that area. But I would say these broadly are certainly the requirements that private sector would hope that the government would work with it.
All right, Ameera, great points there, and we will definitely incorporate your points in the industry wish list for the Finance Minister for the upcoming budget. But thank you so much for joining us right here on NDTV Profit before your holiday season really begins. Have a great year-end holiday, and we'll see you back in 2026. Thank you so much.
Be patient.
All right, with that, completely out of time on this edition of Markets at 12, but keep it with NDTV Profit. Thanks so much.
Co-powered by Switch to Paytm Money. Brought to you by Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited and India First Life, promoted by Bank of Baroda.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
High MTF rates hurting your profits?
Why, what's your MTF interest rate? Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum. Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
ये धरती माता हमें पेट भरने के लिए अन्न उत्पन्न करती है, लेकिन इसका स्वास्थ्य भी ठीक रहना चाहिए।
Agricultural landscape of Uttar Pradesh is changing. Government's priority on direct interaction with farmers, a forward-looking approach to better technology and the timely implementation of agricultural schemes have made agriculture the backbone of development.
अन्नदाता किसान को समय पे खाद मिले, ये संभव है।
The Yogi government is providing subsidies of up to 50% for polyhouses or greenhouses. Training schools are being set up in villages for farmers. In the state, 79 Krishi Vigyana Kendras are currently operational and the construction of 10 more is underway. A modern seeds park is being developed in Lucknow. The low-cost, high-production mantra of the double-engine government at the centre and the state has doubled Uttar Pradesh's agricultural growth rate over the past 8.5 years.
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in equity, fixed income, gold, silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग अभी
एक ट्रेड में सिक्सर।
प्रसिद्ध पहले सेफ्टी वरना क्लीन बोल्ड। अनऑथराइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म पे फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग यानी नुकसान, धोखाधड़ी और कानूनी कार्रवाई का डर।
मतलब नुकसान की हैट्रिक। इसीलिए आरबीआई वेबसाइट पर जाएं, ऑथराइज्ड लिस्ट जांचें। आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
होम EMI 50,000।
आउटगोइंग तो जा रही है, आपकी क्या तैयारी है?
पूरे सीलिंग का 20,000।
आउटगोइंग है जा रही, आपकी क्या तैयारी?
मेरी शादी का गिफ्ट।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। SIP के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर SWP के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Hello and welcome to Profit Buzzers right here on NDTV Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me is Anushi Wakhara, and over the next hour or so, we'll try and get you all the key stock related queries as well as all the key stock related action that's buzzing in trade today. Before we do all of that, let's first put the focus on Shriram Finance because it's a major deal announcement that has come in from the company. We were waiting in for the approval which was expected on the 19th of December, which is today, of course, for meeting for fundraise. And that transaction details have now come in. Now, MUFG, which is Mitsubishi Financial Group, of course, has come out and invest 39,000 crore rupees in the entity for a 20% stake. Now, this will make Shriram Finance one of the biggest and the largest cross-border transactions this year, this whole transaction. And this will also add to the growing pipeline of the deals between India as well as Japan as well. Now, there are three key numbers that you need to have on track. One's, of course, 47.11 crore shares. That is what's going to be issued to MUFG. Now, this will be done at 840 rupees 0.93 paisa. So that's the transaction value. Since then, we've started to see a run-up on the stock as well. When the deal was announced, there was a slight downtick on the stock. Since then, that pickup has happened on Shriram Finance. It's also very interesting that they will also have the right to appoint 2 nominee directors to the board. So this will give them that additional kicker. Now, there have been multiple news flows over the last couple of weeks over what will be the transaction value. It was ranging between $3.2 to $4 billion. It's coming slightly above that at almost $4.2 to $4.4 billion. So it's a key transaction in this space. Happens to be one of the largest cross-border ones, as we mentioned as well. Now, they will, of course, convene an extraordinary general meeting on the January 14th. That's the key date that you have to keep in mind. Since there's so much work that has gone into this transaction, multiple media reports, also a lot of speculation. It is a good chance that it could get passed, but we will continue to get all of those updates. Apart from that, MUFG will also pay a one-time fee, which will be non-recurring as well as non-compete of almost $200 million to the company. Now, this is, of course, to ensure that the transaction goes through and there's enough motivation, if not already, for MUFG to make this transaction completed. There's also been certain minority protection rights which will be in favor of MUFG. And finally, Shriram Capital will also put on this key update in terms of restructuring of its various businesses as well. So there was an interesting flash we were putting in which was talking about the stake, and we'll get that back on the screen. Of course, 682 billion yen is the transaction value, 39,000 crore, and that translates to almost $4.2 to $4.4 billion as well. But the stake of the promoters will reduce to 20.3 from 25.4% earlier. So it's a big one that will happen once it gets approved on 14th of January. The reason we are harping about so much of this transaction because on an asset book, over 2 lakh crores in terms of assets that they have generated, 45% of that comes from the commercial vehicle space, 21% from the passenger vehicle space in terms of the AUM growth. So it's a monumental transaction. And let me just get in Gaurang Shah. He's the Senior Vice President at Georgette Investments to get his first view on this. Gaurang, good afternoon and welcome to the show. While details are still afresh, I'm sure you'll come out with your view on it in a much detailed report later. But just in terms of your first view, what do you make of this transaction? Because we've seen almost 5 transactions now in the financial services space. RBL Bank, IDFC First, amongst others. What do you make your first view on, of course, this particular transaction, what it does for its shareholders?
Hey Puneet, thank you so much for having me on the show. Good afternoon to you and to all the viewers of NDTV Profit. Small disclosure before we go further that all recommendations that I'll be sharing this afternoon with you on the show are a part of our fundamental long-term research team recommendation. Our company Geojit or I, we do not have any personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest. But we give advice to our clients on similar lines. They might have that investment interest. So first of all, again, a disclosure. For a very long time, we've been having a positive coverage on Shriram Finance. And it has been one of the outperforming stocks if you actually go to see in the NBFC category for the last 3 to 6 months or maybe more. This transaction, if I'm not mistaken, Puneet, and I stand to be corrected, it's in terms of value, is a record breaker. And it is really comforting to see that a foreign entity has come and invested and bought a stake at a level of, I think, 843 or thereabouts. I'm not too sure, but that's the price that I think I saw, or 840, 843. So it becomes a really interesting kind of future outlook for the entire BFSI segment as well as the NBFC segment. There are going to be certain changes, is what I learned. The news is just breaking, so I also have to read into the fine prints. But my sense is, and of course, before this deal was signed, sealed, and delivered, the stock was trading this morning anywhere between 845 to 860. And once this deal was done and dusted, the stock has moved up about 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. So it opens up a lot of opportunity going into the future. And my sense is that if everything goes well and if earnings deliver, there should definitely be a re-rating for the stock into the future.
Okay, so that's Gaurang's view on what's happening with Shriram Finance. But let me also welcome in Mayuresh Joshi, Head Research of MarketSmith India, as well, to talk to us about this development. In fact, the street was anticipating this. There was a lot of back and forth with MUFG buying this 20% stake or not. Now, with this in place, they're saying that there would be high chances of re-rating as well. You've seen the transaction price coming at 841.93 as well. Mayuresh, what do you make of this particular deal? What is the growth prospects now for Shriram Finance?
Very good afternoon. I think 2 to 3 aspects. One, I think the amount that is expected to come in subject to regulatory approvals over the next few months is a substantial sum in terms of infusion that will probably happen onto the balance sheet. What this really does is a twofold effect. One, in terms of the expansion plans, specifically when it comes to balance sheet growth and balance sheet expansion, seems to be on a fast track now as this money comes in. The diversified options that Shriram Finance already has in terms of vehicle finance, in terms of commercial loans, in terms of MSME financing, and a small component which is unsecured loans at 4 to 5% capped on the balance sheet, makes it a good case scenario for advances growth to be substantial compared to its peers. The second element in terms of capital adequacy already being strong for Shriram Finance in the higher teens, and this infusion will mean that they will be deploying this capital faster and in a more efficient manner, in my opinion, which will make their balance sheet expand quite significantly. On the other hand, in terms of the borrowing mix that they've probably got, the cost of borrowing is expected to remain extremely stable with this infusion coming through. And therefore, I think if you map out return ratios, ROAs, ROEs, as this plays out, I think there can be a decent expansion that happens where ROEs are already in the top quartile category as far as the NBFC universe is concerned. So in my opinion, I think there are a lot of positives to derive on this one. Things to watch out for in terms of timelines for the regulatory approvals. And the second element in terms of the entire cultural fitment that probably happens in terms of the shift of stance that will happen with the Japanese stakeholder coming in.
Mayuresh, good afternoon and thanks so much for joining in as Puneet this side. According to you, what does this do for the company as well? Because you rightly mentioned that it's already at quite a decent scale of almost 2.8 lakh crores in terms of assets under management. You will now get stability in its reduction in cost also for fundraising, borrowing, amongst others. And this is also the fifth transaction after Federal Bank, IDFC First. It's a key one for investors that they look at. Do you think that there is a valuation premium that you will now have to look at for Shriram Finance given the valuation that this transaction is taking place at?
Afternoon, Puneet. I think 2 aspects. One, I think the valuation at which this transaction has happened is pretty decent. And if you just do a peer check in terms of what Shriram Finance valuations are getting stacked up with its peers, I think it is still reasonably priced. If you assume all these factors to play out effectively and positively in terms of growth dynamics over the next few quarters, a premium tag will always and obviously be justified for Shriram Finance. And therefore, in my sense and my opinion, as this goes through, and if they efficiently allocate capital, which I'm sure they will in terms of the management that has so far deployed capital efficiently onto their balance sheet and grown it very efficiently as well, will effectively mean expansion in terms of not just core and absolute numbers, but relative numbers in terms of reported ROAs, ROEs, which ultimately will mean that the ultimate book value of Shriram Finance will also move higher, which probably then means that it will be still one of the fastest growing NBFCs with valuation, comfort and risk reward very much in its favor.
Mayuresh, do you have that calculation in mind? Because, the book value that we are gathering from our own calculation is implying about a 32% of a growth. What do you think is the kind of trajectory that now we should be watching out for?
No, I think this has just come to Anushi, so I think I just need to put it on my Excel sheet, but I think it should be a very decent number going forward.
Well, thank you so much, Mayuresh, for taking out the time. But we also have now Dr. Dipali Pant Joshi, former ED, RBI and macroeconomic expert, speaking on this development as well. Dipali, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking to NDTV Profit. I would just start off this conversation by this particular big development that we are seeing for Shriram Finance. What do you make of this announcement? You've seen the price number as well about the growth that also now the company is going to project going forward with this MUFG picking about 20% stake in the company.
Great. Shriram Finance is a leading player in vehicle financing and it has strong market position. So Mitsubishi UFG Financial Group, which is the full form of MUFG, has taken a stake of 20% in Shriram Finance through preferential issuance of equity shares. This is about the largest FDI which has happened in India's financial sector. So other than boosting the Indo-Japan financial ties, it shows the faith which they have in the NBFC sector, strong confidence in the potential, the growth and potential of this company leading to, but there's a slight downside. They, as of now, have
I think we just lost Dipali Pant's line there and we'll probably get her back. But Gaurang, just in terms of rough calculations which we are doing, it translates to almost a price to book value of 2 times at 841 that we are gathering, because post fund infusion, the book value is expected to increase to almost 425 from 321 currently. So it in that calculation specifically, if those numbers we go by, it comes to almost a 2 times price to book valuations for Shriram Finance. Gaurang, in terms of the valuation at 2 times, given these particular numbers that I just stated, do you feel that this could be one of the biggest re-rating triggers for Shriram Finance, despite what the valuations that have been between 1 to 1.5 times in terms of price to book value? Just on these numbers, I know it's quite fresh for you as well, but your view.
Well, yeah, so whatever I'm going to say is, just an assumption, Puneet. Don't want to be caught on the wrong foot, right? So even before, so that's what exactly I was trying to say, Puneet, that even before this deal was done and dusted and signed and delivered this morning, the stock of Shriram Finance has been an outperformer in the entire NBFC category universe, right? And this has been, and we've been, if I'm not mistaken, and I stand to be corrected again, we've been advising investment in Shriram Finance from 450, 500 levels, or maybe before that as well. So now, the scope of scalability with the kind of funds that they are getting and venturing into newer products and avenues. I'll just put a very wild guess, approximate again, with the caveat that I could be wrong in over here. Re-rating towards target price of 1250 cannot be ruled out. This approximate target, I am basically taking into consideration the funds available at disposal, and of course the scope of scalability in existing products, diversified. Look, the loan book of Shriram Finance is very well diversified, and the asset quality is also very, very strong. My sense is that if everything goes well with the new business strategy in place, and if earnings get delivered, I don't think it's going to be difficult to get a target towards 1250. Again, approximate, and I could be wrong over here.
Yep, and Gaurang, I completely understand, and thanks so much for giving us that view, because at 1250, of course, given the calculation we are, it could be a 3 times price to book, but that opinion is fairly taken because of the promise that this capital brings for Shriram Finance. Dipali Pant also joining in back now. Dipali, if you can hear me, it's Puneet this side. Thanks so much for joining in.
Yes, I can.
So in terms of numbers that we were speaking about on Shriram Finance, I think the numbers that we have currently is that the book value will increase to 425 rupees per share from 321 and comes to almost 2 times price to book in terms of valuation. Do you think that could be a starting point now for this company and a lot more action? It's almost at 2.8 lakh crore AUM. Do you think that it has the scope of growing 2x, 3x from here in the next few years itself?
Yes, absolutely, because they would have done this assessment before coming in. And they bring a lot of global tech expertise and strengthen Shriram's funding and signal a trend of major foreign players who are seeking access to India's growing market. So this actually positions Shriram for much stronger growth in the potential future growth, and it shows a major faith in the Indian market and a lot of FDI coming in. So it boosts the foreign direct investment, it boosts confidence, and this is a very large investment. It's about 4.45 billion. It's the biggest in India's NBFC space. It signals strong confidence in India's economic growth and financial stability. And this will naturally give a great injection of capital, this capital infusion, substantial capital, which will enhance the Shriram Finance base and allow for diversification also away from domestic debt. And international best practices will come in, tech know-how will come in, access to global funding for all other NBFCs also will open up. And this actually also validates the Shriram Finance's business model, its governance. It has attracted positive investor sentiment to the market and a potential re-rating of even its stock, And it will be a catalyst for further deals, other major foreign investments. This was preceded by SMBC and Yes Bank, and it will encourage more interest in Indian banks and NBFCs, deepening foreign participation in this sector. And for MUFG, it's a strategic entry into India's market. But the only downside is that they will have to be a little careful. Of course, as of now, they have stable long-term capital, but they will have to be careful because they would, going forward, they may also have ambitions to take over the company. So that is something which will require a little care of their board when they go forward with this deal. But in toto, it's a win-win.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Dipali, for joining and sharing your outlook on what this particular deal means, not just for Shriram Finance, but for overall economy as well. But that's with regards to Shriram Finance that we'll be talking about, but there's lots more stock coverage coming on the other side. So it's time that we slip into a short break, but we'll be right there, so do stay tuned in.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations. And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रेजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you Delhi.
'25 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones. And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the
Hi, welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers right here on NDTV Profit. Now, we discussed about Shriram Finance in great detail, but it's time that we talk about a lot of other counters also which are buzzing in trade today. In fact, Varsha is joining us with her own set of lists. Varsha, what are you picking up?
Well, thank you so much for that. Let me start with Max Healthcare, where the stock is buzzing. The stock is up around 2%. This is on the back of a company which is going to invest 1,000 crores in a super specialty hospital in Pune, and this facility will be located in Yerwada, and the facility will be commissioned over the next 3 years, and this becomes 4th facility in Western India. This is the first time Max will actually enter into Pune. Let's talk about the next stock which is in focus is Amber Enterprises, wherein company will invest 500 crore for expansion of R&D facility in Punjab, and investment will need their product requirement. But Elara also came out with a report on Amber Enterprises yesterday, wherein they upgraded to buy with an unchanged target price of rupees 8,460, and they reiterated its target of double-digit growth in sales when it comes to H2, and they're expecting Q3 to be better than Q2 for RAC, that is room air conditioners, and they value it at 52 times as of FY27 P based on earnings. Now, next on the list is Ola Electric, wherein Bhavesh Agrawal sold almost 0.64% of stake today, and he also sold almost 4.9 crores of equity on Wednesday, which were sold at around 33.96 a piece. Now, the promoter selling that you're seeing is on the back of pledge that he has. So promoter pledge as of last quarter, if I were to talk about, the shares were pledged almost 13.38 crores, which forms almost 7.29%, and will be key to watch if all the 13.98 crore shares will see pledge release on the back of the selling that we are seeing.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Varsha. Gaurang, coming to on something like a Ola Electric. Now, this is the counter that has been standing out since these last 3-4 trading sessions. Today, the stock is also approaching that upper circuit mark that we're looking at after the initial disappointment seen. But of course, the long-term story remains on the cautious side. What would you make of this counter?
Well, Anushri, honestly, I think wisdom should prevail, and you should use your common sense, right? Just because the promoter has sold some stake to bar some debt, or now that there is no more selling going to come in, look, the financials are extremely weak. Even when the IPO came, if I'm not mistaken, the company was in red. Then we saw the run up to 150, and from that level, there has been an absolute wealth destruction that Ola Electric has the track record of. In terms of customer satisfaction, zero. I just happened to pass by a Ola service center, and there was a pile of Ola scooters over there. Not a line of Ola scooters. It was a pile. So if you are going to treat your customers and your products like this, I think you are going to lose out big way. And already there were some data points wherein the month-on-month sales numbers for Ola scooters have gone down drastically. Competitors have gained the market share. You have announced that you are going to come out with some giga cell, etc., etc. Look, words can only last for some time. Ground level efforts and business strategies speak aloud. We don't cover Ola Electric, so I won't give any specifics over here, but I can at least say that there are better names, established players who are into EV two-wheelers, and they have got a track record of history.
Right. Got the view, Gaurang, and definitely one that probably investors are buying into right now, seeing the correction. So it might be a short-term blip, but investors stay cautious. We'll take a very short break yet again. Back with what's happening with the pharma exports data on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me. It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you, Delhi.
...2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones. And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit. The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live. Ask.
The last street sees a green turnaround. The Nifty trades above the 25,900 level and near the day's high. Auto as well as defense are the top gainers, with the Nifty metals losing some of their sheen. Top losers on the last street today. Indian CDMO stocks rally as US Biosecure Act gets Trump's approval. Indian drug makers are set to gain from a gradual global supply chain shift as US restrictions now come in on China-linked biotech contracts and have now come into force. MUFG Bank will invest over 40,000 crore rupees in Shriram Finance, a deal which will go through via preferential issue of equity shares. Now, MUFG stake will be at a share value of 840 rupees per share. Ola Electric rebounds after a 3-day slump as CEO Bhavesh Agarwal clears promoter pledge with a partial stake sale. Big debut for ICICI Prudential AMC. The stock lists at a strong premium of over 20% above its IPO price on the back of stellar response to its issue. A bumper 39 times subscription was what we had seen on the counter. A good day for all lucky investors. Welcome back to Profit Buzzers right here on NDTV Profit. Let me go across straight to Varsha now because pharma export data saw sharp month-on-month rebound in the month of November. Now that's largely due to a low base in October as well as improved execution. But Varsha, what are some of the other important details? I think we'll get back to Varsha because there just seems to be an audio issue as we try to fix that and get that back. But Gaurang, very quickly, just let me come to you on ICICI Pro AMC before I go across back to Varsha. In terms of a listing, it was key one that we continue to track for all investors who've got allotment. Would you suggest taking out some of those profits because it's a great institution that's come on the last street now? Or would you recommend holding on for the next few years?
Well, Puneet, we like the AMC players. We have coverage on Nippon Life India and HDFC FC. ICICI Pru, I think the name speaks louder, right? And sometimes name is just enough for an investor to possibly relook at the strategy. Unfortunately, we do not cover IPO AMC during the IPO, nor do we have a coverage. And to answer your question, I think investors should realize one thing. If you are purely putting your money in the IPO from a listing gains point of view, then you have to use your wisdom and fine sense of judgment. But if you have to look at the long term, this is not specific to ICICI Pru AMC. This is general statement. Look, all these companies are basically dependent on how the Indian stock market is going to do, Indian capital market, right? And our sense is that for the next 3-5 years or maybe more, Indian capital market should grow at a decent run rate, approximately between 12 to 15%. I'm talking about Sensex and Nifty indices. And then sector and stock specific should possibly have a better time. And there is growing interest among the retail investors to be a part of India's growth story via investing into equity market directly or via AMCs. So, I won't be specific, but AMC stocks are likely to do well.
Let me go across back to Varsha for the export data that we were mentioning about, of course, for the month of November. Varsha, what do you?
Well, thank you so much for that. You know, the strong export data that you're seeing, as you rightly said, which was led by lower base in October, and there was a good momentum which was seen across API, CDMOs and formulations. Now, talking about the month-on-month export data, if you see the export normalization and execution led to this fabulous growth that we're seeing in some of the companies. Let's see which are those companies which are seen good export, or I would say strong export data. You have Newland Labs, wherein the export growth on month was around 198%. For JB Chemicals, it was 102%. Glenmark Life Sciences, Divi's Lab and Laurus Lab has also seen a strong export data ranging from 47 to 97%. But there are few companies, I would say a couple of companies which has shown degrowth. When it comes to the export data, you have Syngene International, where the degrowth was around 78%. For Blue Jet Healthcare, it was a negative 12%. But overall, if you see, still there was a good export data seen in November, and this is one of the reasons why you're seeing the pharma index, if you see, is up as of trade today.
Well, thanks so much for that, Varsha. It's a key story that we continue to monitor, of course, on a monthly basis, and you're seeing a lot of those stocks reacting in trade today. Gaurang, specifically on what we've seen today morning, also that President Trump has now got in the Biosecure Act bill. Do you think that this could warrant us looking back at this space, if not already, the likes of Laurus Labs amongst others, that will be a key beneficiary of this?
So, clarity is something that gives an additional thrust, Puneet, to any sector, right? And even otherwise, if you actually go to see historically speaking, India was the pharmacy to the world. It is, and it will always remain the pharmacy to the world. The kind of capability, capacity, R&D, technology, knowledge that we have is going to be a pretty long period of time for any other country to come and compete with us and stand shoulder to shoulder. We have been positive on pharma, and I've always maintained one thing, Puneet, that along with pharma, look at healthcare and look at diagnostic companies, because all three are closely linked with each other. So you need to create a decent portfolio in the pharma stroke healthcare stroke diagnostic sector.
Let me also welcome in Gaurav Sharma, Associate VP and Head of Research at Globe Capital at this point of time. Gaurav, very good afternoon and thanks so much for joining in today. Before we move on, let me get in your very quick view on Shriram Finance. It's going to be a topic that we continue to monitor and discuss all day today. Anything on the charts? Because we've seen consolidation at this level, and now with the valuation as well as the might of a foreign investor coming in, your view on the charts?
Hi Puneet, good afternoon Gaurangji, and to all the viewers of NDTV Profit. Thanks for having me on the show today. So yes, firstly, Shriram Finance is among our top favorites as well, in-house favorites. So here is a general disclaimer. We have a coverage report with a buy rating on the stock, so our clients may have position in the stock. We remain firmly bullish on this stock, and I expect much higher levels coming in the near future. From the charts, specifically from chart perspective, it has surpassed the consolidation range in which it was trading from past couple of weeks now. And going ahead, 930, 950 zone is the next immediate upside target that one can look at.
Got that. And you know, it has to be something that we continue to monitor, because you know the stock's continuing to rise now. It's now above the 900 level, and we made a very important point in discussion also, that in terms of valuation, while we did know that almost 39,000 crores is being invested for a 20% stake, that gives it a valuation of almost 1.95 lakh crore in terms of market cap, as well as the overall valuation also. With the pedigree that Shriram Finance offers in terms of the commercial vehicle division, almost 45% of its AUM in terms of at 2.8 lakh crores. These are a lot more important numbers that we'll continue to track, because with the fifth deal essentially in this space, apart from RBL Bank, IDFC First, Federal Bank as well. So a lot of institution now taking out this particular option in terms of reducing their pledge, and very importantly, you're seeing a sharp reaction on the downside on Chola Finance as well, which is of course its nearest peer. So this is going to be something that will dominate news flow in terms of this space, because in terms of fundraising, lowering your cost of borrowing, it was going to be a key one that we continue to track. Let me also welcome in Somit at this point of time from a research desk, who's putting all of this transaction yet again into perspective. Somit, over to you.
Well, if you look at this deal, firstly, if I'll give you the deal contours here. So MUFG will be putting in close to 39,618 crore rupees for a 20% stake. They'll subscribe to 47.1 crore equity shares at a price of 840.93, which is at a discount of nearly 7% compared to the current market price. Now, Shriram Finance current promoters, their stake dilutes to 20.3% from existing 25.4%, and the existing public shareholder, their stake in the company comes down to 59.7 from 74.6. Now comes the most important part. What will be the book value of Shriram Finance post this deal is completed? Now, post the fund infusion, the book value increases for Shriram Finance to close to 425.2 rupees per share, as against 321 rupees that we had seen in the second quarter of FY26, which is a growth of nearly 32%. And at a price of 900 rupees that we are seeing currently, this translates to a book value per share of around 2.1x. Now, if you look at the 12-month forward valuations of Shriram Finance, what it was trading before this deal was announced, Shriram Finance was used to trade at a valuation of around 2.3 times. Chola Finance at a valuation of 4 times, while Mahindra and Mahindra Finance trades at a valuation of 2 times. So why is Shriram Finance gaining around 5% post this deal was announced is mainly because its valuations are cheaper compared to its nearest peer, that is Chola Finance. Book value increases by 32%, and then if you multiply the new book value with the valuation of 2.3 times that Shriram Finance used to trade earlier, the share price value, or the derived share price value, or the implied value for Shriram Finance per share comes at close to 978.4 rupees, and that is the main reason why Shriram Finance is up nearly 5% in trade, and why Chola Finance is down, because it trades at a valuation of 4 times, and this deal which MUFG has struck with Shriram Finance is happening at a valuation of close to 2 to 2.1 times. Hence, expensive valuation is the major reason why Chola Finance is down nearly 3% in trade today.
Well, thanks so much for that, Soumit. Putting all of this into perspective, of course, it's a game of valuation right now in the financial services space, and a story that we continue to track all day today to NDTV Profit. But time for a very quick break. Lots more stock-specific action on the other side. Stay tuned.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Not 300.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's dream of providing a Pakka house to every poor person in the country has been turned into record achievements through Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's own vision and fast-paced working style.
60 लाख गरीबों को पिछले 8.5 वर्ष के अंदर एक आवास उपलब्ध करवाने में हमने सफलता प्राप्त कर दी।
Significant progress has also been made in the Chief Minister's housing scheme run by the state government. The target of 3.73 lakh houses will be achieved soon. Government land that was under the control of mafia elements is being freed and used to build homes for the poor. While it takes an average of 299 days to construct one house at the national level, Uttar Pradesh has set an example by completing a house in just 195 days. Through convergence, the completed houses have been provided with toilets, electricity connections, LPG connections and drinking water connections.
बिजली का बिल 5,000।
आउटगोइंग तो जा रही है, आपकी क्या तैयारी है?
रूट कैनाल 25,000।
आउटगोइंग है जा रही, आपकी क्या तैयारी?
सीनियर क्लास की फीस 1 लाख रुपीस।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। SIP के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर SWP के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
मैडम, ये KYC अपडेट के लिए मुझे बार बार मैसेज क्यों आ रहा है?
क्योंकि बैंकिंग सेवाओं के लिए निर्धारित समय पर KYC अपडेट करवाना चाहिए।
होगा कैसे?
बैठिए, समझाती हूँ। अगर आपके पहचान या पते में कोई बदलाव नहीं है, तो अपने बैंक या ATM या बिजनेस करेस्पॉन्डेंट यानी BC के पास जाएं। या बैंक में रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल या मोबाइल नंबर या मोबाइल बैंकिंग ऐप या पत्र द्वारा उसका डिक्लेरेशन दें।
और अगर कोई बदलाव है तो
ऐसे में पहचान और पते का नवीनतम प्रमाण दिखाएं। अपना खाता सक्रिय रखकर बैंकिंग सेवाओं का लाभ उठाएं। बस।
RBI कहता है,
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Welcome back to Profit Buzzers. Now it's time to put focus on what's trending in trade today. It's a snapshot for you, our viewers, for those stocks that are making the most noise in trade today. And Jasmeet is back with us to give us the first one that's on his list, Aeroflex Industries. Jasmeet, what are you tracking?
Well, thank you for that, Puneet. If you look at this particular industry, the company has had a good Q2 where they reported the highest ever quarterly numbers, and the stock is buzzing in trade today on the back of an order win. While the company plans to have an order capacity expansion for roughly 13,000 units of a cooling liquid skid used in data centers. Now, the current capacity stands at 2,000 units, and the board plans to increase it to 13,000. Given this particular expansion, the overall market has taken in the positive sentiment way, given the increased demand in the market as well. To fund this this particular expansion company is doing a preferential issue of 55 odd crores and funding rest of the balance through internal funding. And that's the reason the stock is buzzing in trade today. If you look at my next counter, it's GPT Infra Projects. Well, the company backs an order worth rupees 1800 odd crores from Municipal Corporation of Mumbai. Well, this particular order is to construct a flyover along with the LBS Marg in Mumbai eastern suburbs. Now, if you look at the overall picture of this particular order, it's a JV order where the company holds 26% stakes in the particular order, and order share for this company will be at rupees 465 odd crores. So all in all, we see good set of numbers coming for this particular company as well, and the good news given the stock is trending in green today, up almost 2 odd percentage.
Jasmeet. So Gaurav, let me come back to you on Aeroflex because stock's almost up 14%. You have any view on the charts for this counter?
Puneet, prior to this up move, wherein the stock has went up 14 odd percentage points on back of phenomenal volume registered today, it was a completely lackluster range-bound kind of a move. Yes, this up move has resulted in a breakout, and the stock is looking good. There is a possibility that the recent move can go up to 215 to 220-22 zones. But stop loss from here is a little deep. Therefore, stop loss to target ratio is not the pretty apt one. So it is at best for the riskier traders to take a bet at these levels. Rest, it is better to avoid.
There are another couple of stocks that I want to quickly put focus on. One's, of course, BLS International. Now, this is in focus on the back of a news flow, as well as HCL Tech as well. Jasmeet, on both these counters, what's trending in trade?
Well, Puneet, if you look at the BL International, company has had a good run in this particular year. We see company winning huge amount of orders, and we again have a good news for the company given that the overall government High Court Delhi has set aside a department order for the company which is earlier received by the External Affairs Ministry. Now, this particular order, we see that the efficiency where the government has quashed this particular order, and now the company will be able to get more orders given earlier. They were debarred from getting the order from the exports for roughly 2 years. So that's the reason the counter is buzzing in trade today. If you look at my other counter, I have HCL Tech. Well, this company is buzzing in trade and is in the focus on the back of an acquisition. If you look, the company is trending in red today after having a good start during the intraday basis. While the company acquires HEP's telco service business to increase its telecommunication chain over the overall global market. Now, if you look at the acquisition is at $160 odd million, that's roughly 400 odd crores. And with this, the company to strengthen the engineering and the AI-led network services that it offers. A bit about the past history, we also see that this company has been in the transaction with this particular company for a very long time, and the company acquires the rest part of the HEP's network as well. Now, in terms of the brokerage note, we have someone like Morgan Stanley who has come up and given their business particular acquisition, while they maintain equity on this particular counter with a target price of rupees 1680. While they state that the announcement of under acquisition of asset carved out from HEP is something that will be watched out from telecom business. But they also state over last few years, HCL has largely focused on the telecom business and to have an organic growth, while the M&A addition will be something that will be watched out how this thing changes for the company going forward.
Well, thanks so much for that, Jasmeet. Gaurang, any chance you track BLS International?
Well, first of all, hi Gaurav, good afternoon to you as well. I'm sorry, we don't track BLS Industries, so I won't be in a position.
Let me actually then ask you, Gaurang, on what's happening in the tech space, because this is the second acquisition by a large cap IT company that we've seen in the month of December itself. Are you a believer now? And we also had some comments from TCS for the first time on the AI vertical too. Are you a believer now in the large cap space, or would you still continue to prefer the smaller names as we've seen starting to get their traction yet again?
We were a believer even when the time was bad, Puneet, when a lot of people actually wrote an obituary for the Indian IT sector, right? And they told you to stay away because there was a lot of fear, especially post the 2nd of April 2025 date, when the intelligent so-called President Trump of United States of America declared tariff on 180 plus countries. And from then on, there was a lot of, even as well as early as before the second quarter earnings, a lot of negative statements in terms of degrowth, bad earnings, difficult, tough times for the IT sector, and look at the numbers that they delivered and the commentary post that number. So we have choice across various categories: small cap, mid cap, and large cap in the IT universe, to name a few. Starting at the base of the pyramid, small cap, we have positive view on Science Limited, KPIT Tech. We have positive mid cap universe, Coforge, LTI, Mindtree, L&T Technologies. In the large cap universe, starting with TCS, HCL Tech Mahindra, Infosys. And my sense is that these kind of acquisitions are now going to gain momentum with the kind of focus and the business verbatim in terms of strategy that the companies have spoken about. I think data and AI is going to be a big driver.
Well, fair point, Gaurang, and it's going to be something that we continue to monitor. The race for acquisition has started yet again with TCS as well as now HCL Tech. But time to slip into a very short break. Couple of key stocks like Syrma SGS amongst others that you need to have on your radar. Lots more action on the other side.
छुट्टी पे तो चिल कर। मेरा बैंक मुझे चिल करने देता है। इंटरेस्ट पता कितना देता है? इतू सा, और वो भी यार 3 महीने बाद।
Not banking with AU?
AU? AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
Every month.
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
High MTF rates hurting your profits?
Why, what's your MTF interest rate? Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum. Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
कल का भारत उन्हीं से बनता है जो आज सीखने, समझने और नई सोच रखने का जज्बा दिखाते हैं। और इसी जज्बे को सेलिब्रेट करने आ रहा है अदानी सीमेंट फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इन एसोसिएशन विद NDTV इंडिया। फ्यूचर एक्स सिर्फ एक क्विज नहीं है, ये एक नेशनल लेवल चैलेंज है जो स्टूडेंट्स की नॉलेज को टेस्ट करता है। अगर आप क्लास 9 to 12 में हैं और तैयार है अपनी नॉलेज को टेस्ट करने के लिए, तो फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इज योर चांस टू पार्टिसिपेट एंड एक्सेल। सो पार्टिसिपेट, कम्पीट, स्टैंड आउट और बनो फ्यूचर बिल्डर्स ऑफ भारत। एनरोल नाउ।
फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग अभी
एक ट्रेड में सिक्सर।
प्रसिद्ध, पहले सेफ्टी वरना क्लीन बोल्ड। अनऑथराइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म पे फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग यानी नुकसान, धोखाधड़ी और कानूनी कार्रवाई का डर।
मतलब नुकसान की हैट्रिक। इसीलिए RBI वेबसाइट पर जाएं, ऑथराइज्ड लिस्ट जांचें। RBI कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in equity, fixed income, gold, silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's dream of providing a Pakka house to every poor person in the country has been turned into record achievements through Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's own vision and fast-paced working style.
60 लाख गरीबों को पिछले 8.5 वर्ष के अंदर एक आवास उपलब्ध करवाने में हमने सफलता प्राप्त कर दी।
Significant progress has also been made in the Chief Minister's housing scheme run by the state government. The target of 3.73 lakh houses will be achieved soon. Government land that was under the control of mafia elements is being freed and used to build homes for the poor. While it takes an average of 299 days to construct one house at the national level, Uttar Pradesh has set an example by completing a house in just 195 days. Through convergence, the completed houses have been provided with toilets, electricity connections, LPG connections and drinking water connections.
Welcome back to Profit Bazaars. Now, let me just put the spotlight on a couple of stocks. Let's pull up Grow because that counter is starting to see traction yet again and was almost up 10%, now up 11% at right now in trade. And also Syrma SGS, that's the other one because I also had the chance to speak to the management today on the back of their completion of acquisition of one of the key ones in the defense space. Gaurav, on the fundamentals, the acquisition seems quite strong in the defense vertical. Anything on the charts for Syrma specifically, because we've seen correction on Keynes Tech, on Dixon Tech as well. Syrma and Amber seems to be at least in a space where there's not so much correction seen on the spot on the charts. But any view on Syrma? What could investors watch out for?
See, Puneet, Syrma is now coming to a price point which happens to be its support. That is where its 200 period exponential moving average lies. It has in the past also taken support and bounced back from these levels itself. Therefore, I don't see much of a downside coming in from here on. A max it can extend another 20-30 rupees from the current price point. And I think it is better that the short to medium term traders should hold on to their positions and utilize dips to add more.
Well, Gaurav as well as Gaurang, thanks so much for joining in today, giving us your views on a bunch of stock space and sectors. Out of time, you're on Profit Buzzers. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for a lot more action on the other side.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Now 300.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
High MTF rates hurting your profits?
Why, what's your MTF interest rate? Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum. Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
हाँ बोल बेटा करण। क्या? जिंदगी की रोज की दौड़ में हम अक्सर चीजें भूल जाते हैं।
अंकल!
पर अच्छा लगता है जब कोई आपका ख्याल रखता है, जैसे कि आरबीआई ख्याल रखता है आपके अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट्स का। अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट मतलब? वो बैंक खाते जिसमें 10 साल या उससे अधिक से कोई लेन देन न हुआ हो। ऐसे खाते आरबीआई के डीईए फंड में चले जाते हैं।
अपने बैंक के किसी भी शाखा में जाकर अपना केवाईसी अपडेट कराइए
और अपना अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट वापस पाए।
आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए,
सतर्क रहिए।
टीवी पर पहली बार
साली बुज़दिल पाकिस्तानी आर्मी, हिंदुस्तान की जमीन वापस लेना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
बटालियन 609 आज शाम 7 बजे शिमारू जोश पर डीडी फ्री डिश चैनल नंबर 53।
ये धरती माता हमें पेट भरने के लिए अन्न उत्पन्न करती है, लेकिन इसका स्वास्थ्य भी ठीक रहना चाहिए।
Agricultural landscape of Uttar Pradesh is changing. Government's priority on direct interaction with farmers, a forward-looking approach to better technology and the timely implementation of agricultural schemes have made agriculture the backbone of development.
अन्नदाता किसान को समय पे खाद मिले, ये संभव है।
The Yogi government is providing subsidies of up to 50% for polyhouses or greenhouses. Training schools are being set up in villages for farmers. In the state, 79 Krishi Vigyana Kendras are currently operational and the construction of 10 more is underway. A modern seeds park is being developed in Lucknow. The low-cost, high-production mantra of the double-engine government at the centre and the state has doubled Uttar Pradesh's agricultural growth rate over the past 8.5 years.
Good afternoon. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me, Somit Sarkar, and my co-anchor Anushi. In the next half an hour, we'll take you to the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade, either on the back of price or volume action. But before we start that, let's see first what's on the show today. Firstly, we'll be speaking with the management of Servotech Renewable Power because the share prices are down nearly 53% on a YTD basis. The company is into manufacturing EV chargers, solar products and power and backup products. So what's the outlook going forward is something that will be important to track from the management interview. Aeroflex Industries, that stock is up 12%. It's at a 4-month high. Volumes are nearly 60 times its 20-day average, and this is on the back of an order win. When it comes to Quadrant Future Tech, that stock has snapped its 3-day losing streak. The stock has jumped nearly 15% in trade, and the volumes were nearly 60 times its 20-day average. And the most interesting one is Neeraj Cement Structural. Now, this is a 222 crore market capitalization company which has won an order worth nearly 322 crore, and that is the major reason why the stock is up nearly 10% in trade today. Now, let's first look at how the markets are performing. Well, it's a great day for the market. Nifty is up nearly 150 points. It's above its crucial resistance that was there, 25,900. It has moved past that. It's trading nearly near the 25,950 mark now. Nifty Bank, it's up just 100 points, while the Nifty IT index, it's largely flat in trade. But Anushi, what's been buzzing when it comes to the small cap segment?
Well, there's no complaining for the small cap space also. We are seeing all mid cap, small cap indices also gaining in traction today. Small cap 250, in fact, 0.7% of an uptick is what we are looking at. But a couple of stocks will stand out. Now, this includes the likes of DCX System. This is also seeing strong traction. It's up almost 16% at today's level. Rain Industries, 11% of an uptick is what we are looking at. Neeraj Cement, Somit spoke about that. It's a significant order win that we are seeing considering the market cap of the company. Bliss GVS Pharma, another stock which is buzzing for a second straight day. It's also seeing gains of over 7% in trade right now. So that's on the stock specific side that we're looking. What's not doing so well also, if you just take a couple of names here, Dwarkesh Sugar. In fact, a lot of these sugar companies are not doing particularly well in today's session. Ban Offshore also seeing a 5% of a downtick. So that's on a couple of stocks which are not doing so well. But let's talk about Servotech Power. Now here, if you just look at what's happened with the company, it's in focus, and this is on the back of its second quarter performance as well, recent MOUs that it has signed, and the order pipeline opportunity also that we need to emphasize on. So we have Raman Bhatia, promoter and managing director, joining us for the show. But Somit, interesting company that you're talking about right here.
Yes, yeah, it's the stock prices are down 53%. So we want to understand firstly from the management what's the way forward for the company. And let's welcome in Raman Bhatia, the promoter and managing director of Servotech Renewable Power System. Sir, on a YTD basis, the share prices are down 53%. Your Q2 numbers were not that great as per what the street was anticipating. But way forward, what is your message to the investors firstly?
First of all, thank you. And Q2 decline was temporary and timing related, not a structural. Some revenue were deferred to Q3 due to execution and customer readiness. Order inflow and margins remain healthy. And if you are asking for a Q3 performance, so Q3 will be stronger than the Q2, it's sure. And deferred Q3 orders will be executed in Q3. Q2 orders will be executed in Q3, and dispatch and billing momentum is improving day by day.
So thank you for that guidance that you have given for Q3. But if you could give us a larger guidance for the second half of this financial year and for FY27 as well, what is the kind of revenue growth, EBITDA growth investors should expect? What is the number that you have internally set as a target?
Q4 is traditionally our strongest quarter, always. We expected meaningful growth in revenue and profitability. If we are talking about 25-26, our focus is scaling our charging infra hardware, solar products. We have already launched solar GTI inverters, solar hybrid inverters, and we also came in e-rickshaw, lithium batteries, power electronics. The foundation is built. Execution will drive growth.
Hi, Mr. Bhatia. This is Anushi joining in as well. Just want to understand the overall industry perspective that's there for the EV charging markets over here. Because, you know, in the previous con call, the last con call, you spoke about there being a significant slump. In fact, this has been a case scenario that we've been seeing 4 to 6 months post the government change in policies that we are looking at. Talk to us about that. What's the kind of scenario that you're looking forward to now?
Obviously, there is a slump, and it is not for us. It is for a whole industry in India as well globally. EV market is in slum side, but as a company, we are working on that because we are a power conditioning. We are in power conditioning product and renewable energy project. That's why we are just focusing on solar products, especially, and we have already started so many products which are very innovative and very important for this market. We have already launched grid-tied inverters, Make in India. We have launched hybrid inverters also. We have just acquired one solar panel manufacturing company. So competition is increasing, but demand is also growing very faster. Our strength is scale, execution, and market presence. So I have no doubt about it.
I just
About
want to get a sense in the next upcoming quarters or so, if you have to look at the performance of this, what's the kind of shift that we'll see? Would you be focusing on the other segments which are there? What's the kind of growth that you'll be seeing from this particular segment?
Yeah, I cannot comment on the numbers, but yes, I can tell you healthy double-digit growth supported by strong demand that we are very much sure that we will do in comparative to 24-25.
And sir, just wanted to understand, can going forward rooftop solar and BESS meaningfully offset the EV slowdown in terms of revenue over the next few quarters?
110%. 110%.
Right.
We are very much sure that our this year results will be better than last year.
Okay.
Which was already better, more than 200-300% from previous few years. So that means growth is there.
And sir, what is the kind of capex that you're penciling in for BESS manufacturing, and what could be the margin profile then?
Margin based on the volumes. Technically, because we are increasing our volumes, then profit is always increasing. And if you go through our last 5 years quarter-on-quarter data, then you find our margins, our EBITDA, our GP, everything is improving quarter by quarter. So we are not have any doubt about the profitability or about the growth.
Mr. Bhatia, just want to understand more on this BESS side also. Now, there's been a lot of companies which are venturing in this particular area, catering to demand that we're looking at. But is high competition scenario going risk also forward to these margins that we're looking at?
Yeah, I told you now, because we are increasing our volumes. So it is very much, we can say it is directly proportional to the scalability. So margin will obviously improve and increase when your volume will get increased.
So just want to understand on the volume side, since you're seeing that there would be higher volumes here, what's the kind of order book opportunity that you're seeing? If you can give us a target for that as well.
I cannot commit you any figure on public channel because it's my limitation. But yes, I already told you that our profitability and growth will be in higher side, and double-digit growth you will get in this quarter 3 and quarter 4.
Mr. Bhatia, for taking out the time and speaking to the channel about what's the prospects ahead for the company. But now joining us on the show as well is Sunny Agarwal, Head of Fundamental Equity Research of SBI Cap Securities. Now, Sunny, hi, welcome to the show and thank you for taking out the time. I just want to start off by understanding more about Servotech Power. How are you viewing this space, considering that the stock has seen significant correction in this course of year over this change in the EV policies also that we are looking at? What is your stance on this?
Yeah, good afternoon and thanks for having me on the show. I think Servotech again, I think predominantly into the EV charging business. What we have seen is that because of withdrawal of subsidy by the government on EV charging products, the demand has all of suddenly slumped, and only the large vehicle operator, or for that matter a commercial operator, they are only the one who are buying or looking forward to installation of an EV charger, and that has led to a significant drop in the earning momentum time for the company. Although company has diversified into a new segment to make up the loss of business on the EV charger front, but still I feel trading at 1800 crore market cap number. I think wait and watch is the right approach as far as Servotech Power is concerned. Maybe post 3Q number when we get more clarity on better growth prospect beginning FY27 and 28. At that point of time, investor can consider this company.
So cautious view is what we are having for this particular counter as of now, but it's time that we slip into a short break. That's lots more small cap stocks that we'll be discussing later. So do stay tuned in and keep watching NDTV Profit.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Not 300.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
विश्वास तू જ્યાં પણ હોય જે કંઈ પણ કરતો હોય જલ્દીથી ઘરે પહોંચ।
માત્ર 12 કલાક આપો, આ ગેલ સપ્તાહને હું જોઈ લઈશ।
માતાજીનો પરસાદ
હની ટ્રેપ માટે ના, આ રસ્તો બહુ મોંઘો પડશે।
સીધા રસ્તે ન્યાય મેળવવાની કિંમત આના કરતા પણ વધારે છે।
મેઘના જ્યારે કોઈને આપણા પ્લાનની ખબર પડી ગયું ને તો આપણે ત્યાંથી મેં જોયા છે એમને।
फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग अभी
एक ट्रेड में सिक्सर।
प्रसिद्ध पहले सेफ्टी वरना क्लीन बोल्ड। अनऑथराइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म पे फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग यानी नुकसान, धोखाधड़ी और कानूनी कार्रवाई का डर।
मतलब नुकसान की हैट्रिक। इसीलिए आरबीआई वेबसाइट पर जाएं, ऑथराइज्ड लिस्ट जांचें। आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in equity, fixed income, gold, silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully. टीवी पर पहली बार
साली बुज़दिल पाकिस्तानी आर्मी,
हिंदुस्तान की जमीन वापस लेना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। बटालियन 609 आज शाम 7 बजे शिमारू जोश पर डीडी फ्री डिश चैनल नंबर 53।
हाँ बोल बेटा करण।
क्या? जिंदगी की रोज की दौड़ में हम अक्सर चीजें भूल जाते हैं,
अंकल।
पर अच्छा लगता है जब कोई आपका ख्याल रखता है, जैसे कि आरबीआई ख्याल रखता है आपके अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट्स का।
अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट मतलब?
वो बैंक खाते जिसमें 10 साल या उससे अधिक से कोई लेन देन ना हुआ हो, ऐसे खाते आरबीआई के डीईए फंड में चले जाते हैं।
अपने बैंक के किसी भी शाखा में जाकर अपना केवाईसी अपडेट कराइए
और अपना अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट वापस पाए।
आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए,
सतर्क रहिए।
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers. Before we start with the small cap stocks, let's head across to Sharad to understand what's been buzzing in the F&O segment.
Well, Somit, there is a signs of a kind of a bullish sentiment coming in the markets, and this has continued. Largely, we see BL, Power Grid, the power names actually coming back. That's a very interesting take after some days of subdued performance. But Reliance is holding the fort. It's up almost 1.5% days trade. Nothing much to see amongst the losers. Only HCL Tech is down more than 1%. But the overall setup remains strong. Let's pull up the contracts where the action is there, and the options data is suggesting that a bullish sentiment is continuing, especially after a lot of important macro events which have been absorbed by the markets. Let's look at the BankX. Largely, most of the constituents are actually doing well. HDFC Bank and even SBI are in the green, apart from ICICI Bank itself. Actually, that has actually corrected, but some divergence, but net it's still a positive move coming in. Let's look at the stocks which will be in focus after this. The key stocks which is having a strong long build up. This includes Tata Elxsi, that stock is up 8%, and Shriram Finance, that stock after a big deal announcement with MUFG, stock is up almost 5% in the trade. Short covering candidates include NBCC and Vodafone Idea. It's sustaining that 3% growth in the day's trade. Long unwinding, there are some candidates which includes Syngene International and Blue Star, but Blue Star taking a major of the hit. And short build-up, Chola Financial and Nuvama, they all come in, and this might be a kind of a second-order effect for both of the stocks on the recent news flows. So stock-specific news flows are happening, but overall the setup is positive.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Sharad, for that snapshot of the trade that we are looking at. But moving on to a particularly small cap company in focus is Neeraj Cement Structurals, and this is after it has backed orders worth about 600 crores since December 4. What's interesting here is the market cap of the company, which is just 200 crore plus, and we are seeing huge orders now coming in for the company. But Varsha is standing by to give us a breakdown of these orders also that we are looking at, and what are some of the key risks also that an investor should watch out.
Yes, well, thank you so much for that. Yes, as you rightly said, the stock is been buzzing. This is on the back of order. Even in the last 5 days, the stock is up 8.4%. In the last 1 month, the stock is up 4%. From December 4th till today, the company has received almost 617 crores of order. On to the recent order win, which came yesterday, they've received order from Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways, and the order value stands at around 322 crore. The project will be executed in EPC mode, and the execution period for the project is 18 months. If I want to talk about the other orders which they have received, they received order from Public Work Department. The order value is at 130 crore, which involves improvement and maintenance as well. The execution period for the project is 36 months. So overall, a good order pipeline is looking like when it comes to Neeraj Cement. But there are some risks which investors should watch out. One is if you see the margins for this company, EBITDA margins are low. This is because of outsourcing and JV business model that the company follows, and there's intense competition into the industry. We all know that a lot of players are actually into this industry, leading to a pressure in the market share. The project also recently, if you see the project for this company had a delayed experience. So overall, see a lot of risks are also present when it comes to Neeraj Cement, but the stock is buzzing on the back of good order flow that the company has seen.
For that, Varsha, Sunny, coming to I'm not sure whether you would have this counter on your radar, but just want to understand with such small companies, when you look at the order book size that you see, how should an investor look at this, considering that there are more risk factors also to watch out for? What would be your assessment over here?
I think better to avoid such a smaller companies which are into the EPC business, especially where the margins are very low, and at the same time risk of receivable cycle getting extended as the dependence on the government department is still high. And even this year we have seen even large companies like NCC to some extent are facing trouble in terms of receivables, and that's the reason I think one should better invest in larger companies like NCC or PowerMech, which are well-established player if somebody want to take exposure to the infrastructure sector.
Aeroflex Industries is the next counter that remains in focus. The stock is up nearly 14% in trade on the back of high volumes and the major capital expenditure that the company announced. Let's get in Jasmeet with more details.
Well, thank you for that. The stock is buzzing in trade today. If you look at the overall trading volumes, they are roughly at 60 times the 20-day average. A bit about the company before we go to the key details of the recent news. While the company operates in manufacturing and supply of eco-friendly metallic flow solutions. While look at the recent update for the company, we see that the company wants to upgrade the capacity addition from current 2,000 units to 13,000 units of the cooling skids generally used for data centers, and that's the reason the stock is buzzing in trade today. And to fill in the overall capex required for this particular upgradation, company is doing a preferential issue of rupees 55 odd crores, where they're giving the share at a discount of 10 odd percentage, as roughly 187 rupees per share as a base value for the shares. Now, in terms of the other details, we see the company has a really good Q2 where they reported a revenue over 100 crores for the first time, and the company also reported the best ever quarterly numbers in terms of the EBITDA as well as the margin. While the company guides a margin range of 21 to 22% going forward, as in Q2 we saw a margin of 23 odd percent. percentage. If you look at the key numbers, the total revenue was up 16% on YY basis, while the margins came at 23.5%. In terms of the overall EBITDA saw an uptick of 23.5%, and lastly net profit, which was roughly up 4%. So all in all, a good set of Q2 numbers and a good news that the company is upgrading given the demand of data center is something leading to the overall stock rally in trade today.
Right, the demand for data centers and the capex that the company has announced. Sunny, have you gone through the announcement that the company has given and at the current valuations, is it an interesting counter?
Yeah, definitely. I think again a very rock solid quarter which we have seen, which has gone by September quarter, which was one of the best quarter for the company, and with a new capacity which is coming up across the metal bellow and existing incumbent products, coupled with the acquisition with the company has done. It seems that FY27 and 28 is likely to see a good bump up in terms of earning growth. Although valuations slightly are stretched, but as we speak, I think it's a good stock if somebody want to add in its small cap portfolio.
So that's with regards to Aeroflex Industries. Now, moving on to another counter which is in focus. In fact, it has snapped its 3-day of losing streak as well as something like a Quadrant Future Tech. Now, this counter has seen volumes of over 60 times compared to its 20-day average today. But if you look at the stock performance, it's not, despite seeing the 17% of an uptick, it's not been such a great year for the company post its listing in Jan 2025. In fact, the stock has seen a correction of more than 8% just this month itself, and more than 50% of correction over this course of year. And this is on account of a couple of reasons. Now, Kavach, if we see, has shown a bit of a weakness in terms of where the ordering activity has been concerned. If you look at the first half, the revenue has seen a downtick of around 3%, while EBITDA loss stood at 18 crore versus a profit of 7 crore, and net loss also widened to 29 crore in the first half is what we are seeing at. However, order book position continues to be skewed towards Kavach side. 984 crore is the size that we are looking at, while for cable division, we are seeing a 40 crore of an opportunity. Just a bit about the business. Now, the company is engaged in the Kavach project of the Indian Railways, but Kavach presents a 18,000 crore of an opportunity as well. But it's the outlook that I want to understand from you, Sunny. What do you make of this company? You know, there are 4 to 5 vendors in this space, while ordering has not been that particular strong for this year. FY26, they are expecting better inflows to come. So what would you make of this Quadrant Future Tech?
Yeah, definitely play on Kavach, but as you rightly pointed out, ordering is something which is not happening on the Kavach front, and at the time of listing also, I think the most of the investors were very gung-ho on the Kavach as a story for within the railway pack. But overall, what I feel is that it's better to wait and watch how this Kavach story plays out and how the execution plays out over the period of next 4 to 6 quarters. So would suggest that let's wait for a December quarter number, and in case there is an pickup in order inflow and execution, maybe one can consider Quadrant Future Tech. Maybe within the railway pack, what I feel is that few other businesses within the small cap space which are focusing on few other products like Spring, for that matter, Frontier Spring, or wagon companies, the Titagarh wagon. Certain these businesses seems to be a better place as compared to Quadrant or Kavach driven growth stories.
Right. The last stock that I wanted to check with you, Sunny, was on DCX system. If you look at the volumes today, they are quite strong, nearly 28 times its 30-day average. The stock is up 18%. But on a YTD basis, if you look at this counter has fallen from 400 rupees to nearly 185 now. Is it a value buy at current price of 185?
Yeah, again, basically a part of a defense ecosystem. So we have seen correction across the entire defense pack, and again, DCX, we have correction is part of that entire pack correction in the defense names. And moreover, I think September quarter was pretty weak as far as DCX is concerned, and that has led to the loss of confidence by the investor in this company. But as we speak, I think now looking at a 2,000 crore market cap, think that one can consider accumulating this stock. Maybe tracking position is the right way to enter into this company, and look forward to December quarter number, wherein in case there is a visibility of earning recovery, then one can consider DCX as a part of a defense portfolio.
Can consider accumulating, but watch out for the Q3 number is the key takeaway coming in for DCX system. Well, Sunny, thank you for joining us and giving us the perspectives on the stocks that we discussed in the show today. Thank you, Sunny, for joining us. Well, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned and keep watching NDTV Profit.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Not 300, 300, 300.
छुट्टी पे तो चिल कर।
मेरा बैंक मुझे चिल करने देता है। इंटरेस्ट पता कितना देता है? इतूसा, और वो भी यार 3 महीने बाद।
नॉट बैंकिंग विद AU?
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने, एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। Any time is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in a mix of equity, debt, gold and silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग अभी एक ट्रेड में सिक्सर।
प्रसिद्ध पहले सेफ्टी वरना क्लीन गोल्ड। अनऑथराइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म पे फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग यानी नुकसान, धोखाधड़ी और कानूनी कार्रवाई का डर।
मतलब नुकसान की हैट्रिक। इसीलिए आरबीआई वेबसाइट पर जाएं, ऑथराइज्ड लिस्ट जांचें। आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
होम EMI 50,000
तो जा रही है। आपकी क्या तैयारी है? पूरे सीलिंग का 20,000 आउटगोइंग है जा रही। आपकी क्या तैयारी?
मेरी शादी का गिफ्ट।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। SIP के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर SWP के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ये धरती माता हमें पेट भरने के लिए अन्न उत्पन्न करती है, लेकिन इसका स्वास्थ्य भी ठीक रहना चाहिए।
Agricultural landscape of Uttar Pradesh is changing. Government's priority on direct interaction with farmers, a forward-looking approach to better technology and the timely implementation of agricultural schemes have made agriculture the backbone of development.
अन्नदाता किसान को समय पे खाद मिले, ये संभव है।
The Yogi government is providing subsidies of up to 50% for polyhouses or greenhouses. Training schools are being set up in villages for farmers. In the state, 79 Krishi Vigyana Kendras are currently operational and the construction of 10 more is underway. A modern seeds park is being developed in Lucknow. The low-cost, high-production mantra of the double-engine government at the centre and the state has doubled Uttar Pradesh's agricultural growth rate over the past 8.5 years.
सोचो आप सुबह उठते हो, अपना ट्रेडिंग ऐप खोलते हो and your portfolio is empty. Scary है, right? This is the nightmare of getting hacked or scammed online. And here are some basics that you always need to stick to. हमेशा याद रखिए, digital hygiene is a key factor towards safe and successful investment.
An investor awareness initiative by SEBI.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू। मेरा जो रिश्ता है NDTV के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
passengers. This is the pre-boarding announcement for flight.
We're for takeoff.
Santa's bringing a very special gift to Maharashtra and the people of MMR this Christmas because the Navi Mumbai International Airport will open its doors for passengers. This has been the need of the hour in a place which is so congested. And now you're going to have this swanky airport. You've seen the sneak peek here, and with me to speak about it is Jeet Adani, Director of Adani Airports. Jeet, thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
This place looks fabulous.
Yeah, it's turned out quite nice.
And it's been a labor of love, isn't it? Because you're thinking of bringing in an airport not just as another service for passengers, but also as an experience.
Of course. So that's the whole idea behind Navi Mumbai, that we've really thought through the design, the elements that have gone in, everything from the point of view of experience. There's things that you haven't seen today in the sneak peek, but a lot of the passengers you will see, where you can just spend at least 2 to 3 hours just going and staring into things. And every single thing, from the food to the art to the hospitality, the staff training to the retail, everything has been so carefully curated, keeping in mind our passengers. And although one thing I'll tell you, it's not keeping in mind only our richest passengers, it's also keeping in mind our entire passenger set. People who are actually flying for the first time.
Yeah.
People who, are working professional. People, of course, the 1%, but also the bottom 50%.
No, so talk to me a little more about that, because this ties in beautifully with the concept of Udan.
Exactly.
Right? Which is,
yes,
Hawai Chappal bhi Hawai Jahaz mein, which is where that concept started from. How do you build that into design elements of something which is a huge infrastructural service?
So I would say a couple of things. One is, and I'll show you on the screen, that if you see a small thing, people who are flying for the first time, there's a good chance that some of them might not even know Hindi if they're coming from, Mumbai is such a big city.
Yeah.
So anywhere they're coming from or they're going to, depending on the location, the languages change. Yeah, it's the first, I don't think it's done anywhere else in India, where if someone is going to Kolkata from Mumbai, Kolkata of course is written in English, but then it's written below in Bengali. If you're going to Gujarat, Ahmedabad, it will be written in Gujarati underneath it. So that gives that sort of, very small thing I'm saying, but it tells us a lot about the mindset.
No, so come to that point again, which you made. I thought that was very interesting, where you said that the person will see the name of the place they're going in the language where they're going to.
Of course, yeah. So it's a small insight into the mindset that's gone in. But even if we look at the overall commercial offering, and this came to me actually when I was in Mumbai airport at the food court. Food court is a place where you normally go to get an affordable bite to eat, right? But you go there and there's a vada pav there for 430 rupees. Or it could have been 530, I don't remember. Come, let's go on a ride and
continue this conversation.
Absolutely. So we went to the food court and I was appalled to see that, boss, how can the vada pav be here for 430 rupees? I buy it outside for 40 rupees. And so that's when we actually started developing the retail strategy for here. We've cut all the middlemen and directly gone down to the chef and being able to price not at 40 rupees of a lari wala, but at least at a decent enough price of 80-100 rupees, where people don't feel like they're being gouged.
How do you manage that? And then in that case, if you can actually do that, and this is, I think, going to be a general interest, public interest question, why should airport food be so expensive?
It shouldn't.
You're showing that it can be
of course,
cheaper.
It shouldn't be. I think it has to do with a lot to do with how the commercial structure put in place is at a lot of places. But at the same point, I would also say there should be food which is expensive, but that is to cater to a certain kind of traveler. The majority of travelers who are flying don't have the ability to afford that food, and we're letting them go unserved. And that's the opportunity we're trying to tap in this place. So if you see here, you'll see Wagamama over there, which, might be at a price point of 1,000, 1,500 rupees for a meal of two. Yeah, a lot of people, that's like the perfect, sweet spot for the middle class population.
Yeah.
But then there's also the food street, which is going to be, on average, you can get a meal for 2 people for 200 to max 300 rupees, which is good for the general population in place. And then you can go upstairs to the Michelin star restaurant, which is very expensive, but people going there don't care about price, they care about the place they are.
Yeah.
So we are here to serve the entire consumer cohort.
So one is, of course, the experience when you come here. So if you have a delayed flight, you're not going to mind it too much. You have a lot of things to do, and that's important as well. The other is accessibility, and what this airport has done is it's just lifted the infrastructural profile of the whole area. I think that's something people don't realize.
100%.
That large infrastructural projects have that ripple effect, isn't it?
Absolutely. And look, it's like a necessary part for us, to make this successful. And show you a couple of things downstairs as well.
Yeah.
Look, for us to make this airport successful, we had to deal with the biggest issue of, what's going to be the drag factor. What's going to make people not want to come here? Is going to be the inconvenience of the travel. Is going to be, that people are used to a Mumbai airport in the middle of the city and now they have to travel out to go to the new airport.
Which is the norm, by the way, in some of the largest cities in the world.
Absolutely. So we tried to target that by planning along with the government to make sure that of all modes of transportation, be it road, rail, suburban, metro, water, vertical takeoff, eVTOLs, high-speed rail, everything sort of interfaces with the airport on this site. So, we are very well looking at 10 years down the line. This is probably one of the most well-connected places in India because every form of transportation interfaces through this.
Including water taxis.
Including water taxis.
I thought that was a novel idea. Can you explain in a little detail how that's going to pan out? What would be the experience of someone coming in or out of this airport once all of this linkage takes place?
So once everything is in, you're very well looking at someone who's collecting their bag, getting onto one of our monorails within the site, which will come up, getting onto the monorail and going to the water taxi station, taking a water taxi, going down to Radio City, near Gateway of India, and going to home using a cab or further on metro.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, okay, now let's come to the strategic importance of the Navi Mumbai International Airport from the point of view of the needs of this city and the surrounding areas. Because you have fairly ambitious targets, like you 20 million passengers in the first year, and then of course you scale up to 90 million. How are you going to make that happen? What's the plan there?
So I would say 20 million passengers is something that we are targeting next year.
Yeah.
Because Mumbai's latent demand is anyways very, very high. Is the demand which has been not unserved since 2016 when it hit its peak. And so we don't foresee in the first phase there to be any challenge. Now, given the GDP growth of the MMR region, the kind of opportunities coming in, we'll look about GCCs opening up all the time. We're talking about, aviation ecosystem growing here, service sector growing here. So I'm very confident that the overall traffic growth is going to keep trending at the mid-teens year on year as it has. And that means we'll be 15 years down the line, we'll be needing a third airport because this one will be full.
Wow. And that's the pace at which things are moving.
Yeah.
Are the airlines also ready? Because the whole infrastructure has to come in place. You need enough aircraft.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest challenge. How do we, the supply side of, I think the airlines are willing and they've demonstrated their commitment to keep buying more planes. But we are always stuck with the issue of supply chain.
Yeah.
And that's for us to see how it solves itself.
For the first phase, I think all of the major airlines have signed up. If you're speaking right now to travelers from around the region, what is that one-line or two-line pitch of why they should select Navi Mumbai International Airport? Apart from, wherever they are and the distance to where they are, that would be one factor. Price tickets would be another. But what is going to be the differential here?
I would say, if I have to say it in one line, say come experience New India. I mean, you see every single thing, from the art, from the experience, to the materials, to the design, to the retail. Everything talks about, is connected to India somehow, but it talks about it with full youthful modernity. And that's what this airport represents.
This is clearly a labor of love, Jeet.
Yeah, no, it's been 4 years in the making.
Yeah, how many people, how many man hours on putting this together and making sure it's not just another, cookie cutter airport?
Yeah, no, it is 25,000 people at its peak. 4 years. 4 years. Once it starts, 5,000 people in the first phase will be working here day in, day out. Probably another couple of thousand indirectly. So it's going to be a buzzing hub of economic activity.
Yeah, and what has it also done for the surrounding areas? I mean, part of the airport development is also city side, real estate development, and how the airport lends itself to further development. What are the plans there? What's the outlook there?
So the whole idea behind city side development is that leverage the connectivity of the airport, leverage the place of the airport in the city's ecosystem, and double down on that. So in Navi Mumbai itself, what we are planning, there's 240 acres of developable land, of which the first phase we're doing immediately, which is already under construction. In the end state, you're looking at anywhere from 15 to 20 hotels, multiple million square feet of office spaces, GCCs, that kind of stuff. A massive retail mall, which will actually, we're targeting to get it as the first outlet mall in India.
Oh.
So people have seen outlet malls in London and Milan and US.
I'm excited about this.
Exactly. So we're trying to get to set that up. Again, differentiating itself. Then entertainment is also going to be a big part of the ecosystem. So we're planning for a 25,000 seater arena, integrated with the retail and hotels. Okay. To serve the needs for the live entertainment economy, the gig economy that's coming up.
So, and which is because there's one stadium which is in
this entire region,
entire region, and is always packed.
But you think about it, if you had to go to DY Patil Stadium, the connectivity isn't as good.
No, it isn't.
When you have the connectivity of the airport, where you can take a water taxi and a monorail to go to watch some big band coming to perform, or take the metro directly in, directly out. I think that kind of connectivity nowhere else will be there.
What has been your own inspiration for some of these thoughts, Jeet? I mean, obviously you're well traveled, you've seen the world, you want to bring some of that here.
Yeah.
What has been the whole thought process that you went through when this project first started and you got involved in this?
I mean, look, we spend a lot of time looking at a lot of airports, Zurich, Schiphol, Changi, Dubai, Doha, Abu Dhabi, Dallas. And I wouldn't say there was any one airport which I would attribute this to, because this is sort of taken little bits from all of them. Of course, airports are also very situational, so they're developed and designed for their own, the way their system works.
Yeah, and at that phase of where
that economy is. But yes, we've tried to take the most of it. We took a lot from, Changi and to think through how experiences can be curated. Changi's done a fantastic job with, the jewel and the forest and all of those things.
Yeah.
Even Abu Dhabi now, Doha has now done it with the forest. How we, position retail not just as a storefront, but as an experience again. That you don't want to just do sales, you want to give experiences. Because there's a lot of research that when you give a good experiential retail, your values of purchase increases. Because people feel, they're happy, if you're going to, let's say, a cosmetic store or something. If I've tried on a nice hand wash, I'd be more likely to buy it than not.
Correct.
So those kind of things, make it more interactive. And again, like I said, the technology backend also, we looked at a lot from Schiphol in Zurich.
Okay.
And that's been one of our collaborations that we did, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. So, like some airports have a big draw, and you spoke about some international airports. For them, sometimes duty free is the big draw.
Of course.
It used to be on the retail experience. It's also become a lot about, if you're spending time at the airport, then there should be affordable things that you can do. How much of that has built in? And take us through some of those concepts and ideas that will come in.
No, I one thing which we are innovating, which I doubt anyone else has done. Small bits and pieces, a couple of other places have accomplished this, is creating a very strong experiential zone. So there's a zone which is still boxed up. It's dedicated to showcase 3 experiences, which we will also be, offering to companies to brand it.
Okay.
And those experiences, and I've seen those experiences, it's mind-boggling. Like, I don't want to say too much and reveal too much, but
I'm guessing that there is a bit of a reveal here. At least give us some sense.
Absolutely.
When you say experiences, like what?
So one of the experiences literally takes you back into time and to experience the forts of Maharashtra, how they would have been 200 years back.
Oh, wow.
Or 300 years back. And just to see the ecology and the quality and the detailing. And a lot of AI has obviously gone in doing this, but the kind of quality and detailing that's there, and the immersion that you feel in the entire thing is unreal. And there's one glimpse I'll give you, but there's a couple of more also. I think that's something quite unique that no one else has done. When I talk about commercial and food and lounges, with lounges, the biggest challenge the whole lounge industry is going through is that because of the increase in card usage, there's no differentiation for passengers.
Yeah.
You would be a business class customer sitting in a lounge where all card people have come in and you don't have an experience. So you're actually differentiating lounges across the airport by silver, gold and purple categories, and that's where we were trying to have separate access controls. So for people in business, go to gold, people in first go to purple, people in just using a free card to come in, you get the basic services, very nice place to sit, chill, get good Wi-Fi, watch a movie, whatever. But that's the basic amount. If you go to a purple, you can get a cocktail, you can get a Michelin star meal, you can get like a, there's no buffet, everything is restaurant style.
A la carte and so.
So, create differentiating based on experience and pricing.
What do you think is going to be the growth potential as well of this business and of the Navi Mumbai airport in terms of, actually contributing to revenues coming in? How big do you see this growing?
So, if I give you an overview of the airport business as a whole, airport business will see one step of growth in the next year once Navi Mumbai comes in. And then again, it will see some gradual growth over the next 4 or 5 years until 29-30. And then again, a massive step in 29-30. For a couple of reasons, because the next step right now is only Navi Mumbai coming in. I'm saying only, it's a big size, but it's 20% increase of traffic.
Immediately. From the 25th.
We're at 100 million, approximately 100 million passenger base. This is 20 million, so 120 million straight 20% increase. But the bigger step is because Navi Mumbai phase 2, then the next phase of Navi Mumbai will be open in 2030. Ahmedabad's new terminal will be open in 2030 for the Commonwealth. Jaipur's new terminal will be open. Lucknow's expansion will be done. Guwahati is opening now. And Trivandrum's new terminal will be open. And all of the 15 million square feet of city side development we're doing, everything will be will be commissioned and leased out. So an entire massive portion of our business is going to come online in 29-30, and that will be high, upwards of 20-30% of revenue jump at that time.
Wow. So in 2030, what is the picture looking like in terms of total number of passengers and city side development?
Total number of passengers should be at 200 million in 2030.
Wow.
From doubling what there is today. And in terms on revenue would be too much of a forward guidance, but I would say at least in terms of passengers, operationally it would be double the size of what it is today.
Wow. When you look at the airport business and what your learnings have been, and I think the last 4-5 years has been specifically interesting because of the FOMO travel.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Things just changed. And then you have the regional airlines coming in. So how do you see that picture as an evolving landscape?
Look, I think travel as a landscape fundamentally has changed. After COVID, the way people travel, the reason people travel has changed, both for good and bad. Good because leisure travel, the importance people give to taking holidays has increased. But at the same time, work travel has decreased because you're Zoom now. Still, I don't fully believe you can do away with it. But
do away with Zoom or do away with
physical travel?
No, I think in real life experiences are back. I mean, look at what's happening with the gig economy. People are traveling for weddings, concerts, everything.
Exactly. So there's a massive boom in this industry, and I wouldn't say it's a one-time thing. It's now structurally the industry has changed. Now it's poised for growth, but like we were talking about, the only thing is airlines and planes.
Do you see with more regional connectivity coming in, this paradigm also shifting? I mean, there was a time when air travel was a very luxurious experience. Right?
Yeah, of course.
Everyone could do it. I'm not saying everyone in India can still do it, but that pie is widening rapidly.
No, 100%. And regional travel is going to be important. I mean, you look at just what happens in China and what happens in the US. You know, the regional routes, so-called regional routes, start with the smaller planes, keep upgrading to bigger. I mean, I've seen some routes which are two regional cities, small towns if you compare it to India.
Yeah.
And they'll have like a wide body plane going between them and completely full. So I think it's just about developing the entire routes and developing the ecosystem. So definitely, I'm a big believer of connecting regional cities and regional to metros also.
Okay, just one last point before I let you go. We've spoken so much about how this airport is high-end and going to serve new kind of experiences. How much of AI or technological integration have we seen in it?
Oh, a lot. So this airport, we developed ground zero of, like the entire backbone of the airport was developed keeping in mind our Avio stack. So Avios are enterprise stack for airport systems. And what we've been able to do is merge Adani One and Avio on the back end. So the way customer transparency is, I won't get anything better than this. Because what the customer sees is what the operator sees. In the same time, in the same, accuracy. What building this up, grounds up, has allowed us to do is, bring in, I wouldn't say AI is as pervasive today as it can be. There's a lot that we can still do, but it's still experimental. It's not something that's off the shelf and can be deployed in a critical environment like this. So we're working on a couple of things which can automate workflows. But there's been a lot that's been done on base technology, because I feel airports are also behind on that. Forget forward-looking technology, but even base things like data management, transparency. How can you open? Just do smart tracking. It's information. People love information, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm able to know everything about where my bag is, where my flight is, everything, I'm happy now.
Yeah, I always wonder in the flights, why do people just watch the picture of the plane going where it is?
Exactly. Because people love information. Yeah.
Well, fantastic, Jeet. Thank you so much for your time and in explaining what a wonder the Navi Mumbai International Airport is going to be. All I can say is it's for you to come and experience it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Co-presented by National Stock Exchange.
छुट्टी पे तो चिलकर
मेरा बैंक मुझे चिल करने देता है। इंटरेस्ट पता कितना देता है? इतना सा, और वो भी यार 3 महीने बाद।
नॉट बैंकिंग विद AU?
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने,
एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
High MTF rates hurting your profits?
Why, what's your MTF interest rate?
Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum.
Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
कल का भारत उन्हीं से बनता है जो आज सीखने, समझने और नई सोच रखने का जज्बा दिखाते हैं। और इसी जज्बे को सेलिब्रेट करने आ रहा है अदानी सीमेंट फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इन एसोसिएशन विद NDTV इंडिया। फ्यूचर एक्स सिर्फ एक क्विज नहीं है, ये एक नेशनल लेवल चैलेंज है जो स्टूडेंट्स की नॉलेज को टेस्ट करता है। अगर आप क्लास 9 to 12 में हैं और तैयार है अपनी नॉलेज को टेस्ट करने के लिए, तो फ्यूचर एक्स क्विज इज योर चांस टू पार्टिसिपेट एंड एक्सेल। सो पार्टिसिपेट, compete, stand out और बनो फ्यूचर बिल्डर्स ऑफ भारत। Enroll now.
Cheers.
વિશ્વાસ તું જ્યાં પણ હોય જે કંઈ પણ કરતો હોય જલ્દીથી ઘરે પહોંચ.
માત્ર 12 કલાક આપો. આ ગેલ સપ્તાહોને હું જોઈ લઈશ.
માતાજીનું પરસાદ.
હની ટ્રેપ માટે ના, આ રસ્તો બહુ મોંઘો પડશે.
સીધા રસ્તે ન્યાય મેળવવાની કિંમત આના કરતાં પણ વધારે છે.
દેખના જ્યારે કોઈને આપણા પ્લાનની ખબર પડી ગઈ ને તો આપણે ત્યાંથી મેં જોયા છે એમને.
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in equity, fixed income, gold, silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
मैडम, ये केवाईसी अपडेट के लिए मुझे बार-बार मैसेज क्यों आ रहा है?
क्योंकि बैंकिंग सेवाओं के लिए निर्धारित समय पर केवाईसी अपडेट करवाना चाहिए।
होगा कैसे?
बैठिए, समझाती हूँ। अगर आपके पहचान या पते में कोई बदलाव नहीं है, तो अपने बैंक या एटीएम या बिजनेस करेस्पॉन्डेंट यानी बीसी के पास जाएं। या बैंक में रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल या मोबाइल नंबर या मोबाइल बैंकिंग ऐप या पत्र द्वारा उसका डिक्लेरेशन दें।
और अगर कोई बदलाव है तो
ऐसे में पहचान और पते का नवीनतम प्रमाण दिखाएं। अपना खाता सक्रिय रखकर बैंकिंग सेवाओं का लाभ उठाएं।
बस।
आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Nowadays, fake UPI handles are posing as trusted brokers, advisors and trading platforms. और अगर आपने double check नहीं किया, तो your money goes straight into the scammer's pocket. SEBI is stepping in with two major shields, जिसे डिजाइन किया गया है to protect you, the investor, from shady intermediaries and fly-by-night scammers. Use कीजिए validated UPI facility और safeguard करिए अपना hard-earned money.
An investor awareness initiative by SEBI.
बिजली का बिल 5000।
आउटगोइंग तो जा रही है, आपकी क्या तैयारी है?
रूट कैनल 25000।
आउटगोइंग है जा रही, आपकी क्या तैयारी?
सीनियर क्लास की फीस
1 लाख रुपीस।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। एसआईबी के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर एसडब्ल्यूबी के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
माही, कोई कूल बैंक सजेस्ट करो ना जो सोशली कॉन्शियस है।
फिर तो एसबीआई कूलेस्ट है।
Really?
एसबीआई ने होनहार बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप्स दी, गांव के यूथ को ट्रेन किया, स्पेशली एबल्ड को सपोर्ट किया, विलेजेस को अडॉप्ट किया।
That's so cool, man.
एसबीआई, द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन, ट्रूली।
टीवी पर पहली बार
साली बुज़दिल पाकिस्तानी आर्मी।
हिंदुस्तान की जमीन वापस लेना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
बटालियन 609 आज शाम 7 बजे शिमारू जोश पर डीडी फ्री डिश चैनल नंबर 53।
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome. This is a special edition where we are focusing on the huge influx of foreign capital that is really coming in our financial services sector. Today's large transaction, which the crack team right here of NDTV Profit is going to decipher and decode, is the Shriram Finance deal. And not just that, remember that Yes Bank, RBL Bank, they have also got foreign influx of funds, and a battery of experts are going to join us right here on NDTV Profit to give us a sense on what it means for the financial services space, the growth of banking and NBFC spaces in the country, and what it means for the overall sector dynamic in the next 3 to 5 years. So let's begin with the deal of the day today. It's Hello Tokyo, and it's the Shriram Finance deal with 20% stake sale to the Japanese strategic, which is really coming in with a fund infusion of close to 40,000 crore rupees. My colleague Somit has all the deal contours. Somit, tell us.
Well, firstly, they're going to put in close to 39,681 crore rupees for a 20% stake. That is what MUFG will infuse into Shriram Finance.
Yes.
Now, they will subscribe to close to 47.1 crore shares for 841 rupees, which is at a discount of nearly 7 to 8% compared to the current market price of close to 902 rupees. Now, Shriram Finance current promoters, their stake will come down from 25% to 20%. They're not selling any stake, it's just a dilution that is happening. And existing public shareholders' stake dilution will come down, stake dilution will happen, and that will come down to 60% from 74.6. Now, post this fund infusion, the book value, that increases to 425.2 rupees per share as against 321 rupees per share. That was the pre-fund infusion, and this is a growth of clear 32%, and that is the major reason why we saw this move in the share price of Shriram Finance. Now, at a price of 841, this translates to a book price to book value of just 2.1 times. Now, if you look at the valuation table, this table clearly gives you at what valuation was Shriram Finance trading before this deal was announced, and at what valuation its peers are trading, like Chola Finance and M&M Finance. Chola Finance trades at a valuation of 4 times, Shriram Finance was trading at a valuation of 2.3 times, and M&M Finance at a valuation of 2 times. So this is the major reason why the share price of Shriram Finance bumped up. Now, the cheap valuations compared to Chola Finance and book value increases by 32%. These are the two major reasons, and if you multiply the post-infusion book value to the earlier valuation of 2.3 times, then that gives you the intrinsic value of Shriram Finance, which stands at close to 978.4 rupees, which still suggests an upside of at least 78 rupees from the current price of 900 rupees per share when it comes to Shriram Finance. And this is the major reason also why Chola Finance is down in trade. It is trading at a valuation of 4 times, and a foreign player is coming into Shriram Finance at a valuation of just 2.1 times, and this expensive valuation was the major reason why we saw a sharp fall coming in for Chola Finance in trade today.
That's right. That's a very important aspect that you mentioned, Somit. And let's take it straight to Gurmeet Chanda, the managing partner and CIO of Complete Circle. Gurmeet, what does this deal really mean for Shriram Finance?
No, it's extremely positive. Somebody, a quality investor, strategic investor coming, infusing this kind of FDI, almost 40,000 crores is a big positive. And I think you should look at beyond. I don't think so liquidity was ever an issue with Shriram. In fact, last quarter they had to use surplus liquidity to improve, the return ratios and earnings. I think it also signals the broader confidence, the group has, and more probably businesses which will get incubated. I think this partnership looks more long-term to the kind of capital being, committed. Something what probably Geo Finance has been doing, incubating different verticals in finance. Operationally, I think will lead to drop in cost of funds. It's a very, very big credit positive. The bank will not be surprised if they get a credit upgrade. Something what, let's say, a Poonawalla got post they acquired Magnum or Geo started with a AAA rating. And that obviously has significant impact on earnings. And, your colleague made this point that it doesn't lead to too much dilution, both in terms of equity or ROE.
So, Gurmeet, my only one quick question to you. For how many years Shriram Finance will not have to come to the market for more funding? For how long are they sustained now with this funding?
I think should be sorted at least for the medium term.
Right.
I don't see that coming in, and I think it's positive for other large NBFCs also.
Right.
I don't agree on that valuation gap. I think this will have a very positive impact on overall tier 1 NBFCs.
Right, Gurmeet.
I think market will get more consolidated.
All right, market will get more consolidated, but we have a battery of experts. Shanti Ekambram, the former Deputy Managing Director of Kotak Mahindra Bank, joining us. Sonia Dasgupta, who's the MD and CEO of Investment Banking JM Financial. Keki Mistry, former VC and CEO of HDFC Limited. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining in. Now, first question to you, Keki Mistry. What does this foreign influx of fund really mean for our financial services sector in India?
I think it means two things. One, it means it brings in confidence. It means that foreigners have confidence in investing in the Indian markets because they are confident about the regulatory environment, the growth opportunities that exist in India. So it's a positive signal for India, and it's of course a positive signal for the group as such, for the Shriram Group.
All right, question for Sonia, ma'am. Sharad here, largely we are seeing good flows coming in from the global participants in this segment. Now for 2026, does this outlook become much more better because the confidence is not only coming from Japan, it's also coming from Middle East. How will you be looking at this space now?
I think 2025 has really been the year of fabulous partnerships and deals in the financial services sector in India, especially on the lending side. If you see now, all the three large Japanese banks have struck in deals over here: SMFG, MUFG, and Mizuho, and of course from the Middle East. So I think a large part of the deals have already got done, and I think one of the key reasons for this clearly is the huge growth penetration, the very low credit to GDP ratio, and the fabulous demographics that is at play in India. Added to that is the full credit to the regulators who have made sure that the balance sheets are so clean, and the regulators to make sure that the disclosures are so clear that there is a lot of transparency for foreigners to infuse money. There's a lot of confidence in the balance sheets and the numbers of the Indian large entities. And I think given the sheer check sizes, I think it augurs very well for the long-term growth of these Indian franchises. And very important thing is that most of these deals have been primary infusions into those franchises, which means that they are really here for the long haul to make sure that these entities grow from here on.
Right, Sonia, very well pointed out, and you have been an expert in this space. Shanti Ekambram, you've run a bank for so long. What does this mean? Of course, it's the raw material, the critical nerve center of the financial services space. How do you see this particular development with Yes Bank, RBL Bank, now Shriram Finance attracting huge amount of capital?
So I actually see it as a vote of confidence in the Indian growth story. This is actually what I call growth capital because it is a primary infusion into the country. Look at what it does to Shriram. A, it provides long-term growth capital for them to grow aggressively as well as diversify into other areas. Second, they've been seeking a AAA credit for a long time. This, in my view, should give them that, which will again reduce the cost of funds and thus earnings. So I think you look at the other investments that have come in, and incidentally, we've had three large Japanese banks invest into India, and Japanese are really long-term capital. If India 2030, $7 trillion has to happen, and Viksit Bharat has to happen, financial services is at the center of it. And as you rightly said, financial services, raw material is money, and capital is essential for growth. So I look at it as a confidence in India, confidence in the financial sector, which is at the core of any economy, the willingness to invest for the long term, and speaks good. So I actually think it is positive.
Vote of confidence coming in from Shanti Ekambram as well. Keki Mistry, it is a huge amount of the intent from the country as well as the regulators' mindset that has really made this happen in this particular year. How do you see this mindset really developing for the financial services sector's growth in the country?
Well, I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that the Indian economy is on a very strong footing. And for the Indian economy to continue growing at the pace at which I think it will grow, finance is the most important ingredient, the most important raw material. So the financial sector by itself is a sector which is extremely unattractive to foreign investors, primarily because of the fact that the penetration level of any kind of financial services product in India is extremely low by global standards. And therefore, the growth opportunities which are there for the financial sector are huge. And that is probably the reason why foreign banks, and particularly Japanese banks, who are really long-term investors, I think as Shanti said, are looking at India so favorably.
Welcome in Ashwin Parekh, the Managing Director of Ashwin Parekh Advisory Services, onto this conversation. Sir, MUFG right now just made a statement that they are not investing into bank and they have chosen an NBFC because they're saying that the ownership rules are quite unattractive in India. Do you agree with this statement that MUFG has made, and do you think is that one of the reason why not many investors are putting in a large amount of funds like what MUFG has done in Shriram Finance?
Well, yes. I mean, it could be because you still have voting right caps, in the banking sector. So that could be one of the major sort of, factors that can be playing out over here. But I suppose at a larger issue, what seems to be happening, I suppose, is that from the point of view of credit flow to the economy, there is a clear recognition on the part of the regulator. If you look at the last 3 or 4 monetary policies, you will realize, that the governors have really said that there is disintermediation in the banking system, which means the deposits are not flowing to the banking systems as much or to the extent they were in the earlier years. More of household savings is flowing to the capital markets now, in which case, in order to strengthen the balance sheets of banking companies and also to make sure that the fund availability improves with a lower amount of deposit mobilization, there's a need really to bring in large amount of capital sums from investors, such as the ones that we are seeing basically both in the banking sector as well as in the NBFC sector. NBFC, you will see perhaps more interest, and then initially it may start off with deposit taking NBFCs, if I have to guess, and then gradually it will penetrate more into the strategic investments into even the other NBFCs. So there the regulatory oversight is a little it's as bad, but a little less compared to banking perhaps. Yes. But voting rights could be one of the major deterrent, I thought.
Right. Voting right is a very big deterrent, as rightly pointed out, but NBFCs, financial services, have lesser of those regulatory restrictions. Keki Mistry, what more needs to be done for more fund infusion? And also, do you see any challenge in us really banking on the foreign capital a lot more?
I don't see any challenge at all, to be honest, because I think the Indian financial system is extremely strong, very well regulated, and the domestic investment itself is so large. I would not worry about foreign ownership or foreigners coming and putting in more capital into India. In fact, I'll give you one example. You have the MSCI index. Now, the MSCI index is based on the amount of money that foreigners can invest into a company. Now, when you look at banks, the foreign ownership is capped at 74%. If we were to theoretically increase that from 74% to 100%, you can get a lot of foreign money flowing into India without any impact whatsoever on control, on shareholding or anything of that sort, because RBI controls shareholding very, very tightly, very, very closely from the in terms of ownership in banks. So I think these small little changes can bring about a huge amount of foreign capital into India, and passive capital, not active capital, not necessarily active capital.
Shanti, I have a question as well. We are speaking about a lot of private entities and the way the foreign interest has come in. But since we are talking about the entire BFSI space, there is a capping in the PSU banking space as well, and buzz in the street is this might be going up also. So if that scenario happens, what will be the interest gauge for the foreign investors for the PSU banking segment?
I think if you look at what has happened in the secondary market, and you just have to look at State Bank of India over the last 18 months in terms of just the sheer stock. You have seen what kind of interest has come in and how our foreign investors have, taken stake right up to the permitted amount. So I think there are two things. One, the increase in holding is not just for the purpose of, divestment. It could also be for the purpose of growth capital, as the government rightly believes that India needs growth capital and has tremendous opportunities. I think there could be interesting deals. One. Second, it will give the much needed growth capital. In my view, the government does not necessarily need only 51% to control any company. All of us who have done M&A know that, you have golden share concepts and many others that can help you retain some amount of control. So in my view, more capital flowing to the sector, more credit flowing into the system. If India has to build, it has to build its infrastructure, airports, ports, companies, and retail credit penetration as well. I see capital coming in.
Okay. Ms. Ekambram, thanks for that view. Mr. Mistry, Sonia, as well as Mr. Parekh, Neeraj Shah joining in as well in this conversation. And just the first question from my end to Mr. Mistry, which is that since we've seen now enough examples in the last 18 months. Okay, I think, Nisha, maybe you take it over because I think there is an audio glitch.
Thank you, Neeraj, and good to have you also on the screens. Shanti made some very interesting points. And Sonia, you have been working on several transactions that really take place. Give us a sense on how easy or difficult these transactions would be where the regulatory overhang and restrictions are quite a bit.
See, in any transaction, as long as the regulatory framework is clear ab initio, right, then you always provide for that. I.e., if ab initio we know that there are voting right restrictions, then people will respect that and work on agreements taking that into account. If they know that after acquiring a particular stake, you have to trigger an open offer and make another open offer for 26%, then they provide for that. I think where there is always a hesitation from foreigners to come in, if there is no regulatory clarity, and if there is something which is it falls in a gray area where they will not know how long a permission takes. But of late, every regulator has been very consultative on how to make sure we make India a great place to invest, trying to understand what are the hindrances in the processes, in the approval times, and how we can make it easier for us to get, best of the foreign capital technology. So we have found it very, comforting and a matter of great pride when we take foreigners to meet all the regulators to see whatever has been the, things which are coming in the way of closing deals faster get sorted very soon. I think regulatory clarity is the most important. But as has already been said by one of the panelists, wherever people don't get equivalent voting rights to their beneficial rights, that will always be a concern for foreigners to invest in those sectors.
Well, but I think this dispensation has shown that there is a lot of tailwind towards both regulation as well as growth. And therefore, maybe that explains this kind of interest, right, from global investors into the Indian landscape. I mean, I just wonder what will happen to Shriram Finance over the course of the next 1 year as the valuations kind of re-rate themselves. And the same question to Mr. Ashwin Parekh as well as Ms. Ekambram. And Ms. Ekambram, to you first. Do you reckon that because of, and this is Neeraj here, by the way, good afternoon. Do you reckon that because of the fact that the RBI as well as the government are so pro-growth, is one reason why there is so much of interest, that the regulation seems to be in favor? The RBI seems to be an RBI or a central bank which is kind of pro such deals as well, if you will, not averse to it, and that the valuation re-rating for the NBFC sector might happen over the course of the next 24 months. Is that a distinct possibility?
So if you look at the three large deals, a lot of Japanese money, I said it's long-term patient capital waiting by the sidelines. And there is lots more that is waiting. I think if you look at some of the regulations that the RBI has, brought out in the last 1 year, has made it easier for banks and NBFCs, and they are willing to work with the banks and NBFCs towards finally looking at credit growth and more money into the economy. The government has brought in many fiscal measures and are more than willing again and open to bring in capital. I think India is a capital-starved country, and it's not just for the financial sector overall to build India. And thus, I think this positive outlook. Second, if you look at India's growth, which country in the world is growing at these kind of growth percentage of 7% plus? We had 2 quarters at 8% plus. So there is a growth in the economy. There is changing demographic. There is hunger for consumption, and there is also, capital expenditure that need to be. So second is the growth opportunity, and this growth opportunity is not 1 or 2 years, but possibly sustained over the medium term. In my mind, these two key factors are important when you look at bringing in investments, particularly into the financial services sector. And I think Indian financial sector has not seen consolidation for a long time, perhaps while many other sectors have. So maybe this is just the beginning, but I think capital infusion is for growth and a vote of confidence.
Yeah, most certainly. But and very well put. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Ekambram. But Ashwin Parekh, I would love for you to come in here as well, because we've seen deals happening across the market cap landscape, right? It's happened with Ugro Capital as well, which is a very small firm, and with some of the larger ones. The moot question is, does this enhance the I look at everything from a markets prism. Does this enhance the valuations that the sector can get? Because it was really reeling until beginning of 2025. So do you think that can happen? And would that essentially entail more interest as well over the course of the next 12 months? Because we've seen multiple large deals. Can more happen?
No, certainly. Basically valuation is a function of both potential and actual performance, basically. Now, we all know that all the companies in which, let's say, large investments have flown in have actually showed over a period of time, their ability really to really grow their business, work their business. They may have come across periodic sort of, ups and downs, but normally these have been very well established, whether it is Shriram, whether it is RBL, Federal Bank as well. So these are institutions which have actually been there for a longer period, and they have the potential is huge. With more capital flowing in, I'm sure the valuations and therefore the market multiples will also grow. There is only one observation that I would quickly like to make. You see, when the RBI looks at the fit and proper, of those who are admitted as shareholders, strategic shareholders particularly, then, you will find that there is a certain pattern. Patient capital, as rightly pointed out by one of the speakers earlier. 2 is the jurisdictions from where that capital is coming in. I suppose if you study the transactions which have happened in the last 4 or 5 years, you will find that there is a certain amount of pattern. I think we need to, and we are, actually avoiding some of the jurisdictions from where capital can perhaps flow, but then we don't want to really get into that sort of, so that's one of the things. Earlier, there was this quick mention about PSU banks and where do we find PSU banks. I suppose PSU banks have performed very well in the last 3 years. After the consolidation agenda, that the government ran and the regulator ran with them, they performed very well. They are also good candidates. There is only one cultural issue basically, and what could happen is that if a large investor would get into a bank such as, let's say, an IDBI bank or any other PSU bank, then of course, putting in the governance framework, putting in a certain order of sort of management style, working, all that would take a little while. But I'm certainly saying that they are good candidates for capital as well over a period of time.
Many points made there, but Sonia Dasgupta, you have been also leading the charge on many of the transactions in the financial services space. My 2 questions to you: with with this change in mindset, with foreign inflows coming in, do you think that now the time is ripe for the banking license to be opened for the corporate houses as well, which has been a point of contention? And the second important point, do you think that more private equity players will not shy away from taking minority stake because they have an exit mechanism by way of strategics coming in from foreign lands?
No, absolutely. I think we are finding in any transaction that we run on the M&A side, for with control, without control, that the private equity universe is a fierce set, competing head on with all the strategic interests and very often outbidding them in acquiring stakes. In fact, if you see, case in point is Blackstone. After having acquired Aadhaar and post the IPO, they have actually continued it by putting it in a continuation fund of theirs or transferring it into another fund, and even made an open offer. So they are willing to make an open offer because the rules require them, whereas they are actually transferring it, the existing stake in Aadhaar, to another fund of theirs, because they are very keen to look at long-term investment. So the private equity universe is also having a long-term orientation to good franchises in the country. And clearly, if strategics come in, that always remains as a great option over and above the depth that the Indian capital markets has allowed them to make exit through blocks. So it's a win-win, and clearly this will spur a lot more confidence of the private equity universe getting into more transactions with control and for growth. On your point on the banking license, clearly, like Shanti was saying, India is a capital-starved country. We need banks to really lend more. We are at a crossroad where we really need to move up the tables and on the GDP ranking, and requires a lot of investments, which means the banks have to take a long-term view and really invest. We are already seeing credit deposit ratio reaching 80%.
Sure.
So clearly, we need to be more creative about who are the entities who are allowed to invest long-term money.
Yes.
And yes, if we are allowing foreign strategics, then it's fair question or fair ask of the Indian industrial houses to also be given a platform and opportunity to be able to build the country shoulder to shoulder with the foreign strategics. I think it's a fair time that we look at this and allow some of the deep-pocketed Indian industrial houses, with whatever checks and balances are needed, to play this role to build the country through the banking system.
I think this point had to be made, and this discussion was not complete without that, because a lot of promoter group entities are also questioning if foreign entities are allowed, why not us? So yes, a great point made there. And on the confidence coming in from the private equity side, want to lay out IDFC First Bank also has Warburg Pincus and Adia. Yes Bank got an exit, the private equity players got an exit through a strategic sale, so that was a success for both Carlyle as well as Advent. RBL Bank has also sold to Emirates NBD, and there again the private equity made money. Federal Bank has got Blackstone as an investor. So some of those sitting ducks could really look at the strategic sale, since the foreign capital is really interested and the strategics are really lining up, especially we have seen from Japan and Middle East. All right, to bring this particular discussion to a close, let me thank Shanti Ekambram, Keki Mistry and Ashwin Parekh, Sonia Dasgupta for joining in with all your insights. Thank you so much for joining us right here on NDTV Profit, and my colleague Neeraj Shah, Soumit, Sharad in the studio with me, Nisha, really signing off on this large discussion on a large transaction in the NBFC space. Thank you so much.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
High MTF rates hurting your profits? Why, what's your MTF interest rate?
Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum.
Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सामने नया सुपरमार्केट खुलने वाला है, क्या करूं कि पुराने कस्टमर भी रहें और नए भी आ जाएं?
देखो, आप दुकान के बाहर एक चाय कॉर्नर लगा सकते हो। चाय पीते पीते पुराने कस्टमर बातचीत करेंगे, उन्हें देखकर नए कस्टमर भी आएंगे और एक्स्ट्रा कमाई भी होगी। इसके अलावा आपके बिल्स देख के समझ लेते हैं कि कौन सा सामान कितना बिका है।
We are going global, bringing global saving options to you. Global saving options now brought to you by Bank of Maharashtra. Consumers across the world and in developed markets of US and Europe use these options. Our Global Edge saving account, through its features of spend, reserve and growth, enables you to earn higher returns on your savings. Open your Global Edge savings account through Zen Life today. Making life simpler with Zen Life by Bank of Maharashtra.
ये धरती माता हमें पेट भरने के लिए अन्न उत्पन्न करती है, लेकिन इसका स्वास्थ्य भी ठीक रहना चाहिए।
Agricultural landscape of Uttar Pradesh is changing. Government's priority on direct interaction with farmers, a forward-looking approach to better technology and the timely implementation of agricultural schemes have made agriculture the backbone of development.
अन्नदाता किसान को समय पे खाद मिले, ये संभव है।
The Yogi government is providing subsidies of up to 50% for polyhouses or greenhouses. Training schools are being set up in villages for farmers. In the state, 79 Krishi Vigyana Kendras are currently operational and the construction of 10 more is underway. A modern seeds park is being developed in Lucknow. The low-cost, high-production mantra of the double-engine government at the centre and the state has doubled Uttar Pradesh's agricultural growth rate over the past 8.5 years.
10 दिन में बदलो 10,000 को 1 लाख में. Learn the secret strategy that the big players don't want you to know. Join कीजिए हमारा paid trading course. Guaranteed profits or your money back. ऐसे flashy promises तो रोज आपके feed पे दिखते होंगे. In reality though, these are unregulated entities. Always choose the trusted route through SEBI registered intermediaries only.
An investor awareness initiative by SEBI.
हाँ बोल बेटा करण। क्या? जिंदगी की रोज की दौड़ में हम अक्सर चीजें भूल जाते हैं।
अंकल!
पर अच्छा लगता है जब कोई आपका ख्याल रखता है, जैसे कि आरबीआई ख्याल रखता है आपके अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट्स का। अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट मतलब? वो बैंक खाते जिसमें 10 साल या उससे अधिक से कोई लेन देन न हुआ हो। ऐसे खाते आरबीआई के डीईए फंड में चले जाते हैं।
अपने बैंक के किसी भी शाखा में जाकर अपना केवाईसी अपडेट कराइए
और अपना अनक्लेम डिपॉजिट वापस पाए।
आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए,
सतर्क रहिए।
टीवी पर पहली बार
साली बुज़दिल पाकिस्तानी आर्मी, हिंदुस्तान की जमीन वापस लेना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
बटालियन 609 आज शाम 7 बजे शिमारू जोश पर डीडी फ्री डिश चैनल नंबर 53।
होम ईएमआई 50,000।
आउटगोइंग तो जा रही है, आपकी क्या तैयारी है?
पूरे सीलिंग का 20,000।
आउटगोइंग है जा रही, आपकी क्या तैयारी?
मौसा जी, मेरी शादी का गिफ्ट।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। एसआईपी के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर एसडब्ल्यूपी के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Welcome back to India Market Close, and let's do a short check on the markets. The markets are showing strength and near that 25,950 odd levels. Nifty is trading. Global cues have improved, and even our Nifty Bank, we are seeing the same story happening, but the setup for Nifty looks much better. Let's pull out the overall constituents of the Nifty index where the action is there. Of course, Shriram Finance, we have been talking about it. Stock is the top gainer in the Nifty, followed by Max Healthcare, BL, Power Grid as well. Largely, we say it's a day of strong trade in the bullishness area, but HCL Tech, that's the only one which is down more than 1% in the trade. Let's pull out the sectors where the action is there, and largely most of the sectors is a sea of green. Defense is coming back after a lot of days of selling. Realty also the same story. In the small caps, they are actually doing better than the benchmark indices as well. Nothing much to look at when it comes for losses, and just pull up the advanced decline ratio that has been significant as well. And it's almost 3:1 ratio coming in the broader markets, and the BSE 500 contributors also, if you can just pull up, then we can see that a strong up move is happening in Rain Industries and Motherson Sumi also making it to the list. Amongst losers, not much names are there, but certain names are there, of course, in the BFSI space as well, which we'll talk about it a little bit more. But the overall market setup seems very positive, and a Friday cheer is also coming. Somit?
Well, let's welcome in our fundamental guest, Avinash Gorakshakar, founder and head research of Avinash Mentor Research. Avinash, let's start with stock-specific question. Firstly, on Ola Electric, a sharp fall that we have seen for the last 3 days. The promoter was exiting to remove the pledged shares. I believe that is being done, and the stock has hit an upper circuit of 10%. Even at this price of 34.38 rupees, the stock is nearly half of what the IPO price was. Is it a good time to enter?
Amit, I think the pledge shares coming off is definitely a positive sign. I think the markets seem to have liked this news, because that was a big overhang on the stock earlier. But I think clearly, this is just a short-term bounce. According to me, I think we should see stronger numbers, for the quarter, December quarter, because unless and until we see strong volume growth numbers, profit trajectory coming in, I think it's very difficult to visualize that Ola will become profitable in the very near term. So I think, those who have entered Ola as a short-term trade can definitely ride the momentum. But as a fundamental stock, I think you need to give in at least a couple of quarters before we see some improvement on the volume, on the margins, I think, which clearly is missing out in the past few quarters. So I think from a fundamental perspective, we'd prefer to wait and watch. I think probably, the December quarter numbers, once they are in place, some clarity comes from the management on the volume growth. I think that would be a good time to, accumulate.
Well, shifting focus from auto to pharma. Pharma stocks are buzzing in trade, obviously, because the Biosecure Act has been signed by Trump. But more importantly, if you look at the export data, we are seeing a sharp jump on a month-on-month basis. Varsha, how's the data looking like, and which are the key stocks that we should watch out for?
Well, absolutely, Somit. If you see, we are looking at a very strong export data when it comes to November. This is with respect to October, because now the strong export number that you're looking is because of one is the low base which we saw in October, and of course because of the better tailwinds. So the other trigger why pharma is up, as Somit was highlighting, because positive policy tailwinds which is coming from US, which is nothing but that Trump has signed the US Biosecure Act. But moving on, let's deep dive into talking about the pharma exports that we saw in November. There was a sharp month-on-month rebound seen across several names. This is on the back of lower October data. Now the pharma exports saw strong month-on-month growth, and also if you see, that this was largely due to low base in October 2025, number one, and of course there was a strong execution that the company has seen. But let's see which are those companies which has seen strong export data. The momentum was improved across APIs, CDMOs and formulation players. Now talking about the companies, if you see Laurus Lab, Laurus Lab, Alembic Pharma, Ajanta Pharma, all these companies saw strong export. Now talking about the Newland Labs, if you see, Newland Labs saw almost 198% of growth when it comes to export. JB Chemicals saw almost 102% of growth in exports. This was followed by Glenmark Life Sciences. Then you have Divi's Lab and Laurus Lab, which followed the rally. But there was few names, I would say, couple of names where there was a degrowth which was seen in export. Talking about Syngene International and Blue Jet Healthcare, wherein there was a negative export data of 78% and 12%. But overall, on a net basis, if you see, good export data from all these companies in November 2025. Now talking about the second reason why pharma is in focus is, of course, Trump has signed US Biosecure Act. Now if you see what is the impact, so US government will stop working with certain Chinese company and all the projects will actually flow from China to India, and all the CDMO companies, if you see, will benefit from this. If you say the likes of Syngene International, Divi's Lab, Laurus Lab, you have Sai Life Sciences, Blue Jet, all these companies will actually benefit from the US Biosecure Act, because now US will stop working with these certain Chinese companies. In fact, we did speak with the management of Blue Jet Healthcare, and of course from the founder of Cordia management, which told us that they are also seeing a strong growth when it comes to US Biosecure Act. Do listen in.
One day we will look back and we will thank the Trump tariffs for having changed the way we've been supplying markets. There is a massive rest of the world beyond EU. Look at Japan, look at Korea, look at Australia. There is so much to be done. We got a bit lazy because it's easier to just supply the US with the profit margins and the ease of selling. But clearly the tariffs have shown us that there is a massive under-penetrated market that we need to keep looking forward to. We like single specialty hospital place. We like the CDMO, CRDMO space. We like medtech, which is replacing a lot of imports, a lot of local indigenization. And we like healthcare plays where you can create value or optimization, such as the revenue cycle management type of companies, which are providing value accretive services to the world.
So bullish commentary coming in for the pharma space. Let's just pull up the Nifty Pharma Index to show the constituents. In the day's trade also, they are trading largely in the green, and kind of a recovery coming in as well. Laurus Labs, Glen Pharma, Biocon, Divis, all buzzing in trade. Now we are joined by Kunal Shah, he's a senior technical and derivative analyst at Mirai Asset Share Khan. Very good afternoon to you, Kunal. Just wanted to pick your brains before we take your technical picks. Is the pharma pack that is also buzzing? Of course, there is some good fundamental news to it, but technically, which stocks are looking good here?
I think overall, what we have seen in today's trading session, there has been a good buying interest in the mid cap and the small cap space. This has come probably after a good 10 to 12 sessions. So indicating that probably next week could be good for the mid cap and the small cap space. So I think here the focus should be on the long side for a short term perspective. So again, for the first pick over here, I feel now railway stocks, they have been looking good. They have already seen a good correction from the higher levels, and now they have showing signs of reversals from the oversold zone. So this could be a good play from a short to medium term perspective. So here my pick would be RVNL. They're looking strong on the chart. There has already been a positive divergence on the technical front. 300 is a very strong support on the downside. You can positionally expect the stock to go towards 345 to 350 on the upside. So I think RVNL looks a good bet from the current levels. Second stock where I think the momentum is likely to continue on the upside over here is LNT. LNT is looking extremely good on the chart. Even in this volatile market, this has been one stock which has been resilient, and we expect this to continue the momentum on the upside. So LNT is a buy for me with a stop loss of 3,950, looking for targets of 4,200 to 250 on the upside.
Right, LNT is something which seems like a consensus trade coming in, be it fundamental or technical. Avinash, I want to get you on this. Like right now, most of the events are factored in. Even Bank of Japan's event is factored in. But now the next event is the budget. The next 30 to 40 odd day, there seems a trade. And right now, we're seeing the railways jumping. Maybe fertilizer, sugars can have a rotation as well. News flows start coming in. For this 1.5 to 2 odd months, on a run up to the budget, which sectors do you think will be attractive, and any stock would be there to play this?
I think, Sharad, clearly railways and defense seem to be two pockets where I think the government would continue its focus. I think within the railways, I think, the wagon manufacturers like Jupiter Wagons or Titagar, I think we have been keeping a close watch on these stocks. They've been beaten down from higher levels. But I think if you look at the order book of these companies and the possibility of some new fresh order procurement from the government, I think wagon companies could be put under watch. Similarly, on the defense companies, companies like Bharat Electronics, Hindustan Aeronautics, these are companies which we feel could benefit from the Make in India defense policy. And most importantly, infrastructure and capital goods. This is one area where I think the government would like to focus more. despite the fact that last year the budget allocation was slightly lesser. I think capital goods players like Larsen and Toubro, BHEL, and now with the recent nuclear policy announced, I think probably some more announcements on this sector could be announced, and which could benefit a lot of vendors, smaller companies like Walchan Nagar or BHEL, which possibly could get a bigger share of the nuclear power equipment ancillary kind of market. So I think, these would be the sectors I think investors should keep a close watch. Overall, I think it's going to be also consumption, which is going to be in focus. Consumption is something which I think pertains to not only the consumer durables, but even the FMCG pact. We could see a lot of announcements being made to increase the consumption and to ensure that volume growth gets a good kicker here.
All right, so defense, railways and consumption, that's what Avinash is picking. Maybe it's a pre-budget trade, next 30 to 40 odd days, that's the major trigger. But another trigger is there, that's the profit intelligence. I'd like to get you on that. And the stock which we have been discussing is ICICI Pru AMC. Everybody has been talking about it. A very large subscription coming in, and actually they have gone with a very good solid listing pop as well. For the size of the company, that's around 20% listing gains coming in. But the question remains is, what's the SWOT analysis for it? What was the listing day scenario? The IPO price was 2165. That's a 33 times FY27 P coming in. But the listing which has happened now, that has taken the valuations to 40 times. Now that becomes at par with its peer largely. So that is something we will look out for. Are the valuations now more attractive if you want to further get into the stock? That is something we will be looking into. But of course, institutions are still showing a kind of an effort as well. Now look at the brokerages. PL Capital have given a big target, 3,000 rupees from here. Now they are positioning this company as a dominant due to its strong fundamentals and a superior equity yield of 67 basis points, because there's a low payout coming in to the lower levels. Also, apart from this PL Capital, there is another important point they have stated is there's a higher share of non-mutual fund revenue. That's around 9.2% amongst the peers. So they are diversifying. But remember, they're one of the largest players. Equirius, they have initiated a long target price 2,900 rupees. There's the highest PAT market share they have of 17.4%. And valuations still remain attractive. That means at 40 times, maybe there's much more scope of an up move from here as well. PAT and revenue CAGR has been led by robust mutual fund and alternate AUM business as well. And also look at the CAGR numbers. The revenue has been 16%, the PAT has been 16%, and they are estimating this for the next 3 odd years. So of course there is a lot of bullishness post listing also, and even the broking houses, they have started giving a strong thumbs up and a very high target prices from current levels as well. Currently it's at 2,600 odd levels. Kunal, of course the history is very less. I'll come back to you on that. But Avinash, good time to enter ICICI Pru AMC right now also. There seems like there is some headway here from here also.
No, I think Sharad, the near-term momentum will continue because, as you rightly pointed out, the CAGR as far as the revenue and the profit after tax is concerned is pretty attractive. It's one of the largest players, and recently SEBI has reduced the expense ratio, but overall SEBI wants mutual funds to be more dispersed within the investor class community. And I think this measure is going to increase the penetration of mutual funds further. We already have a very large SIP kind of contribution every month, and hopefully once the AUM increases, bigger players like ICICI Pru would benefit. We look forward to a price of around 2,650 or 2,700, but again over the next say 12 to 15 months. Our sense is that this is a portfolio stock. This 20% pop is definitely good, but to sustain it, I think the markets would now look at the quarterly numbers which come out for the December quarter, the kind of management commentary, and how ICICI Prudential is going to maintain its leadership. So net, it's a good structural story.
So a good structural story coming in from Avinash when it comes to ICICI Pru AMC. But Somit, there is a lot of stocks buzzing apart from these larger names also, and in our special segment of Heard on Street. What are the stocks you are gathering?
Well, multiple stocks and a bunch of FMCG names that dealers have highlighted. Firstly, it's a Sagility, and dealers are indicating that there are buy flows on institutional desk in this counter. Both foreign and domestic institutions have been accumulating this counter in trade today, and delivery volumes are expected to be on the higher side. For Glenmark Pharma, there are buy flows on large HNI desk. Dealers expect an announcement related to one of its key drugs very soon. So keep an eye out for Glenmark Pharma as well. There have been a host of announcements that have been coming in for this counter. The stock is also up around 2% in trade today. For ICICI Lombard, There are sell flows on FI desk. Dealers are indicating that rising competition and no price hike expectation is one of the reasons why there could be some sell flows that we are seeing in trade today. And bunch of FMCG names: Colgate, Tata Consumer and Godrej Consumer. Now dealers are saying that smart investors are accumulating Tata Consumer and Godrej Consumer and have been selling Colgate in trade today. And this is purely on the back of what they are expecting the numbers to be for Q3. They are expecting Tata Consumer and Godrej Consumers to report a strong Q3, while Colgate could report a weak set of numbers in the third quarter of FY26. So keep an eye out for this FMCG names as well, Sharad.
Well, yes, that's an interesting take on that, especially the FMCG pack. Kunal, I wanted to take your views on this space. There seems to be a defensive play also, and some positional bets have been taken. Somit also mentioned this just now. Any kind of a good view coming in for, a good risk-reward ratio if you enter right now?
I think Nifty FMCG space has been consolidating in a very broad range. It is at the lower end of this range, and that's why your risk to reward ratio is favorable. 54,000 is a very strong support on the downside for the FMCG space, and the immediate hurdle on the technical charts is placed at 55,000. And once that is taken out, you will probably see a good rally on the upside. So from these levels, definitely Tata Consumer looks like a good bet to go on the long side. Already the stock had witnessed a symmetrical triangle breakout, and now we are seeing the follow-up move kicking in. So this would be a buy for me with a stop loss of 1140 on the downside, looking for targets of 1220 to 1240 on the upside.
Kunal, what would be your BTST trades for Monday?
So I think again for the BTST trade, I will be going with the railway counters. I think here the momentum has started to pick up, and that is something which is looking good. So Titagar is what I'll be picking up here. Good reversal on the technical charts. One can buy this at the current levels with a stop loss of 768 on the downside, looking for targets of 806 to 810 on the upside.
Right. And one more stock I just wanted to discuss with you was on Vodafone Idea. If we can see the chart of Vodafone Idea, the stock is trading at the day's highest point today. It's up around 6% odd. Now, there was a cabinet meet that was held today. The outcome of that is yet to be known, but the buzz on the street was that there could be some news that could come in related to the relief package that was supposed to come in for Vodafone Idea. Kunal, how's Vodafone Idea looking on charts?
I think absolutely looks very good. In the last 1 month or so, the stock has picked up the momentum, and now on the monthly chart, that is on the long-term charts, the stock had never given us a close above the level of 10, and now it is going to give us a close somewhere close to 11.5. So clearly indicating that the momentum has started to pick in. You can expect further upside into the stock in the very short term. We can expect the stock to go towards the mark of 14-15 on the upside in the very short term.
All right, Shree Cement, let's focus on that counter. Tells NDTV Profit the state is structurally cement deficit with limited local production and a heavy reliance on supplies from South India. My colleague Ronnie John caught up with Hari Mohan Bangur for more capacity plans, regulatory hurdles and the roadmap ahead for Maharashtra. Listen in.
Recently announced that you announced an investment of like 2,000 crore in Maharashtra. So would you like to talk about it? Like how will this be?
Yes. Now Maharashtra is deficit in cement production. Here consumption is more, production is less. Continuously cement is coming from South India. So having a manufacturing unit in Maharashtra is going to be the need of Maharashtra, need of India, and we are only contributing in the Chandrapur region where the limestone is available. So it will be another expansion which will be good for us, good for Maharashtra, good for everyone.
And talking about the ease of doing business, so as we talk about India, what are the major challenges we face in the terms of ease of doing business?
Continuously things are improving, but so many shackles had been tried that it is taking time to unlock them. One of them is environmental clearance. Now environmental clearance is given only after you take the full land, and then you have to wait. If it can start earlier, that you intend whether you do there or not, some charges should be there depending on the size of the project, and then as soon as you get the land, your environment clearance is ready. So So few things can be done faster. Otherwise, the money is blocked. That's all I can say.
Avinash, coming to you on the entire cement pack. Demand is strong, but price hike is something that is still not happening in the sector. Do you think that from January 1st, what Street is expecting is that there could be a price hike? What is it that you are understanding? Can there be a price hike that can be taken in the industry, and will that be the key trigger?
Yeah, I think, Somit, a price hike is long awaited, and I think as companies are now focusing more on volume growth, I think the second half of this financial year, in terms of volume as well as in terms of pricing, looks to be a lot better. My sense is that companies which have got a pan-India kind of coverage are better placed. Companies like Ambuja, or for that reason ACC, Ultratech, even companies within the south like Heidelberg Cement, Ramco Cement. I think prices across the west and the south are likely to go up, and I think this will benefit larger players which have got a larger geographical reach. So typically, I think we believe that companies which have got regional markets may not benefit that much, but companies which have got a large regional geographical reach all over India, I think definitely they would be more benefited, because on an average basis also 3 to 4% is what the market is expecting, that sometime in January cement prices go up.
Right. Voltas did this analyst meet where they were quite confident on gaining market share, and that could be one of the reasons why Blue Star is languishing in trade. The stock is down nearly 4%. Avinash, when you compare Blue Star with Voltas, what would be your top pick here?
No, I think, Swamit, as of now, looking at the kind of performance of both Blue Star and Voltas, we believe that probably now it's only the next season, when the summer season starts, that you will probably see some traction in both these companies. We have been telling our clients to actually only hold on to their positions. No fresh buying is advisable, because at least for the December quarter and the March quarter, we don't see any major kind of surprise in the earnings number, considering the fact that most of the business occurs during the summer months. So we'll prefer to have a hold and no fresh buying at the current levels.
Should investors look into the EMS companies that have exposure towards AC, like Amber or PG Electroplast?
I think PG Electroplast looks more interesting, Somit, because it's been beaten down badly from a higher level. And I think the management recently clarified there were some corporate governance issues pointed out by some brokerage note, but that was clearly denied and clarified by the management. I think, at these levels, if one were to look at the next 12 to 15 months, within the EMS space and within the kind of ancillary space, PG Electroplast definitely could add a lot of value. So I think, compared to Amber, PG Electroplast looks a much more relative, stronger case to be invested even at the current levels.
Kunal, technically, Amber, PG Electroplast, Voltas, Blue Star, what would be your top pick? Any levels?
So I think definitely from a technical perspective as well, PGL looks the best. Post the correction, what we have seen in the recent times, there has been no follow-up move, and the stock has been consolidating now in a broad range since the last 1 month. So clearly indicating now the selling is getting exhausted at the lower levels, buying interest has been seen. And once the stock surpasses 615, 616 on the upside, we will see the short covering move coming in. So I think good point, a good level to add at current levels. 520 is a very strong support on the downside.
Right. And have you tracked Jubilant Ingrevia on charts? Today we are seeing a solid move of around 6% in trade. On the fundamental side, few days back, Kotak had come out with a buy report. But how the charts are looking for Jubilant Ingrevia?
So Jubilant Ingrevia, if you look at the technical chart, there has been supply zone around the 740 mark, and on the lower end, the support is again coming back at 640, 650 zone. So it's a consolidation phase. Within this phase, the view remains bullish. Buy on dips, dips will be utilized as a buying opportunity, but the real momentum will start kicking in post the stock surpasses 740 on the upside. Then probably you will see a swift move towards 820, 840 on the upside.
All right, thank you very much, Kunal and Avinash, for giving your views, both technical and fundamental. But we move on to Friday. A great cheer to the markets coming in, looking at Nifty, a very strong up move, and it has sustained that up move. And the key levels to watch out for, of course, would be that 25,980 to 980 mark. But if it closes near that 26,000 levels, and that will be something which will cheer the markets on Monday. Nifty Bank also, the setup is good, but not as good as Nifty. But let's also look at how the constituents are faring. And of course, the stock of the day would be Shriram Finance, ending the day nearly 4% up, days high. Max Health, Tata Motors, BV, BL, Power Grid, all doing well in the trade. Nothing much when it comes to the losers except HCL Tech. Let's pull up the sectors. Largely a sea of green coming in all the sectors. But the sector to look at is the defense, realty, small cap. These were the beaten down sectors over the last 4 to 6 sessions. They are coming back in the markets. And now markets will be looking at something new, and that is the pre-budget trade next 30 to 40 odd days, because there is no major macro or corporate announcement during this time. Of course, earnings will start from the mid of January. IT metal also coming in the green. Let's put out the advanced decline ratio and how things are moving. And this has been a day for the bulls. Almost you could say the ratio is 3:1 in the favor of the bulls. Let's pull up the BSE 500 contribution to see stock specific movement where these moves are happening, and largely we see Rain Industries, Borosil Renewables doing well. And amongst the losers, there are some second order impact coming in the AMC stocks, and Tanla platform is the top loser here as well. So this is the entire setup which you are looking at, but what you should be prepared for Monday, that is important, what we should be watching out for. So let's pull out the important data which will be important for the next week, and this also includes the names on the India Forex reserves. This is the eye on the globe coming in. There are a lot of meets also lined up, some share lock-ins are there, and look at it, corporate actions on your screen. There's a Knowledge Marine share split, that's something which you should be looking out for. And also let's see the anchor lock-in coming in these 3 names. Also there are some important board meets which are there on your screen. My view would be to focus on them, especially Vidya Wires. The financial results will be coming. The stock was listed recently. So these are the main important cues coming in for the next week as well. And that's all for India market close. But Friday has not closed yet. Friday has something very special which you get at NDTV Profit. That's the popcorn pulse Shreyansi gets. Hi Shreyansi. It's a very interesting thing and I always look forward to it on Friday. So what's there on the plate?
Well, absolutely. And Sharad, do you have a dialogue to say before I move on with this, or do you have a song that you're humming? Because the first one, I think you can definitely guess. It is actually Dhurandhar, and you've been talking about it. You've already gotten the Dhurandhar stocks on NDTV Profit, viewers. But let's also take a look at this movie, because it's reigning supreme right now. That 500 crore club is definitely calling, and it's going to be the 16th movie to be joining this club. You've seen a record run come in for this one, despite that 3 hours plus time. So if you're looking out to go watch the movie, it's about 5 hours that you're setting aside of your day, but a lot of people have done that clearly, as you can see on the screens as well. 450 crore, that's literally how the movie is going to be entering the 500 crore club as well. And it's a meme fest that you're looking at right now, because when it comes to Dhurandhar as well, there's a bunch of things that you're looking at. It's quite the popular movie, and you know, let's also take a look at some. There you go. So that's the meme fest. In terms of the earnings, you do have this particular movie crossing Pathan's 2-week collections. In fact, name a movie, if you talk about Pushpa 2 or any other highest grossers of the recent times, you do have Dhurandhar actually topping that. And the next one that is quite exciting is Avatar Fire and Ash. And this is the 3rd straight sort of installment that you have in this franchise that is back after 3 years, and it's quite exciting because it's set for a 5-day release. And I say that because there's a Fire Clan that is making a debut, and in terms of the early reviews, you do have the early reviews being somewhat a little bit in this flavor, and that's something that you can be expecting. So new Fire Clan, the 3rd installment when it comes to Avatar, that's something that you should be going to the screens for. Dhurandhar or Avatar, you choose, but that's what Popcorn Pulse has in store. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Co-presented by National Stock Exchange.
सर, इतनी बढ़िया प्राइस पे कार खरीदना एक मास्टर स्ट्रोक है सर।
सर, बिना झंझट के मुझे कार लोन कौन देगा?
सर, सचिन?
अरे सचिन सर मुझे लोन क्यों देंगे?
सर मैं नहीं, बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा देगा आपको डिजिटल कार लोन, एक्सटेंडेड रीपेमेंट पीरियड और क्विक अप्रूवल भी मिलेगा। बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा से कार लोन लेना भी एक मास्टर स्ट्रोक है।
IMTF rates hurting your profits?
Bhai, what's your MTF interest rate?
Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum.
Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Nice, yeah.
Hey Mahi, suggest a cool bank जो environmentally conscious हो.
SBI कूलेस्ट है.
Really?
SBI ने लाखों पेड़ लगाए, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स को फंड किया, EV लोन्स पे कंसेशंस दी और रेन्यूएबल एनर्जी को मैक्स सपोर्ट किया.
How? That's cool.
SBI, the banker to every Indian. Truly.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Good afternoon, viewers, and welcome to Market Express on NDTV Profit. I'm Himakshi Bahugna. Over the next half an hour, we'll track the top market movers, stock-specific action, and the key triggers driving the trade. Let's get straight to the action and see how the markets have fared today. So, the Lal Street stayed range-bound as Nifty closed near 25,950 levels, extending its third weekly loss, while the Sensex has jumped over 400 points and ends above 84,900, and the broader markets have outperformed but have ended flat. And viewers, Japan's MUFG Bank is set to invest nearly 40,000 crore rupees in Shriram Finance through a preferential equity issue. The deal gives MUFG a 20% stake on a fully diluted basis, subscribing to 47.1 crore shares at 840.93 rupees each. So that makes the stock, buzzing, on the back of this news. And post this infusion, Shriram Finance's book value will jump 32% to 425 rupees per share with price to book at 2 times. So promoter holding will dip to 20.3% from 25.4%, while the public shareholding has reduced to 59.7%. Next stock that was, making a big move was Max Healthcare. So it has made a move in the Western India. The hospital chain will invest over 1,000 crore rupees to set up a super specialties hospital in Pune's Yerawada. So this will be Max's first facility in Pune and its fourth in Western India. So the hospital is expected to be commissioned over the next 3 years, strengthening Max's footprint in high growth healthcare markets. Now let's also look at a brokerage note. So Elara Capital has upgraded Amber Enterprises to a buy with a target price of 8,460 rupees. So the firm expects stronger sales growth in the second half, with Q3 likely to outperform Q2 in room air conditioners. So the electronic segment is also set for robust growth. At the target price, Amber trades at 52 times its estimated September FY27 earnings, and this is signaling confidence in the long-term demand as well. Viewers, promoter selling continues at Ola Electric. Founder Bhavish Agarwal has offloaded 2.83 crore shares at 31.9 rupee a piece earlier, and this was followed by another 2.6 crore shares at 34.9 rupees on Tuesday. So on Wednesday, Agarwal sold an additional 4.19 crore shares at 33.96 per share. So the series of block deals, is signaling aggressive stake, trimming even as the EV player remains in focus ahead of its growth plans. Next up, we have HCL Tech that is expanding its telecom play with a strategic buyout. So the IT major will acquire Hewlett Packard Enterprises Telco Solutions business for $160 million. So this deal, which includes $15 million in incentives, this aims to strengthen HCL Tech's engineering and AI-led network propositions. So this transaction is expected to close within 6 months, and this is marking a big step in HCL Tech's push into the next-gen telecom solutions. Next up, we have Aeroflex Industries that is ramping up the capacity in a big way. So the board has approved an expansion to produce 13,000 liquid cooling skids annually, up from the current 2,000 units to cater to the booming data center demand. So the project, which includes installing advanced welding lines, will be completed by June 2026, and also with an investment of 97.6 crore, which is nearly 98 crore rupees. So meanwhile, Aeroflex has raised 548 crore rupees to fuel the growth and also strengthen its balance sheet. And viewers, a big relief for BLS International Services. The Delhi High Court has set aside the Ministry of External Affairs 2-year debarment order against the company. So the court has quashed the decision, clearing the way for BLS to participate in the government tenders again. And this marks a significant win for the visa and consular services provider. In fact, Mishra Dhatu Nigam was in focus as it has bagged a fresh order worth 121.7 crore rupees, adding to its strong pipeline. So the company's open order book now stands at an impressive 2,520 crore rupees, and this is signaling robust demand for its specialty metal and alloy products. So this latest win reinforces Mishra Dhatu's position as a key player in advanced materials for strategic sectors. Now on to some important commentary coming in from an analyst meet. Weak demand continues to weigh on the Voltas. So the company is saying that near-term sales remain under pressure due to elevated channel inventory of around 45 days. So seasonal softness in November and December has added to the slowdown. However, the management is expecting the decline to moderate in Q3 of FY26, and this is also signaling some sort of relief ahead for the air conditioning major. In fact, Macquarie is bullish on Lenskart, setting a target price of 530 rupees. The brokerage is highlighting Lenskart's competitive edge in the cost design and also operational efficiency compared to its peers. So it expects strong growth to drive the market shares, gaining globally from 5% to over 40% in some of the countries, while the company continues to dominate the Indian market with the proven execution and also room for sustained expansion. Macquarie is seeing Lenskart as a long-term winner there. In fact, let's look at more brokerage notes. Jefferies has initiated coverage on Grow with a buy rating and also a target price of 180 rupees and calling it India's answer to Robinhood. So the brokerage notes Grow's rapid product innovation as a key growth driver and also projecting a 35% of EPS CAGR over FY26 to 28. And Jefferies is also expecting 19% growth in the broking business, and this is led by the market share gains, a 5-fold jump in the new initiatives like margin trading and also 700 basis points margin expansion. So underscoring the strong, long-term potential, the brokerage is, bullish. And the Bank of Japan, viewers, has raised its overnight call rate by 25 basis points to 70.75%. And this is signaling a shift from the ultra-loose policy. So the central bank says that it will keep hiking rates if economic and price outlooks materialize while maintaining accommodative conditions to support the growth. So Bank of Japan notes rising chances of its outlook being realized, steady wage hikes by companies, and also moderating uncertainties around global trade and the US economy. So despite the move, real interest rates are expected to stay significantly negative. Meanwhile, the yen has extended its decline to an intraday low against the dollar after this decision. And India's Lok Sabha has adjourned after a 19-day winter session that cleared several major legislative reforms. The session saw passage of VGG Ramji bill, replacing the long-standing Manrega rural employment law amid the opposition protests. So lawmakers also approved the Shanti bill to open, the civil nuclear sector to private players and also amended insurance laws to raise the FDI cap. So several obsolete laws have been repealed, while higher education and securities market reforms were sent for the committee review. So the session underlines the government's push on economic and regulatory changes. And the Indian government has imposed a 5-year anti-dumping duty on certain steel imports from China to safeguard domestic producers from unfairly priced competition. The tariff ranging around $223.82 per ton, targets cold-rolled non-oriented electrical steel, that is the CRNO imports, and also a grade widely used in motors and transformers. So this duty follows a trade remedy probe by the Directorate General of Trade Remedies, which found material injury to the Indian steel makers due to this dumped import. So cold-rolled, full hard silicon electrical steel, that is the CRFH, is excluded from the levy. The move is to build on the recent duties on Vietnamese steel to shield the local capacity. Markets will watch how this will affect the steel pricing and also related stocks. And a report from think tank GTRI says that India's trade deficit with China is expected to reach $106 billion in 2025 as imports are rising faster than the country's exports. So it said that the country's exports to China has fallen from $23 billion in 2021 to $15.2 billion in 2022. Then stayed low at $14.5 billion in 2023 and also edged up $15.1 billion in 2024. In 2025, if we look at exports, are estimated to improve to $17.5 billion, still well below the earlier levels. On December 16th, Minister of State for the Commerce and Industry, Jitin Prasada, has said that this deficit is mainly due to imports of the raw materials, intermediate goods, and also capital goods used for making finished products, which are also exported out of India. So increasing exports of naphtha used in the plastic industry was the biggest contributor to the push growth rate in November. Now let's look at TikTok's Chinese owner ByteDance that has signed a binding agreement with US and global investors to operate its business in America. So half of the joint venture will be owned by a group of investors, including Oracle, Silver Lake, and also Emirati investment firm MGX. So this deal, which is set to close on 22nd of January, would end, years of efforts by Washington to force ByteDance to sell its US operations over national security concerns. So it is in line with the deal unveiled in September when US President Donald Trump delayed the enforcement of a law that would ban the app unless it was sold. So in a memo, TikTok said the deal will enable over 170 million Americans to continue discovering a world of endless possibilities as part of a vital global community. In fact, Samsung has officially introduced the Exynos 2600, which is the industry's first mobile processor built on a 2-nanometer gate all-round, that is the GAA process. And this is marking a milestone in the smartphone silicon architecture. So this new chipset that you're seeing on your screens right now, viewers, is also expected to debut in early 2026 on select devices in the upcoming Galaxy S26 series, and also promising stronger performance and power efficiency. So Exynos 2600 integrates a high-end CPU cluster, the new Xclipse 960 GPU, and a powerful NPU with significant gains in AI, graphics, and also thermal handling compared to its predecessor. So Samsung is saying that this advanced process and architecture should deliver double-digit improvements in the efficiency, AI performance, and also gaming experience. And tech giants OpenAI, Google, and Perplexity have rolled out free access to their premium artificial intelligence offerings in India, also intensifying competition in one of the world's fastest growing digital markets. So this move aims to rapidly expand the local user bases by making advanced AI tools available without subscription fees. So Google is offering its Gemini AI Pro plan free for millions of users via telecom partnerships, while OpenAI's ChatGPT Go plan and Perplexity's Pro tier are also free for Indian users for extended periods. So India's vast smartphone population, low data costs, and high AI adoption make it a strategic battleground. Now, viewers, US Department of Energy has announced a strategic, collaboration with 24 tech organizations, including Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, NVIDIA, and Amazon Web Services under the Federal Genesis Mission initiative. So this mission, launched via a White House executive order, aims to harness artificial intelligence to accelerate the scientific discovery, energy innovation, and also national research productivity. Participating companies have, either signed MOUs with the government or already work, with the national labs to deepen the AI-powered research integration. Federal officials are saying that this collaboration will tap supercomputing resources and also federal data sets to automate the experiment design and, run the simulations and also generate predictive scientific models. And in a significant development, the Securities Appellate Tribunal has granted interim relief to Avadhoot Sathe Trading Academy. So the SAT has allowed the academy to withdraw 2.25 crore rupees this month, unfreezing the accounts to meet the basic operational expenses despite SEBI's ex parte interim order directing the disgorgement of 546 crore rupees. So the next hearing is scheduled for January 9. On to some more national news. Delhi High Court has formally asked India's Customs Department to respond to a petition filed by Interglobe Aviation, which operates Indigo Airlines, seeking a refund of more than 900 crore rupees in customs duty paid on aircraft engines and parts that were re-imported after overseas repairs. So the court has issued notices to the relevant customs officials and also directed them to file a counter affidavit within 2 weeks, with the next hearing set for April 8 of 2026. So Indigo is arguing that the duty amounted to double taxation as it had already paid the basic customs duty and requisite GST on the same transaction. So Customs has countered that the plea is premature and that related legal issues are currently before the Supreme Court. And dense winter fog across Delhi and NCR has significantly reduced the visibility, prompting the advisories from Indigo and SpiceJet as flight schedules at Indira Gandhi International Airport are disrupted. So early morning operations were affected as thick fog lingered, slowing the landings and also takeoffs under Cat 3 low visibility procedures designed for the adverse weather. So passengers are being urged to check the flight statuses and also contact the airlines before traveling to the airport to avoid any sort of inconvenience. And independent reports are showing that widespread cancellations and delays with multiple flights rescheduled or scratched, due to this poor visibility. And actor Shilpa Shetty has said that she was unfairly named in an alleged 60 crore fraud case and that she was deeply saddened over a baseless attempt to associate her with the case as the probe continues. The case pertains to a police complaint filed against the Bollywood actor and her husband Raj Kundra for allegedly duping a businessman of over 60 crore rupees. So it was alleged that the company, Best Deal TV, run by the Shetty-Kundra duo, had raised a loan which was shown as an investment. So the businessman has claimed that the transactions took place between 2015 and 2023 and that attempts to recover the money failed. So Shilpa Shetty has clarified that her association with the company was strictly in a non-executive capacity with no involvement, in its day-to-day functioning finances or even decision-making. And Mumbai Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport will halt all the dedicated cargo flights from August 2026 to May 2027 to make way for the vital airside upgrades. So the main runway, building a new parallel taxiway, handling around 8.9 lakh tons of cargo annually, which is only nearly 1/4 of India's total. So these freight operations typically include pharmaceuticals, perishables, and also, express shipments. Carriers and logistics firms are now planning to reroute the cargo via airports like Navi Mumbai, Delhi, or Bengaluru. Let's look at some global news. The UK is tightening its immigration rules in 2025. Skilled workers will now need graduate level jobs and also higher pay to qualify. Overseas recruitment for social care ends and student visas face stricter checks with higher fees. So post-study work time is cut, making it harder for the graduates to stay on. Universities will also see tougher compliance rules. The government says that these changes aim to curb the numbers and also focus on skills. But critics warn that it could actually hit the sectors that rely on foreign talent. On to some more global news. US President Donald Trump has signed the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026, which is a comprehensive defensive policy bill that embeds deeper strategic engagement with India and other Indo-Pacific partners, including through the quadrilateral security dialogue. So the law that directs US defense and state departments to broaden the cooperation with India and military exercises, humanitarian aid, maritime security, and also defense trade as part of Washington's wider Indo-Pacific strategy. So it also calls for a joint consultative mechanism within the US-India Strategic Security Dialogue to assess the nuclear liability rules and also explore the alignment with international norms. And US President Donald Trump has also ordered an immediate suspension of the diversity visa, that is the green card lottery program, instructing the United States Citizenship and also Immigration Services to halt processing indefinitely. So this move, follows recent shootings at Brown University and MIT, where the suspect had entered the US under the lottery scheme, according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. So Noem has stated that individual should never have been allowed in our country, linking the decision to national security concerns. So this diversity visa program created by Congress and issuing up to 50,000 green cards annually to applicants from underrepresented countries is now paused, affecting a system that saw nearly 20 million applicants for 2025. US House Democrats have released a fresh batch of 68 photographs from Jeffrey Epstein's estate as a pressure builds on the Justice Department ahead of a legal deadline to disclose the related files. So the undated, uncaptioned images depict several high-profile figures, including Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates alongside a blurred female subject and public intellectual Noam Chomsky seated with Epstein on what appears to be an aircraft. So other prominent individuals such as former Trump aide Steve Bannon and cultural figures also appear in the material, though there is no evidence in the photos of illegal conduct by those pictured. And European Union leaders have agreed to provide Ukraine with an interest-free 90 billion euros loan to help finance its military and economic needs to over the next 2 years amid this ongoing conflict between Russia. So, after this intense negotiations at Brussels summit, member states have opted to raise funds on capital markets backed by the EU budget rather than, tapping into frozen Russian assets, and also a contentious proposal that faced legal and political opposition. So, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has welcomed this decision, saying that the loan will strengthen Kiev's resilience and also address looming budget shortfalls. So, while the frozen assets remain immobilized, the EU has reserved the right to use them in the future as part of repayment mechanism and also tied to potential war preparations. And viewers, with that, it's a wrap on Market Express. For all the latest market updates and deeper insights, stay tuned to NDTV Profit. I'm Himakshi Bahugna. Thanks for watching.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Not 300, 300, 300.
High MTF rates hurting your profits? Why, what's your MTF interest rate?
Mine is 14.5%. It's cutting down my returns.
Then switch to Paytm Money. Their MTF interest rate is just 7.99% per annum.
Pay less and trade more. Switch to Paytm Money.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
It's fresh, bro. Straight from the jungle.
I'll take the whole pumpkin. Make seamless UPI payments with Zen Life. Making life simpler with Zen Life by Bank of Maharashtra.
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in equity, fixed income, gold, silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
वाह भाई बिट्टू, वीकडे पे कोडर, वीकेंड पे ट्रैवल इन्फ्लुएंसर, पैसे बनाने का मास्टर स्ट्रोक सीख लिया तुमने।
वैसे एक सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन करना है जो फुली लोडेड हो, पता नहीं कहाँ ओपन करूं। सचिन ये कौन सा बैंक है?
अरे मैं बैंक नहीं हूँ, बढ़िया सेविंग्स अकाउंट के लिए बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का मास्टर स्ट्रोक लाइट सेविंग्स अकाउंट है ना, तुम्हारे लाइफस्टाइल के लिए परफेक्ट है, विद ग्रेट फीचर्स एंड बेनिफिट्स। बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन करना भी एक मास्टर स्ट्रोक है।
Just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award. Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है।
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Powered by Raymond, a legacy of craftsmanship and credibility. State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Stationery partner, Natraj. Sustainability partner, ProStar. Social impact partner, M3M Foundation.
Nifty shuts short below 26,000 levels, continues to fall for the third straight week. Axis Bank, Eternal, JSW Steel emerge as the top losers. Broader markets close flat but outperform the benchmarks. Mitsubishi UFG Financial Group to invest nearly 40,000 crore for a 20% stake in Shriram Finance. This marks one of the largest cross-border transactions in an Indian NBFC this year.
Although one thing I'll tell you, it's not keeping in mind only our richest passengers, it's also keeping in mind our entire passenger set.
Navi Mumbai International Airport opens its doors for passengers this Christmas. In exclusive conversation with Director of Adani Airports, Jeet Adani, says NMIA is for all. It's built for budget explorers to business leaders. Stellar debut for ICICI Prudential AMC. The stock list at a strong premium. Over 20% above its IPO price, the public offer saw a bumper 39 times subscription. A day after India-Oman FTA, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says that it will boost job opportunities for Indians. He highlighted that India is the first nation to receive access to Oman's marble block exports, marking a key trade milestone. TikTok finds a new partner. TikTok's Chinese owner ByteDance signs deal to sell US unit to 3 American investors to avoid ban in US. Oracle, Silver Lake, MGX are among the major investors. US suspends the diversity visa program known as the Green Card Lottery system. Decision taken following the Brown University deadly shooting incident. Countdown to Indian of the Year 2025 award begins. NDTV's biggest honor to prestigious personalities in 14 categories. Watch the ceremony live on 6 p.m. onwards on NDTV Profit. Hello and welcome. This is Profit 360 and I am Himakshi Bhogna. Along the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest on the markets as well as national and international news. But first, let's see how the markets have fared today. So this week, the Indian stock market saw weak performance in the main indices, but some sectors shone very brightly. So the Nifty has fallen for the third straight week, closing below the 26,000 mark with a drop of about 0.3%. And if you talk about the Sensex, so that has also declined over 0.4%. And if you talk about the broader markets now, so they have underperformed too. So in the Nifty, top losers were Axis Bank, Eternal and also JSW Steel. But Shriram Finance has stood out, gaining over 6% to become the top gainer. And if you talk about the sectors, so Nifty PSU Bank was the biggest winner. Nifty IT also rose more than 1%. With Infosys and Tech Mahindra leading the gains. But for more, let's go across to my colleague Varsha for a detailed market roundup.
Yes, benchmark indices underperform broader market indices. Nifty snaps 4-day losing streak led by Shriram Finance and Bharat Electronics, which were top gainers. While Sensex snaps 4-day losing streak, gains over 0.5%. Broader market indices gains over 1% for the day. Tata Elxsi and Coromandel are the top gainers when it comes to Nifty Midcap 150. Rajesh Exports and Spark are the top gainers when it comes to Nifty Small Cap 250. All sectoral indices gain in trade. Nifty Realty and Auto gain over 1% for the day. Nifty Realty emerges as the top sectorial gainer for the day. Godrej Properties and Phoenix Mills are the top gainers when it comes to Nifty Realty. Shriram Finance emerges as the top gainer after MUFG invest almost 39,618 crore for around 20% of stake.
Thank you so much, Varsha, for that. And viewers, shares of Shriram Finance has rallied in trade today after Japanese Mitsubishi UFJ Financial Group has indicated to invest nearly 40,000 crore rupees for a 20% stake in the company. So this deal involves issuing new shares directly to the MUFG, making it a fresh capital infusion. And it's the largest foreign direct investment ever made in an Indian NBFC player. So for more details on this extremely crucial deal and how does this affect Shriram's position among its peers, let's take a look at this report by my colleague Somit.
Well, if you look at this deal, firstly, I'll give you the deal contours here. So MUFG will be putting in close to 39,618 crore rupees for a 20% stake. They'll subscribe to 47.1 crore equity shares at a price of 840.93, which is at a discount of nearly 7% compared to the current market price. Now, Shriram Finance current promoters, their stake dilutes to 20.3% from existing 25.4%, and the existing public shareholder, their stake in the company comes down to 59.7 from 74.6. Now comes the most important part. What will be the book value of Shriram Finance post this deal is completed? Now, post the fund infusion, the book value increases for Shriram Finance to close to 425.2 rupees per share as against 321 rupees that we had seen in the second quarter of FY26, which is a growth of nearly 32%. And at a price of 900 rupees that we are seeing currently, this translates to a book value per share of around 2.1x. Now, if you look at the 12-month forward valuations of Shriram Finance, what it was trading before this deal was announced, Shriram Finance was used to trade at a valuation of around 2.3 times. Chola Finance at a valuation of 4 times, while Mahindra and Mahindra Finance trades at a valuation of 2 times. So why is Shriram Finance gaining around 5% post this deal was announced is mainly because its valuations are cheaper compared to its nearest peer, that is Chola Finance. Book value increases by 32%, and then if you multiply the new book value with the valuation of 2.3 times that Shriram Finance used to trade earlier, the share price value or the derived share price value or the implied value for Shriram Finance per share comes at close to 978.4 rupees, and that is the main reason why Shriram Finance is up nearly 5% in trade, and why Chola Finance is down because it trades at a valuation of 4 times, and this deal which MUFG has struck with Shriram Finance is happening at a valuation of close to 2 to 2.1 times. Hence, expensive valuation is the major reason why Chola Finance is down nearly 3% in trade today.
Thanks, Amit, for that. In fact, we also spoke to a whole host of credible voices post this mega announcement. Sonia Das Gupta of JM Financial, Shanti of Kotak Mahindra Bank, and Keki Mistry, former VC and CEO HDFC. All of them spoke in length to us on not just this deal, but also the broader trend of FDI influx in the banking landscape. Let's quickly listen in to some of the most interesting remarks.
So I actually see it as a vote of confidence in the Indian growth story. This is actually what I call growth capital because it is a primary infusion into the country. Look at what it does to Shriram. A, it provides long-term growth capital for them to grow aggressively as well as diversify into other areas. Second, they've been seeking a AAA credit for a long time. This, in my view, should give them that, which will again reduce the cost of funds and thus earnings.
Of late, every regulator has been very consultative on how to make sure we make India a great place to invest, trying to understand what are the hindrances in the processes, in the approval times, and how we can make it easier for us to get, best of the foreign capital technology.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that the Indian economy is on a very strong footing. And for the Indian economy to continue growing at the pace at which I think it will grow, finance is the most important ingredient, the most important raw material. So the financial sector by itself is a sector which is extremely unattractive to foreign investors, primarily because of the fact that the penetration level of any kind of financial services product in India is extremely low by global standards. And therefore, the growth opportunities which are there for the financial sector are huge.
Viewers, now let's look at a strong market debut. This undoubtedly is ICICI Prudential AMC. So the stock listed over, 20% above its IPO price after a blockbuster public issue that was subscribed nearly 39 times. So this stellar response is highlighting investor confidence in the company's growth story. But after this sharp listing, pop, how strong are really the fundamentals and what are the risks ahead? So for a quick breakdown of the strengths and weaknesses, let's go across to my colleague Sharad.
A very strong listing coming in from ICICI Pru Mutual Fund today, and there was a listing pop of almost 20% in the day's trade. Now we did a little bit of scenario analysis also and looking at the valuations, how it's panning out for the next 12 months. On the IPO price we had calculated to be around roughly 33 times, but now on the listing the valuation comes in at 40 times. It's largely near its peers right now also, but the street is very bullish for this company, and there are two important broking reports which I'd like to point out. PL Capital, they have initiated a buy rating and a target price of 3,000 rupees per share. Bullishness coming in especially because the company is having a position of dominance and a superior equity yield of 67 basis points and a higher share coming in the non-mutual fund revenue segment as well. Also, Equirius has initiated along with a target price of 2,900 rupees per share, and they say that valuations are still attractive in current levels. In the next 3 odd years, the PAT revenue CAGR expected to be above that 16% mark. The equity AUM, that is also growing at a 27% CAGR since FY15. So the street is still bullish when it comes to ICICI Pru Mutual Fund.
Absolutely, Sharad. In fact, if we look at Flipkart now, it is doubling down on generative AI to sharpen its edge in India's fast evolving e-commerce space. So the Walmart-backed e-commerce major has acquired a majority stake in MiniWet AI, which is an artificial intelligence and machine learning startup founded just last year. So while financial details of the deal remains still undisclosed, Flipkart is saying that the move is strategic. This acquisition comes at a time when, online shopping is rapidly shifting towards visual, conversational and AI-led discovery. So MiniWet AI specializes in generative video for the e-commerce, turning this static product listings into rich, engaging video content, and also doing it at a scale and also at a fraction of traditional production cost. So Flipkart is saying that this partnership will help accelerate a more intuitive, interactive and immersive shopping experience for the users as the platform builds deeper in-house Gen AI capabilities. And clearly, the battle for India's online shopper is now being fought with algorithms, automation and also immersive content at the core. And switching gears, the Bank of Japan has taken another step towards the policy normalization. So the central bank has hiked its overnight call rate by 25 basis points to 0.75%. And this is signaling confidence in Japan's economic and inflation outlook. So the Bank of Japan has said that it is prepared to continue raising rates if growth and price trends play out as expected. So at the same time, policymakers have stressed that accommodative financial conditions will continue to support the economy, even as inflation pressures, build gradually. So the Bank of Japan has noted that underlying inflation is rising moderately and companies are likely to, increase the wages steadily, reducing the risk of disruptions in the wage setting. So on the global front, if we look at, the central bank has said that uncertainties around US trade policies and tariffs have declined, though, some risk remain for the US economy. So despite the hike, real interest rates are expected to stay deeply negative. Markets, however, have reacted cautiously, with the yen extending the losses against the dollar after this decision. And it's time to draw your attention to a special interview done by our managing editor Tamanna Inamdar as Navi Mumbai International Airport takes off this Christmas. NDTV Profit hit the ground to give you a sneak peek into this fully, carefully curated airport. Jeet Adani, director of Adani Airport, spoke especially on how this airport goes beyond just being a station for airlines. He said that it's made for every traveler, irrespective of their financial stature. So listen in to a brief portion of that interview.
Good afternoon, passengers. This is the pre-boarding announcement for flight 3728.
Ready for takeoff.
Santa's bringing a very special gift to Maharashtra and the people of MMR this Christmas, because the Navi Mumbai International Airport will open its doors for passengers. This has been the need of the hour in a place which is so congested. And now you're going to have this swanky airport. You've seen the sneak peek here. And with me to speak about it is Jeet Adani, director of Adani Airports. Jeet, thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
This place looks fabulous.
Yeah. It's turned out quite nice.
And it's been a labor of love, isn't it? Because you're thinking of bringing in an airport not just as another service for passengers, but also as an experience.
Of course. So that's the whole idea behind Navi Mumbai, that, we've really thought through the design, the elements that have gone in, everything from the point of view of experience. There's things that you haven't seen today in the sneak peek, but a lot of the passengers you will see. Where you can just spend at least 2 to 3 hours just going and staring into things. And every single thing, from the food to the art to the hospitality, the staff training to the retail, everything has been so carefully curated, keeping in mind our passengers. And although one thing I'll tell you, it's not keeping in mind only our richest passengers, it's also keeping in mind our entire passenger set. People who are actually flying for the first time.
Yeah.
People who, are working professional. People, of course, the 1%, but also the bottom 50%.
No, so talk to me a little more about that, because this ties in beautifully with the concept of Udan.
Exactly.
Right? Which is,
yes.
Hawai chappal bhi Hawai jahaz mein, which is where that concept started from. How do you build that into design elements of something which is a huge infrastructural service?
So I would say a couple of things. One is, and I'll show you on the screen, that if you see a small thing, people who are flying for the first time, there's a good chance that some of them might not even know Hindi if they're coming from, Mumbai is such a big city.
Yeah.
So anywhere they're coming from or they're going to, depending on the location, the languages change. Yeah, it's the first. I don't think it's done anywhere else in India. Where if someone is going to Kolkata from Mumbai, Kolkata of course is written in English, but then it's written below in Bengali. If you're going to Gujarat, Ahmedabad, it will be written in Gujarati underneath it. So that gives that sort of very small thing I'm saying, but tells us a lot about the mindset.
And viewers, a day after India and Oman has inked a trade deal to expand the bilateral trade, investment and services cooperation, the Indian government has called the deal a major boost for trade in electronics, marble services. So Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal further said that India is the first country where Oman has opened up to exports to marble block. So the two sides are also on exploring collaborations in space, pharma and food security. Meanwhile, the Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agarwal has highlighted that one of the biggest gains from this FTA comes from the services sector, with Oman opening up to 100% FDI for India. So listen in to these reactions.
We don't do FTAs with other developing nations. Our focus is on the developed world with whom we don't compete. We complement and therefore open up huge opportunities for our industry, for our manufactured goods, for our services. Look at Oman. Their service imports is 1 lakh crore. Our exports currently in services only 5,000 crores. And we are a services-driven economy. Our services exports are growing about 6-7% every year. So you can imagine what huge scope we are opening up in Oman for our services exports. Similarly, it is important to note that marble blocks were banned for being exported from Oman. We are the first country for whom they've opened up marble blocks, which will now be available in India from Oman, help the processing and marble industry, and instead of importing finished marble, we will now be able to provide jobs to our brothers and sisters and have India produced final marble tiles and marble flooring. This is the first time that they've opened up marble blocks, and the good part, it will replace our imports from Turkey. And we'll get good quality blocks from Oman. And they are better priced also. And in the competition, we'll get even better pricing. He has already highlighted to you how we'll get good opportunity in labor-intensive sectors that Mr. Bhadu just explained. Secretary explained how our workmen, and we already have 7 lakh Indians who are working in Oman. These 7